We are live. Hello, 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 hello. I doubt anybody is here, but we're gonna find out. How is everyone doing tonight? Are we doing good? It is afternoon. We're streaming earlier than usual, so I hope everyone is going. I hope we'll get maybe some people who can't normally join will join because we're starting early. And we'll go later. We're gonna shoot for. I'm gonna put it out there into the world, and I'm gonna wait until there's somebody here to put it out into the world too. That's the plan right now. That is the plan right now. Right now, the plan is to wait until somebody is here to put this out into the world too. Bum bum bum. Sneaky Snake, hello, Sneaky Snake. How are you? Will is here. Hello, Will. How are you? Mysterion is here. I was waiting for people to be here so I could say this. If you go back, I was about to say how long we're shooting for tonight. We are shooting for. It is 3:53 Eastern Time. We are shooting for. We are gonna shoot for the earliest we will be getting off. 10 p.m. That is the earliest we will be calling it. We are going to shoot for. No joke. This is not a bit. I am shooting for 11:53 p.m. I am shooting for an 8-hour stream. We're shooting for an 8-hour stream. Folks. Let me pull up Twitch so I can monitor the chat. Pull up the X stream so I can monitor that chat. Phrasing. What did I say that needed phrasing? I'm not sure. I'm drinking coffee so we can get to 11. There is Bailey's in the coffee. All right? Look. I'm not saying I need alcohol to be a good streamer. I'm just saying when I happen to have alcohol, I am the best streams. And we all know it, all right? Everyone knows it. Everyone in the chat, just admit it. I made a You know what, Will? Listen here, folks, all right? Listen. I made a YouTube creator library playlist with music that is free to play and does not need credit. And it is playing in the background. It has 16 songs. It might start repeating and getting annoying. We will tackle that bridge when we get there. But we do have 16 songs queued up that are copyright free and we can play on stream. I got them. I got them open in the top monitor. I don't know if you guys have ever seen my setup, by the way, but it would blow your minds, unironically. My setup would probably blow most of your minds. The crazy shit that I've got going on in front of me. Next thing's next. This is a mango pouch. I need to find frick on a stick. Okay, hold on. Need my peppermint pouches. Gotta get them peppermint pouches. This jacket is itchy as fuck. We're getting rid of this jacket, I'm telling you. I like it. Every time I wear it, it's itchy as fuck and I regret it. Also, this shirt is already really hot. It's so warm and so comfortable. I bought this shirt today. It's already my favorite shirt. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. This is no joke the best t-shirt I own. Instantly. I bought it today. I saw it today at TJ Maxx. I decided to give it a cop. Can I do this without showing you guys my skin? It is fleece. All right, you're going to get some skin. It's a fleece t-shirt. And let me tell you, springtime, when you want to be wearing a t-shirt, but it's a little too cold. You know, you don't want the wind biting to the core, to your core, get into your goodies in the middle. You know what I mean? Skin cam. I might make it through a 6-hour stream if I leave every 6 minutes. Facts. But it's a fleece t-shirt. Well, somebody pay me for it. Somebody pay me a retrospective. Somebody tip me for showing you my tummy. That's gonna get clipped. Whoops, shouldn't have said that. But yeah, it's a fleece t-shirt. It's so comfortable. What sports did you play or do you currently play? You seem like a hockey player. That's a super chill compliment. Unironically, I'm taking that as a compliment. I played Little League, and then I played soccer. I was too small for football. My growth was extremely stunted by my Crohn's disease because it royally fucked up my endocrine system. Yeah. So I was too small for football. So I played soccer, I played baseball, but then when my Crohn's disease got really bad, I just didn't have the energy or the size to play anything in high school. Basically, once everyone else went through puberty and it took me like 2 extra years to even hit it, and at the same time I was, going to the hospital once a year for not being able to keep down water, couldn't play sports anymore. Can you tip me to not do it again? I will never show you my stomach again tonight. I can't promise. I will not show you my stomach again for a tip. That's true. I will keep showing people my tummy to show them the t-shirt unless somebody tips me. Ocean W9988, thank you so much for being here. I should have said Nick Prohl is here. Thank you so much. And Pete Budapest, who also just asked a question. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate all of you guys. 2 likes is crazy. Yeah, we should get some more likes in here. What'd you play? Gas Torch? Yeah, unironically. How's your Crohn's disease now? I mean, I try to be honest about this without like complaining about it. Physically, I'm like able to just operate like a normal person. Like most of the time, there'll be a day every 3 months where I'm like, it's not okay, right? The biggest, how do I phrase this? The thing that bothers me most about Crohn's disease in my day-to-day life is that because I had Crohn's disease and it kind of it flamed up for the first time when I should have been going through puberty, it meant that at the time in my life when I was supposed to be developing a healthy adult relationship to food, and not just like what foods I like, but like eating a lot more food, like the physical amount, right? It meant that during that time, it did not matter what I was eating, it would make me nauseous. And that has never gone away. If I eat until I am full, I will be nauseous to the point that like, I think I'm going to throw everything up. And that is really, really mentally discouraging. And the other thing is, if I don't eat for enough food, like if I put off eating too long, because I have a screwed up gut biome due to the Crohn's disease, and the acid in my stomach, they're overactive. So that'll make me nauseous. So the physical sensation of nausea, if I'm not like I have to not be nauseous, I have to be keeping myself at a state between like I'm a little bit hungry and I'm not hungry. If I ever eat until I am full, it is a problem. If I ever wait till I'm like literally starving, it is a problem. And I'm 27 now. I've had Crohn's disease since I was 13. I was diagnosed on my 13th birthday. So I've had it over half my life now. And I will tell you, 14 years of that experience is exhausting mentally. So that is the biggest, that's the biggest problem with with my Crohn's disease in my daily life is the mental exhaustion of never being comfortable in my relationship to food. There you go. Former Secretary of Transportation is in here. I don't know who you're talking about, but whoever it is, Pete Buttigieg in here. Pete Budapest. I got it. Got it. Bro accidentally got a Euro-sized diet. Unironically, yeah. Does that mean you can't fast and stuff? Yes and no. I will do it on high fasting days. On Ash Wednesday and Good Friday, I do fast. It is way harder. It's not me being like, ooh, look at me, I should get special exceptions. It's just way harder. Like, it is just so hard. How does nic intake and hunger suppression work? It's great. It's great. Nicotine does two things for me. So I have Crohn's disease and I have ADHD. Nicotine is an upper that self-medicates my ADHD, and nicotine also has anti-inflammatory effects on your entire body, all your systems. And Crohn's disease is primarily an inflammatory chronic illness. So nicotine, like, I can't quit. If it is like, it would be unhealthy for me to quit. Also, hunger suppression is great because it means that, like, I can, like, nicotine doing hunger suppression allows me to have more control over when and what I eat without having to deal with constant, like, battling with it. ADHD is real. I would say most of the people who get diagnosed with it today, maybe it's not as bad as they think. Mine's not that bad, but I do have it. The best way to describe if you actually have ADHD is microdissociation. So I will be doing something, not realize. And ADHD is when you get distracted and don't realize it. ADHD is not like, oh, my attention span is short. ADHD is the inability to choose to not be distracted because you are literally dissociating while being distracted. Like, I will have like 3-4, like, if I were to quit cold turkey nicotine for like 2 days, I would have a day very soon after that where I would be trying to work and then get distracted by something and be dissociated and not realize I'd been distracted for 4 hours. Like, I will lose. It's not like losing track of time. Like, I don't sense the passage of time while I am distracted. That's like real solid ADHD stuff. That's what that is. Yeah. I literally cannot quit. Like, it's not like a choice. Like, can I quit? Yes. I don't have nicotine withdrawals if I go without it. It is medication that I need to do. Yeah. ADHD is overdiagnosed in youth, but it is real. Yes, that's true. Yeah. I stare into the abyss and the abyss stares back, and then I just get in a staring contest for hours at a time and forget. Yeah. Here's a fun fact, chat. Here's a fun fact. Hold on, let me pull this up. I gotta think a way to not give this away. How do I not give this away? Pop quiz chat. What do we talk about on this stream? Politics, mostly. Politics. It's the boys hanging out talking about politics and whatever else comes up. Last week we spent an absurd amount of time joking about me throwing microwave ovens at people, but it was related to politics, to give you an idea. But you should hang out. It's going to be a good time. The first like half hours of the stream is normally just me chatting, just like literally having conversations with chat. Dude, this thing still smells like smoke. So if you're not in the Discord and didn't see this, this is my USB hub that runs. So I plug this into the computer, and normally I have the Stream Deck here, the drawing pad that I use to draw on stream if we're ever on Excalidraw drawing diagrams. I plug that in here, and then I plug in the camera here, and this one is like a floating third for work. Because I use both I use all 3 of those devices for work too. Well, I wanted to plug in a second camera for a bit I was going to do. But it does need power input. And I thought, well, that's convenient. This USB hub takes a 10-volt power barrel, and it has power output. I plug in the 10-volt power barrel, and immediately everything plugged into it disconnects from the computer. And I'm like, what the hell is that about? So I unplug it. I try plugging everything back in. Nothing's working. And then I start smelling smoke. And I guess plugging in the 10-volt. So this is the second time I've had a J5 Create product that is a USB hub overheat in some way and like just kill itself, brick. I have another one that's totally bricked. So I need to find a better, simple, just USB hub. But yeah, it's bricked, which means I don't have my Stream Deck and I don't have my drawing pad tonight. But I plugged in the camera into the USB port that I normally plug this into. So, but this sucks. It still smells like smoke. So yeah, when I unplugged the camera, smoke literally came out of this port. So it just fully fried the thing. Like I plugged the power adapter into it. I plugged its native power adapter into it and it fried it. So J5 Create, 0 out of 10, do not recommend. Just draw on screen. Dude, how about this AstroTurf Catholic hate the past week? Yeah, I don't want to talk about that because I wanted to do more research. I kind of wanted to do a deep dive into Christopher Hale. But Christopher Hale is literally was an Obama administration speechwriter. He ran for office. He claims to be this like representation of Catholic social teaching, but like he's also he is pro-choice. And I do have somewhere, I have the screenshot from his website when he was running for Congress where he talks about that. So yeah, he's just a leftist who's wearing Catholicism as a skin suit. And he made up a story to try to get people, because he senses the real vulnerability right now between Donald Trump and the Catholics on the new right. And so he made up a story to drive a wedge between the evangelical new right and the Catholic new right. And a lot of people fell for it. So, yeah, also, he's an Obama era speechwriter, so I cannot confirm this. This is, I want to be clear, this is not, I'm not even alleging this. This is me saying I would not be surprised if this is what had happened. All right, that's all I'm going to say. The other media outlets reporting it having a source, I would not be surprised if Christopher Hale was the source that the other media outlets talked to, and he orchestrated the whole thing almost single-handedly, and the media went along with it because they wanted to make the Trump admin look bad. I would not be surprised if that's what happened. I'm not accusing anybody. I'm not even alleging it. I'm just saying it would not shock me if that's what happened, because that is how a lot of news gets out, is one guy tells a bunch of people and then it's like, oh, all these people reported on it, but they all have the same source. That happens a lot in politics. So I wouldn't be shocked if that's what happened. Who do you think, which governor would call for an Article 5 convention for restrictive birthright citizenship, because SCOTUS probably side against Trump or EO or ignore the decision? Which governor would try it? None of them. It would have to be a governor in somewhere like Oklahoma that's like so red it's never going. But that's just not going to happen. Not without Trump's explicit approval. And even if it does, you need 2/3, and you're not going to get 2/3. I think the current governor split is, well, I guess we can check. Current governor split is, shoot, I just reached for the Stream Deck. Dude, this is annoying. The current governor split. Yeah, so you'd need 2/3 of these dots to be red and be solidly red. Right, so let's do some quick math here. Let's do some quick math. There are Congress. Split. I just want to do some quick math to show you something. 217 Republicans. 217 Republicans. Okay. So there are 17 Republicans signed on to the Dignidad Act, and there are 217 Republicans in Congress, which means that approximately 8, let's round up, let's just use normal rounding, so it's 7.8, so let's just say approximately 8% of Republicans in national stage politics are, or very high-level politics are going to be neocons who favor some type of amnesty. So it's 8%. We currently have, let's see, GOP v. Dem governors. There are 26 Republican governorships right now, so you would need, you need 50 states divided or times 0.6, you need 2/3, 0.666 times 0.666. You would need 34 states. I guess I could have done that math in my head. Anyway, you need 34 states to sign on to a constitutional amendment. So you have 26 states that are Republican governors right now. And that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted either. 2 of them are going to be neocon rhinos. So we don't even have a majority that would vote for that. Just math, like doing quick math on it. We don't even have a majority that would vote for that. So there's your problem with that ever happening. I hope that makes sense. Need to find an expert on Catholic teaching that follows the tenets of the Catholic faith. Don't know what that's referring to, but yes, you should always find someone like that. I heard the Pentagon story was just a political op. It was a political op. It was a complete political op. Honestly, it might have worked better if Hale's name wasn't on it. It would have worked better if Hale hadn't leaked it, if Hale hadn't attached his name to it, because his ego is massive. I might have believed it, or at least considered believing it, but the fact that it came from Hale first and then all these left-wing media orgs, like, it was obviously fake. It was just obviously fake. It's also funny the Catholic New Right is the younger part, the evangelical boomer/boomer adjacent. I don't know what you mean by that. Sorry. I'm trying, Mysterion. It would never convene, but a governor on their way out who's based enough would need, I don't know if they are based enough. There's none of them who are based enough, and also you would need 2/3 once it convenes. It's just not going to happen. So is there going to be a restriction on birthright tourism? I don't know. That's going to come down to the Supreme Court. I've talked to a couple people who are very good at political analysis like I am, and we all agree that we think it's a 3-6 loss. That case, we all think it's a 3-6 loss, and we all have the same 3. We think it is Alito, Thomas, and Kavanaugh. And then Gorsuch, Barrett, Roberts, Kagan, Sotomayor, and Jackson are going to vote against it, which means that we think it's a 3-6 loss. So this is our stream wiki. We've used it like 3 times. Oh, we've used it 3 times. Well, I should rephrase that. We use it a lot behind the scenes for the stream, and Mysterion has kind of accidentally / unofficially become my stream research assistant. So this is our stream wiki. This is an Obsidian file with every federal official in it. Not every federal official. This is a wiki. This is an Obsidian vault with all of the federal judges, congressmen, or representatives, senators, all former SCOTUS judges, This is presidents. These dots in the middle here are presidents because they are the federal judges linked to the presidents whom appointed them. So these big dots in the middle are presidents because they get pulled there. There's some basic, like, rudimentary two-dimensional physics that works in this program. So these are presidents that have appointed them. The smaller dots are people who are in Trump's cabinet. Except for this one. I think this one is... Oh, that's VP. This one... Yeah, this is Dick Cheney. Most of the small red dots are people in Trump's cabinet. Yeah. There's one in here somewhere. It's this one. No. Where is it? I know it's in here. There is one small red dot in here that will blow your mind. There it is. President Gerald Ford appointed 2 federal judges that are still alive and on the bench. That's crazy. That's the dot. There you go. Yeah. I hate Gerald Ford. Bro, terrible president. You guys know that the guy who directed Day After Tomorrow in 2012 directed The Patriot? Roland Emmerich directed The Patriot. I found that out yesterday. I was like, what the... Huh? Crazy filmography. Independence Day 2012, Day After Tomorrow, The Patriot. Wild filmography. Wild filmography. Wild filmography. I also updated my browser. I've got this mod running on this, Oh, yeah. Well, there's Swalwell. I've got this mod running on this Firefox-based browser that makes it transparent so I can see through it. Pretty sick. Pretty sick. Oh, hey, look. Tony was on. That's fun. I should bookmark that. I'll watch that later. Gerald Ford is like the Bush's definition of a deep state frontman. Let me tell you something. The definition of a deep state frontman is if the former director of the CIA ever became president. If the former director of the CIA ever became president, that would be a deep state frontman. That would be a deep state frontman. If the former director... Oh, no. Go back. No. Frick. Oh, did I never do that? Where is... What the frick? Hold on. Chat. We've lost the George Bush W. Bush file. Yo. Christopher Burks, thank you so much for the $5. 07 to you, sir. Thank you so much for the donation. That's very kind. I appreciate it. There we go. George H.W. Bush, Director of Central Intelligence Agency. Appointed by Gerald Ford. That's crazy, right? There you go. He was appointed by Gerald Ford. He was the director of the CIA. Yeah. Chairman of the RNC. This is. Yeah. There you go. Pretty crazy, huh? The Lebanese are the only pure Aryans. Crazy line. That's a crazy line. That's interesting. Scott Horton said on Tom's Woods the reason HW lost re-election was because he was pursuing a two-state solution. All the money of Zionist donors went to Clinton. I think he lost because he was not good. Hands up, but I think he lost because he was not good. They might have, but it didn't help that he was not good at being president. You can't have Reagan and then go to H-Dub. You can't have Reagan and then go to HW when you had Buchanan running against him in the primary. So Republican voters immediately knew, like, I'm just saying, I think he lost because he wasn't good. There's a lot more going on there. Read my lips, no new taxes. That didn't help either. We can squarely pin Ford and Reagan for the failure of Pike Church oversight and the CIA, NSA, FBI. Yeah, obviously. You can also pin Reagan with the problem of neoconservatism and the... Reagan is the guy who, because he was so... Reagan needed a religious motivation for the Republic, for the American Cold War, and he kind of just the religious right kind of gloms onto him, and because he was so good, he was so charismatic, and the economy did so well. Reagan is kind of the reason that laissez-faire, unlimited capitalism, kind of becomes a doctrine of American evangelical Protestantism, which is a problem we still face today. That is very, very bad, and it causes a lot of issues. And Reagan is squarely at fault for that. Reagan was very good at being president. The long-term consequences of Reagan's presidency have been disastrous. Is it true that Nancy was the president the last 2 years of Reagan? I don't know, man. People say that about a lot of presidents. I think it was probably true about Wilson for a time. I think it was probably true about FDR for a time. But because of those two, I think that the Democrat establishment needs a Republican they can pin that on so they don't look uniquely corrupt. So it's a confounding variable. That's a confounding variable, is the motivation of the Democrats to pin it on somebody, because they've definitely done it twice. All but admitted it. You see the problem? Joe Biden, wake up. Yeah, it definitely happened with Joe Biden. The Democrats have, because they are so deep state, all of their presidents are just figureheads, front-facing people to do PR for the bureaucracy actually making changes. Especially in the last 100 years. Except for Kennedy, maybe. Yeah. Oh, no. Come on. Don't do that. Can you fix that, Mysterion? Thank you. Take care of that. Thank you. Reagan taught my high school American history students about the end of the Cold War and Reaganomics last week. Told them the same thing. Yeah. Oh, that's a new viewer. SJL30. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, Ocean... Please don't do that. If for no other reason than when it's on screen like this, that causes a problem. I have to refresh this, the chat now. I have to refresh the chat box now. Because YouTube will ban me if I don't make some attempt to get rid of that. How do I refresh this? Oh, great. I don't remember how to refresh the chat box. Everybody just keep chatting and get it. It's fine. It's gone now. So we're good. What's up, John Knightington? Thank you so much for being here, man. I appreciate you. Ocean got his sea legs over at AB Latin Slavs. Now wants to build towers on average. You can't do it here. You can't do it here. I'm trying to make this like I would like to legitimately make this a legitimate stream of income. So I just can't do things that are unnecessarily what's the word? Unnecessarily antagonistic towards YouTube, huh? If that makes sense. Yeah, there you go. Now it's gone. We're good. AJK, you're not late. We started early. Well, we've been going for about 30 minutes. So you guys want to jump into a topic, or does anybody want to call in? I planned all the topics out, but I did say I would try to work out a way we could still do call-ins sometimes. If anybody has a call a call or a thing they want to talk about, especially if it's about theory, not about the current events at all, because we've got some current event stuff going on. I'll show you tonight's plan. So tonight's plan, we're going to talk about what is American culture, because I had a really interesting realization this week that the Masters, Artemis, and they kind of made me think like that there are concrete things we can point at. I wanted to give you guys some concrete things you can point at when people ask, well, what is American culture? So I want to give you some concrete things that you could point at. I did put college football in there because I think unlike the NFL or other professional sports leagues, college football is uniquely American, and we can talk about that. College sports specifically, but college football obviously being the front one. College football and March Madness, which is just NCAA basketball. So we could talk about that. I wanted to make a list of things we can point at that are concrete American culture. And then I thought maybe we could go through these and give some explanations together, right? Like we could go through these together. I thought we could go through this list together and put some things in here, like the Masters. Why is this uniquely American? You know, Augusta National. It's a cultural moment. People who don't watch golf watch it. That kind of thing. I thought we could go through that. And then we're going to talk about Dignidad. Of course, I've got lots of stuff on Dignidad. Which we might be revisiting next week because I started annotating the Dignidad Act and Mysterion helped with that, but I'm not totally confident on it because I haven't gotten to do research on reading all the legalese very well. So we might revisit, we're going to do some of it this week, but we might revisit the actual text next week once I've had a full week to really take time and analyze it. Because I didn't really have time to take time and analyze it while I was getting the rest of stream together because I didn't want to just sit here looking at a PDF all stream. That would be terrible content. But so I think we'll review it. We'll come back to it next week once I've got more time to do it. But there's a couple key passages I think we'll be looking at. And then so we've got some stuff on Dignidad, the Blaze, the H-1B workers that Sarah Gonzalez at the Blaze did some investigations on, which we did not watch, but we did watch the Tyler Oliveira video last week. So, but there was an investigation open into some H-1B fraud, which is related to some of the stuff we were talking about next week. So I thought we could do that. I've got this interview with Sarah Gonzalez Orrin McIntyre interviewing Sarah Gonzalez in here, but I didn't get time to make notes about it. So I doubt we'll be reacting to any specific clips of that. Unless somebody has seen that interview and wants me to react to a specific clip, then we might go find something. Then we'll be talking about the Aranya Zaruska killer being ruled incompetent to stand trial at the state level. and why elections matter because he's still in federal custody. And we'll be ending the night with these two. Probably these are our last two planned topics. I've been reading The Unprotected Class by Jeremy Carl, which is a longer book about why the white race, being the one race which is not considered a protected class in America, has resulted in anti-white systemic racism in America. But he recently wrote a book about this. He recently wrote an article kind of adjacent to this thing, so we'll be reading that. And then this article here that I saw on the New Right Post, their weekly breakdown, and I haven't gotten a chance to read it yet, but it looks really good to me, and it's about Gen Z dating. And the teaser and the description New Right Post gave for it made it sound really interesting. So I think we'll be reading through this. So that's our plan for tonight. Long distance, one more. Oh goodness. See, I see a new viewer. I see a new viewer and I start to read it immediately. There we go. Just ban that. So that's our plan for the night. Big gulps are uniquely American. True. So that's our plan for the night. Unless somebody would like to call in and talk about any topics or ask any political questions, which I would love to discuss with you. If any of you have any political questions or topics. So if you do, let me know. Do you have any opinion on EMJ Muslim Catholic Alliance? I think that it is misguided to have a Muslim Catholic alliance. I think that all of the problems with Judaism are problems of the same species, but of a lesser degree in Islam. And I also think that Islam is more physically dangerous, which makes it imprudent to ally with them. Because if you're going to ally with them, you're going to have some level of kindness to them, which I think is a really bad idea. Because it's going to inevitably result in a political system in letting them into your country, which is physically dangerous to your citizens. That's my opinion on it. That's my opinion on all the Muslim-Christian alliance stuff. I really think it's a bad idea. I think it's imprudent. I don't think it considers the fact that there is no way to have a Muslim-Christian alliance without in a political system, just in reality, whether or not it's necessary in theory, it's going to, in reality, result in Muslims in your country, lots of them, and that's physically dangerous. That's my thought on it. I respectfully think that a Muslim Catholic alliance is rather stupid if you think about it for more than 30 seconds. Yeah. Camping, I don't know if camping is uniquely American. You do not team up with a house fire to kill off termites. It's so true. Yeah, that is a good analogy. Not that we're calling either of them those things. I'm not saying that. It's an analogy. If only that experiment was being played out in real time in a major U.S. city. Yeah, it literally is. It's not working. Country music is American. True. You can't trust them. They lie for their own good. Literally. There. Raymond, how you doing? Good afternoon, Raymond. I would never do that, YouTube. We would never do that. I am going to use the restroom real quick, and then we'll jump into our topics. Like I said, unless somebody would like to call in, and I would love to have a call from somebody. If you guys want to call in, just get into... you guys know the rules. You type your name into roll call. Actually, you ping me in roll call. Just at me in roll call. And then jump into Chiswick, and if you got any questions, get in there. If not, we will go on to our first topic of the night. And actually, here's what we're going to do. Chat. Everyone, join the Discord in the description. Type hashtag roll call in roll call and get in Chiswick Pub. Leave the stream on. And you will present your thing that you think is uniquely American and is American culture to me in live on the stream. And if I agree with you, it will go in. And if not, it will not go in. We're going to do that. Everybody's going to get Everybody who calls in is going to get as much time as I think is necessary to talk about their thing. That is what you're doing. Everybody's doing that. We're not taking them from the live chat. If you want your thing in, you have to do it in Discord. Do it in the Discord. If not, you get banned from stream. Do not ban anybody, Mysterion. But yes, that's what we're doing. Everybody do that. And I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I have to pee. But Mysterion is going to join the stream room. Hopefully. I think he can join stream room. Permissions. Ooh, nobody can join stream room. Let me add permissions for people to join stream room. I'm going to add by name though, because I... Let me think. Okay, hold on. Good grief. How does this not work? Mysterion, join Chiswick. I'm just gonna drag you in. I can't figure out how to add you so you can join yourself. All right, Mysterion, you're on stream. I'm going to use the restroom. Will you answer anybody with questions in the chat about how to get into the Discord? Thanks. Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna put my earbuds in. I'm what now? Cool. Permission for cheat. Oh, Raymond, thank you so much for a super chat. I'll have to go out, but I'll stay logged in. Have a good stream. Happy Easter to all. Christmas Rex 8. So true. So true, King. Okay. If you want to call in, I see John K. John, if you want to call in, you just type your name in hashtag roll call. And everybody needs to do it. Let's go, chat. Come on. Join the Discord. Join Chiswick. Come on, chat. Let's go. Let's go. There you go. There's the link. Should pop up in the YouTube chat. Just a second. I sent it to all the streams. Come on. Let's go, chat. Let's go. I should open the X stream. I forget to open the X stream. Okay, I'm in the X stream now. Because I forget that sometimes it doesn't send it to the... Hello, hello, hello. What have I missed? Nothing. We are doing calls. Everyone is going to call in and pitch me a thing that they think is uniquely American. A thing they think is uniquely American and is American culture. And I'm going to give them a thumbs up or a thumbs down. And anybody who doesn't call in, as Mysterion has so tactfully pointed out, will be discombobulated. You will have to listen. I had to, by the way, if you go back and watch last week's stream, I had to mute several parts of it because I got copyrighted for thick of it, boys. So you will be forced to listen to Thick of It, It's Every Day, Bro, and Ludwig's Beat Off song simultaneously at full volume. If you call in, the show would be taken down? Nah, just be normal. You gotta learn to master the power level. You gotta learn to master the power level. Will you throw a microwave at me? I'm threatening to discombobulate you, so I will throw a microwave oven at you. Oh, that reminds me. You know what I wanted to do? Hold on. While we're doing that, while we're waiting for everybody to get in the stream, where do I add? Where do I add emotes? Oh, I add them in the Earn tab. We add them in the Earn tab. Memberships. Okay. Where do I add the emotes in here? Where do I add emotes? Where do I add emotes? Chat, what the heck? Where do I add emotes? I was trying to add the microwave for you guys. Oh, here we go. Upload. Here we go. Where is the microwave? Here we go. There you go. File must be smaller than 1 megabyte. Well, gonna have to do that later. I will add the microwave later. We'll add the microwave as an emote for members, for stream members. Okay. Well, yeah, we have a microwave emote now. It's in the Discord. All right. Let's bring in John K to talk and see what he thinks uniquely American culture is. John, you are on the stream. Go ahead. What do you think is a uniquely American thing that is uniquely American culture? Yeah, you're on. What's your pitch for something that's uniquely American? It's an American culture. Okay, so that fashion. Okay. Awesome. Very good. Thank you so much for that. That's a good one. Let's look up some pictures of Ivy League fashion since nobody else wants to call in. Everybody else is in the chat telling other people to call in, but none of them are calling in, which makes John my yeah, what's up? Oh. Well, that's a problem. Well, hold on. We can fix that. We can fix that. Loopback is not working. Very good to know. What the heck? Oh, loopback is off.
Could just keep the schizophrenia stream going.
Yeah, this schizophrenia stream. Check, check, check. Go ahead, Mysterion. Say something.
The sound on my end was also very chopped as I was trying to speak there. So.
Okay, you're good now, right?
Let me check.
You're popping up now. I can hear you guys, and I'm looking at the levels. If chat can't hear them now, yeah, chat can hear you guys. Yeah. Okay. All right, chat. John said Ivy League style. Go ahead and explain it again. You can explain it again since I screwed it up.
Yeah. Basically, within America, I think the Ivy League style that sort of obviously arises out of the Ivy Leagues, but kind of extends everywhere, is something uniquely American. We're a little more laid back, even when we dress up in a way that is classy and uniquely American. The four-in-hand knot, softly tailored shoulders on our blazers, chinos, that entire sort of like style, that vibe is
I'm wearing chinos right now. They're
uniquely
my favorite
American,
pants, dude.
and it's been spread throughout the world.
I'm wearing some kind of baggy straight leg chinos right now. They're great. They're so good. Very good. That's a great addition. This is a good picture. That's a great picture. Is that what you're talking about? That picture of the two guys? It's probably going to take a second to pop up on stream to get to where it is on stream. But I think that's what you're talking about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, 1000%.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's good stuff. Thank you so much, John. Right now, John is my favorite viewer besides Mysterion. Mysterion is just my favorite viewer all the time. So thank you so much, John. Have a great day.
The sound on my end is like cooked, but
oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what to do about that, to be honest. It's probably because it's going to two sources.
Just mute the stream, like on your end, and just talk in the Discord. That's what I've done. Yeah. The entire stream's muted for me.
Oh, so. Yeah. If you're going to be on the Discord, just mute the stream.
I can't tell if I'm... Yeah.
Because it's both doubled and delayed by like a good 30 seconds.
Yeah. I have it on ultra low latency. It's literally... That is the shortest YouTube latency, too. So, yeah. All right. Well, thank you, John. Have a great night. And thank you for being the only person to actually do it. You're great.
Awesome. Good night. Thank you, Thursday.
Thank you. All right. Who's next, chat? Come on. Let's go. Let's go, chat. Come on. Let's go. We need more straight men giving solid fashion advice. A New Crusade gives really good fashion advice on X. He also has some videos about it. Where is he? Has some fashions videos, but he's done some good stuff. There's one video on Millennial Gray, I want to say that's a good one. Where is it? There's a video on Millennial Gray. Oh, the Millennial Problem. Yeah. It's a great video. Some good videos on fashion and aesthetics. I like him a lot. Good guy. Good guy. Doesn't he have a Substack on shoes? That would not shock me. And if he did, it would be the best Substack on shoes. Let's be really honest about this. Let's be very honest. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Does anybody else have suggestions? I guess I'll do some. All right. So, American culture, Augusta National, the Masters. I feel like I shouldn't have to explain this one, but if I do, right? People who don't watch golf will watch Augusta, will watch the Masters, right? It's Americana. It's beautiful. It is the way the people are treated and the way everybody acts. It's like very nice. Everybody's called patrons, not fans. The concessions are cheap. It's targeted towards just a celebration of golf, and it's great. Artemis, obviously Artemis is American culture. America's the only, as much as we have kind of dropped the ball for 30 or so years, America is the only country that has consistent space program and consistent space exploration, pursuit of the frontier, space as a new frontier of the space as a new frontier to be explored. That's uniquely American. It's so good. You're not allowed to bring your phone into the Masters. It's great. Artemis. College football. This is another one that I feel like I shouldn't have to explain, but college sports in general are uniquely American, right? It's about celebration of the sport itself. Or it used to be. College football, the fans celebrate the sport in a different way. They celebrate the players, the teams in a different way. They're linked more geographically. I want the world to get bored of space the same way we're bored of finding new islands. So much space travel, there's nothing new. All right, you're crazy. That's insane. What's the point of exploring space? To do it. There's more of God's creation out there. There's more of God's creation out there. Let's go see it. That's the point. It is a beautiful thing to say there's more of God's creation out there. Let's do it. I think we are supposed to be in space too. I like the idea of colonializing other planets. I really like that idea. I don't see why. I can't come up with and I've never heard a good explanation for why be fruitful and multiply and the charge to subdue creation ends at the upper layers of Earth's atmosphere. I can't come up with a reason why it would. It seems like it is a celebration and obedience to God to go out there and see more of his creation and subdue it and steward it. That seems like a great thing to do. I can't come up with a reason why that doesn't apply. Yeah, I think it's told my students God blew up stars to announce the incarnation. Literally, that's what the star over Bethlehem was a supernova. Pretty sick. Taxes in space are better than taxes on welfare. So true. Facts. AJK Penguin. Facts, dude. Facts. That's big facts. Yeah, NASA should not just get its budget tripled. NASA should have the budget of the American military complex. We should switch them. Let's switch the defense budget and the NASA budget. Let's do it. Find out what happens. It would be sick, dude. It would be sick. If we're trying to twist nature, are we really doing it for God? That sounds like leftism. Not as an insult, but that does sound like leftism. Like it's like saying that like it sounds like Luddite leftism, where you're like, oh, we shouldn't drill for oil because it's not. That's a twisting of nature. It's like, no, it's a different use of nature. It's a more advanced use of nature. Like you would have to give a reason why farming isn't twisting nature. Yeah. What is the best starship design? Like that we've actually done? I mean, the Apollo ones, they're the most successful, right? The Apollo, I don't think people realize the engineering marvel that is Apollo. Crazy stuff. I see Adam Q, just so you know, AJK. I'm just going to wrap here before I pull him in. Just so you know, Mysterion, I see AJK in the chat. It's full of dead rocks and grayish radiation clouds. So is Antarctica. We should go there. So was America before we got here. It was just full of trees. There's nothing useful out in space that we can reasonably get. That's not true. There's a lot of really useful stuff, minerals, that we could get. That's not true. There's a lot of really useful minerals that we could use on Earth to manufacture things. If that's your objection, that one's not true. But you also said that we were twisting it, so you got pick a lane there, but both of them don't apply. How do we make space travel contort with extant social teaching on resource allocation? I don't think that you have to. I don't think you. I think it's a misunderstanding of it. Right? Like I think you can do both. If you're going to say that you can only do one thing that's good for all of humanity, like you can only do discovery or you can only do helping the poor, that would be true. But I don't think you can. I don't think you need to only do one. I think you can and should do both. There is an abundance of minerals, even if they're there, they would useful, worth doing, just like climbing a mountain. Yeah, it's climbing a mountain. It's a great human achievement. How could we reasonably conquer other planets? How do you reasonably climb Mount Everest? Nobody knew. Then some guy did it. You should do it because it's there. A single Greenland-sized asteroid of helium would make 100 years of space exploration worth it. So, like, yeah, literally. Yeah. Yep. Silicon, gold, all kinds of things that we need and could use. Isn't the Earth typologically significant? Yeah, it is, but that doesn't mean that it like that's like saying where in the epistle to Timothy that it says all Scripture is good, that means we should only use Scripture, right? It's the same argument. Just because one thing is good doesn't mean everything else is bad, right? Just because Earth is has typological significance doesn't mean that space should be avoided. Just because all Scripture is good doesn't mean that tradition should also be taught. You can't have both. Yeah, that would, we build beautiful churches. That's a good thing to do. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's bring AJK in here. AJK, if you want to mute the stream there.
It seems like it is a celebration and obedience to God. Go out there and support.
He is very behind. I'm going to mute him. Let me ping him. He's very behind. The moon is the part of the Diocese of Orlando. Actually, we do have an obligation now to take care of the moon pastorally, because it's in a diocese now. It's terrifying and it's made to kill you. Well, no, I don't believe you that it's made to kill you. It can kill you. So can climbing Mount Everest. So can going to the Holy Land. So can fighting the Crusades. Just because something is dangerous isn't a good reason not to do it. Yeah, the Atlantic Ocean. Sailing across the Atlantic Ocean without electricity. Matter has form in space, though. There is form in space. It's not the threshold between matter with form and formless matter. There's a form out there. That's a misunderstanding of what the word form means philosophically and theologically. Like a formal cause of something. Like that is, and not to be rude, but that is a misunderstanding of Aristotelianism there. When people conquered Earth, there were souls to save? No. Not always. Sometimes it was so there would be more land for souls to live on. That saves souls. The more humans you can... Human reproduction is an objectively good thing. The more space we have for human reproduction, the better. The more we can multiply. 7-second delay, Zaros. Bruh. Did you mute stream? All right, AJK. What is your thing that you think is uniquely American and is American culture?
Well, you hear me?
Yep.
I would have to say Manifest Destiny. Kind of going on the space thing a little bit. But
yeah, there you go.
Since the beginning, we've been going.
More land to conquer.
We can't seem to find a place to stretch your legs.
Space to make more humans. More area for more humans. Humans are objectively good. We should try to get all the area we can to put as many humans as possible. Well, somebody has decided to just say penis in the chat on Twitch. Interesting first time chatter, but there you go. Have fun with that. I hope you're having a good day. A large population isn't necessarily a good thing. Yes, it is. It's objectively a good thing to have more humans. Genesis says to be fruitful and multiply. It's objectively good for there to be more humans. It's objectively good for there to be more beings made in the image of God. There you go.
The problem with the overpopulation people think we have is the fact we've got people who are being subhuman. And that's the standard that we need to get past.
Yes. We've inherited Manifest Destiny from our parents, the British. True. Facts, actually. That's real. That's real. That's real. Yeah.
Is chocolate milk truly American? I'm thinking about that right now.
Is chocolate milk uniquely American? I don't know. I saw this map. I wanted to buy this map.
Milo.
I wanted to buy this map. There was a American cuisine map that was a mapping of all of... Yeah, this map. It's a mapping of all the regions of unique American cuisine. And what, like, results in those different American cuisines. Because what we think of as American cuisine is just the things that can be made with the... How was this guy explaining this? He was explaining it as saying the things we think of as American cuisine, burgers, fries, fried chicken, whatever, are the things that can be made with the ingredients that Cisco makes available in mass transportation. Yeah.
Sounds good. Yummy.
So, yeah, there you go. That's a really interesting thing too. There's different unique American cuisines. And I am in... Well, I'm right there. What's the blue? Carolina barbecue.
I'll,
How'd we end up with Carolina
I'll
barbecue?
hang up and let somebody else take the airwaves.
Well, if somebody else calls in, we'll take him. But yeah, thank you so much. It's good.
All right.
It's a good addition. Have a good night.
You too. I'll be watching.
All right. All right. It seems impossible. It seemed impossible to climb Everest, but we did it, and it was cool. It's good to try things that seem impossible. It builds virtue. Builds virtue. You're welcome, AJK. Thank you. Build virtue. There we go, chat. All right, let's see. Let's just... more geographic loyalty than pro. Loyalty to institution which educate you. It's really interesting. What's your opinion on the Prussian scheme? I don't know what that is. Let's look it up. The American colonial Untermensch have squandered the Anglo Empire. Their genetic deficiency are unable to sustain a global empire. Well, we've got one and you don't. So I think we're doing better than you are. Ill-bred and educated rabble. Well, we've got one and nobody else does. So I guess my answer to that is just scoreboard. I guess I'm just going to go with my answer to that one is just going to be scoreboard. The Prussian scheme, a rumored 1786 proposal to invite the Prince Henry of Prussia, brother of Frederick, to become constitutional monarch of the United States. I remember this now. Well, they also wanted George to be king, George Washington, so... I don't know. I'm a monarchist. I think it would be cool if we had a monarchy, but we don't. So it'd probably be cool if this had happened, but I haven't looked into it enough to know, like, the intricacies. It could be wrong. Right? I could be wrong about it, but I don't know. I'm a monarchist. I like monarchy. It'd be cool if we had a monarchy. Earth was not fruitful in the way you're thinking of until humanity subdued it. You know, like, you can't say Earth is the only fruitful place because it wasn't fruitful until we subdued it. So we might be able to subdue other places and make them fruitful too. Which would be cool. That would be sick. That would be really neat if we could subdue other places and make them fruitful. Obey the command. Oh, there is a good video about succession. You know what's really funny is Robert E. Lee would have been the king consort at one point. It's interesting. It's just interesting charts, right? I just want the chart. I don't really care about. That's this. House of Washington, so it would have gone here. Robert E. Lee would have been the king consort at one point, is the thing I was saying. George the First, yeah, so it goes here. George the Third, Mary would have been queen, and Robert E. Lee would have been king consort. Robert E. Lee would have been our equivalent of what Prince Philip was to Queen Elizabeth in the from 1857 to 1870. How do most Americans view President Trump in 2026? I think that is a loaded question because I don't think there's a universal view of Trump, even within his movement. I also think that a lot of people in non-American countries, foreign countries, overestimate approval rating because they have multi-party systems. So you're going to vote for the party you approve the most of, which you're going to be closer to in a system with 5 viable parties than a system with 2 viable parties. So Trump's approval rating might be, low, but he would get more of the vote that his approval rating would suggest. So there's that. I think that's something worth considering that maybe not everybody thinks about. There you go. That is my answer to that question. That's my answer. Anybody else want to call in and list some uniquely American things? Of those who look at politics, 50% think he's bad, 10% think he's the big bad man. Yep. 15% love him, 10% think he's not done enough, and whatever the rest is neutral. That's true. That's true. That is true. Factual. That's a good point. I'm assuming, I can't tell if this is Chinese, if this Twitch account is Chinese or Japanese, because I don't know the difference between the characters, so. Could be Chinese or Japanese. Bar culture is interesting, but I think pub culture is I think that's a British thing. Chinese, all right. Chinese, there you go. Chinese. Are you in China? Are people in China allowed to watch Twitch? I don't know that. Let's see, what else? What else is uniquely American? I'm not having trouble thinking of stuff. Bourbon? There's, yes, American drinking culture. American drinking culture is a very real thing. There's that one place. Let's call it Chinese Taipei. Yeah, that's true. Bluegrass music, yeah. Bluegrass music. I don't know if music in general is ours. You must not listen to any city pop. The Japanese have some pretty great music. Excuse me. Shout out to the Hillbilly Thomas. So true. Shout out. Europop and J-pop is a genre, but we own pop. That might be true. That might be true. Well, chat, there you go. There is... What about freedom of speech? I think that's Anglosphere in general, though Britain has abandoned it. I think we have a unique freedom of speech culture. How do I want to phrase that? Let me think about it. Let me think. Absolute freedom of speech? Absolute freedom of speech. I guess that's the best way to explain it. Yeah, the UK doesn't really have free speech now. It was an Anglo thing that we got from them, but they kind of gave up on it, so. Oh, yeah, there's a unique, like, American self-sacrifice for others. The F-15 rescue is a great example of that. How do I phrase that? I don't know how to phrase that. That's a good one, but I don't know how to phrase it, so I'm not going to write it down. Okay. Alrighty, chat. Let's move on. Let's talk about the Dignidad Act. Cowboy culture, yeah. But that's kind of manifest destiny. Let's throw that in here. Cowboys. Prairie. What's the thing I'm looking for? The West. The Wild West. The Wild West. Very uniquely American. Very uniquely American. We are about to... Purgative, you have not missed it yet. Unless, since Purgative just got here, I think that's your first chat tonight. Hello. I'm glad you're here. Purgative, do you have anything that you think is uniquely American culture? We're making a list. Do you have anything to add? And if so, would you like to call in about it? I'm good. I hope you are well. You said you're good? I'm glad you're good. Do you have anything? If you have anything and would like, you can put it in chat or you can call in about it. We tried to do call-ins. Only 2 people called in. This is my proof now that I've tried everything for call-ins. I gave specific instructions with a specific topic, and people still didn't call in. So now when people ask why I don't go call-ins, I can say I've tried everything. Give me a moment. Let me read it. All right, read it. Read it. Gun culture. Oh, gun culture. Yeah, guns. Second Amendment. Nah, you're good, man. I appreciate it. I know you would have, but we're going to go on to Dignidad and talk about immigration. We're going to talk about this definitely not amnesty bill that's totally not amnesty. It's definitely not amnesty. It's spoiler alert, chat. It's amnesty. You cannot put links in chat, Ocean. If you would like to send something, you can join the Discord and put it in Saffron Park, and if I want to show it, I'll show it on stream. That's the only way to do it. I would if I had a good mic. You can do it on your phone. Your phone mic is probably better than than a lot of mics. But that's besides the point. Call in Australian hero. That's true. Purgavoy is Australian. Australian culture is just boxing kangaroos. Christopher Burke, amnesty is treason. So true, King. So true. So, let's talk about Hold on, let me go to full screen so that I can cut this later for a video. Make this a video. Chat, we are going to make this on, we're going to move, do we want to put chat there? Let's make chat there. Okay, let's make chat there. Okay, chat. Okay, chat. Okay, chat. I'm gonna move the camera a little bit that way, just so I can sit over here for the video. Framing! You think so, but no, my phone might be worse than my computer. I can't really call people anymore. Crazy. Dropped it one too many times. Insane. Speaking of, my phone's down there charging. You guys want to see something cool before we do Dignity Act? You want to see the cool thing that I bought? I got this a couple months ago. I don't remember if I've showed it on stream or not. So this is what this looks like. You guys ever seen This Old House? We're going to take a tangent because this is fun. This will be fun. This will be fun, chat. This will be fun. This will be fun. I promise. This will be fun. Nobody go away. This will be fun. You ever seen This Old House? There's this thing in This Old House where they give all the guys an object and they make them guess what it is. It's an American public television show, so you might have, but I would be surprised. So, here you go, chat. Here is the thing. I will show it. There you go. There you go. There you go. What is it, chat? What do you think it is? Phone holder. You're close. It's a type of phone holder. It's a type of phone holder. Phone holder. It also is a type of phone charger. Some sort of wireless phone charging device. You're close. That is the closest one so far. That is the closest one so far. Is it a docking station for a phone? That's very close. Let me show you. Let me hold it. All right? I'll hold it. There you go. Any ideas, chat? Wireless charging. It does do wireless charging. It doesn't have a speaker, but it does do phone charging. Here you go. Any guesses, chat? Camera. There it is. There it is. Holding it like a camera. It is a MagSafe camera grip with a battery in it that connects via Bluetooth. And then this right here is a quarter 20 thread. And for those of you who are not camera nerds or don't work in content, quarter 20 is the thread that is universally used for all tripods. So you can mount this on a tripod. You can screw this into a tripod and then magnetically mount your phone to the tripod. Pretty cool. Pretty sick. Pretty sick, huh? So it charges your phone and then hooks up via Bluetooth, and it also has on it a built-in, so this right here is the built-in charging cable for it. All right. Now you'll notice I pulled it out. Watch this. Then watch this. Watch this. Retracts in. Pretty sick little piece of tech for content creators. How many payments of $19.99? I think it was $80. But yeah, it's a pretty sick little thing to have for content creators. It's great to have around for content creation. I love it. I love it. But the thing I actually end up using it for most in my daily life is just like this. Or I will turn it sideways and plug it in, and then I'll have a sideways phone mount, like right here on my desk. Because if it's charging, you get the sideways. Apple has that like sideways thing. So, bro, let the infomercials end. No, I did not see this in an infomercial. I was researching magnetic phone docking stations for quarter 20 thread, and I found that one. So, there you go. Okay, we'll talk about Dignidad now. Now we'll talk about immigration. Now we'll talk about immigration. Huh? How's that? Double check, make sure I didn't miss anything. He didn't skip the ad. Nope, I went looking for that because that's the kind of tech I buy. I'm a full-time video creator. Not just this, like I do it for other people. So that's the kind of tech I buy because I'd like to have it around. So makes sense to have it around. Anyway, so some of you may have seen recently that there was a bill proposed by Congressman Maria Salazar called the Dignity Act. Well, what is it? Let's first of all, is this bill called the Dignity Act? Let's find out. That's a good question. First of all, is this bill called the Dignity Act? I think that's a good question to ask. Let's make sure we get the name right first, huh? Let's make sure we get the name right. Oh, it's not. Oh, dignity is the secondary name. Oh, it's the Dignity for Immigrants While Guarding Our Nation to Ignite and Deliver the American Dream Act. Oh, the Dignidad Act. 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 That's kind of insulting. They put it in Spanish. That's interesting. So you guys may have heard about the Dignity Act or the Dignidad Act. So let's talk about it. First of all, this isn't the first time that they've proposed this specific piece of legislation. Actually, they tried this time last year. They tried it in, actually not this time, but they tried it in July of last year. And there's a tweet from one Charles Kirk about the Dignidad Act. There are a handful of Republicans in Congress pushing the so-called Dignity Act of 2025, which would shield illegals from deportation if they have been in the U.S. since before 2021. Here's the trick. We do not know when many or perhaps most illegals entered the U.S. All they'd have to do is say the magic words and they'd be allowed to stay. At best, their case would be bogged down in court for years. This is a ruse. Do not fall for it. This will grind President Trump's mass deportations to a halt. This is worse than soft amnesty. This is de facto ends the mass deportations Americans voted for. Wow. Pretty good. Dude, this still smells bad. I need to get rid of that. Pretty interesting stuff. And he posts this. Full operational border control be verified 7-year legal status for those who entered the U.S. before 2021. Those who illegally entered the U.S. before 2021. That's an important modifier. Permanent legal status for dreamers who meet requirements. Asylum reform. Ends catch and release. 70 billion American workforce fund not funded by taxpayers. It is going to be funded by taxpayers. We'll get into that. There we go. So, let's look through this. Let's look at it. Uh-oh. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Stand back and stand by, Patriots. Let's scroll down to section 3. That's where we get the real. That's where the real doings get started. Here we go. I gotta scroll up. All right, we're gonna let the music stop there for a second so we can read this. Established independent commission which shall be known as the What? Wild that is rotation. Department of Homeland Security Border Oversight Commission, referred to in this act as the Commission. The Commission shall be led by the chair and vice chair. The Commission shall be composed of 30 members who shall be appointed by, okay, here's all the appointments, they shall be civil rights advocates, shall represent the business community, and shall represent institutions of higher education, shall represent a faith community. Of the 13 members from the northern border region, 2 shall be civil rights advocates. So 2 of them are going to be leftists. This is Maria Salazar's bill. 2 of them are going to be leftists. 1 of them will come from the business community. So 1 of them is going to be somebody who has economic interests in amnesty, so they get cheap labor. 1 of them is going to be from a liberal college, and 1 of them is going to represent a faith community. Only 2 will be U.S. Border Patrol officers and agents. 2 will be Native American tribal officials. The Southern Border Subcommittee, all right? 3 will be civil rights advocates. So 3 of them will be leftists. 2 will have financial incentive. 3 shall be elected local government officials. 3 shall be local law enforcement officials. 3 shall be leftists. 2 will represent the business community, i.e. someone who has financial incentive to keep them in for cheap labor. 1 will be from a liberal college. 1 will represent a faith community. 2 shall be U.S. Border Patrol agents, and 2 will be Native American government officials. The members of the commission shall elect a chair, a vice chair, So there you go. There's her commission. Her commission is going to include... let's see how they get on the commission. Let's scroll up a little. Pursuant to Clause 1, 13 members shall be from the northern border region, shall comprise Northern Border Subcommittee, 17 members. Appointed by the Speaker and the Minority Leader of the House of Representatives and the majority and minority leaders of the Senate in consultation with the President. Okay, so they're going to be appointed by Congress. They're going to be appointed by Congress, which does mean that if for some reason, I don't know, you give a bunch of amnesty to illegals and you don't pass the SAVE Act, so they're all here and they're voting. Crazy. I don't know how that would happen. But if for some reason the Democrats got control of the House and the Senate and the presidency, they would be the one appointing these people. So they would be appointing this commission who will oversee this stuff will be there. So let's count real quick. 2 will be local government elected officials. All right. So this is either going to be left or right. Okay? Because it'll be either left or right, and it'll depend on who is appointing them. So let's just split it. Let's say there's 1 leftist, 1 Democrat, and 1 Republican. Lexio Semper, thank you so much for being here. Good evening. 2 will be local law enforcement officials. We could say those will probably lean right most of the time. There is a chance that they won't, but 2 will lean right. So we've got 1 left leaning, 1 right leaning, 2 right leaning. So that's 1 to 3. 2 civil rights advocates. That's 3 to 3. 1 will represent the business community. Now that's going to be somebody who is not so reliably socially conservative. They're going to be primarily fiscally conservative, which is incentivized to have lots of immigration for cheap labor. So for the purposes of this commission, that person will likely lean left. Further, as we will see later, based on Maria Salazar's own PR that she's been doing about this bill, we can comfortably say that anybody concerned with business interests in relation to this act will lean left and lean towards amnesty, just because of how Maria Salazar talks about this. And we'll get to that, but you're going to have to trust me on that for now. But like I said, we will get there. 1 will represent institutions of higher education. So now we've got, so this is 1 to 1, 1 to 3, 3 to 3, 4 to 3. This one's going to be leftist as well, because institutions of higher education are just going to be left-leaning. So that's 4 to 3. 1 shall represent a faith community. That's going to be almost 100% of the time somebody who's interested in faith community and is highly educated on immigration is going to be a likely a left-leaning person. So that's 5-3. 2 Border Patrol agents, that's 5-5, and then 2 tribal officials. Tribal officials, somebody said earlier in chat that they might not want to let more people in, but they really hate Americans. You're underestimating how much they hate Americans. People who are tribal officials who are interested in being on an executive commission hate Americans. They're going to be leftists. So that's 7-5 on the Northern Border Commission. All right, the Southern Border Commission, 3 elected local government officials. So let's just call it 1.5 to 1.5 for pure math's sake, because it'll swing based on who is appointing them. So it's just 1.5 to 1.5. 3 local law enforcement officials, so that's 1.5 to 4.5. 3 civil rights attorneys, 4.5 to 4.5. 2 shall represent business communities, that's 6.5 to 4.5. 1 shall represent institutions of higher education, that's 7.5 to 4.5. 1 shall represent faith community, that's 8.5 to 4.5. 2 shall be U.S. Border Patrol agents, that's 8.5 to 6.5. 2 shall be tribal officials, that's 10.5 to 6.5. So there is going to be approximately 40% more left-wing representation on this commission around the southern border enforcing Maria Salazar's Dignity Act than there are conservative people on immigration. Just doing the quick math, right? Okay, Ocean. Thank you so much for watching. I hope when you come back, I hope you will come back. I appreciate you watching. I like all of my viewers. I appreciate everybody who watches. So there's that, right? That's pretty interesting. Protecting sensitive locations. Section 287 of the Immigration Nationality Act amended by adding the following. Except as otherwise provided, an officer or agent of the U.S. Customs Enforcement or Customs Bureau may not take an immigration enforcement action near a protected area. Now, Mysterion has highlighted this section. He's mad about it. I'm going to tell you something, Mysterion. There are protected areas, and there should be. Churches are the main one. Public schools are protected areas. They should not be, but churches ought to be protected areas. And this is actually borne out in Christendom. If you went into a church, you could not be arrested while in a church by the authorities, because it was seen that the spiritual authority was preeminent while in the presence of Christ, while in the church. Sounds unconstitutional to me to let a Congress appoint an executive commission. I don't think it's an executive commission. I think it's just a general. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look into it. I'd have to read it more. Like I said, we're going to revisit this next week. Just I've not had time to read through this like super deeply. So there's that. Protected areas. The term protected area includes structure or place that provides essential services at any school. There you go. So that should not be true. It should only be religious schools. Hospital, medical facility, mental facility, or other healthcare facility. Now, Maria Salazar is saying that these people will not get these services. We'll see that clip later too. But Maria Salazar has said that these people will not get these services. So it's interesting that it's a protected area in the bill. Any place of worship or religious study where a structure dedicated to activities of faith or temporary facility location where such activities are taking place. This one is good. This is good. There should be. This is good. This is good. Unless you are actively engaging in criminal activity inside of the church, you should be protected from the authorities while in the church. Any structure, place, or purpose for which children gather. This one is bad. Any structure or place, the purpose of which is to provide social services. She's also said they will not be getting social services, federal social services. So it's interesting that that's listed as a protected place. Surely this extends to non-church entities. It does. That's the problem with it being legally phrased that way. But yes, it would be good if they were in a church. Any place religious activities take place is going to be twisted. Yeah. What? Disaster emergency relief. That one's probably good because disaster emergency relief. Yeah, I think that one's probably good. I think it's probably good. I could go both ways on that one. I will just say quite honestly that right off the top of my head, I'm not seeing. Yeah. This is the one I just said what to. This is crazy. Hurricane shelters aren't the place to arrest illegals. That's my instinct. I'm just worried that the way this is phrased, any structure or place the purpose of which is to provide disaster or emergency assistance or emergency relief, because she has said in this other interview that they will not be receiving federal social services in any way. So I think this is good in theory. However, I think the presence of this here is evidence that she's lying and knows it. Is what I'm hesitating on. I hope that makes sense. A place where a funeral, graveside ceremony, rosary wedding, or other religious civil ceremony or observances occur. That's so weird, dude. Because there's no place where putting a place where a rosary occurs. So if you're illegal and you're just in your car and you're being surrounded by ICE and you whip out your rosary and start praying it, can they suddenly not arrest you? Are they suddenly violating your First Amendment to free exercise of religion? What? I know it means a church grotto or like a cemetery, right? But it's so weird to put that in there. It's like evidence that she is putting it in there because she knows these people are Catholic, but she doesn't understand what the rosary is. A place where a rosary occurs. I mean, right? What the heck? What does that even mean? Yeah, I don't get this. A place where there was an ongoing parade, demonstration, or rally. No, no. Actually, if you're illegal and you're demonstrating against immigration enforcement, we should go there more. We should go there. Not only should we not be allowed to arrest you, we should definitely go there and arrest you. Any courthouse. What? Obviously, we're going to arrest you at the courthouse for being illegal. What the hell are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? What are you talking about? Yeah, temporary facilities such as, yeah, literally anywhere. Avoid being deported. Sorry, you guys can't see it because the chat's in the way, but Mysterion put in the notes on this. Avoid being deported with this one neat trick. So there you go. The act has some stuff. I think that gets the point across that there is some crazy stuff in here that just doesn't make sense to be in here. It just doesn't make sense for this to be in here. So that's the point. That's all we wanted to get out of the bill tonight. We'll read the actual text. We'll do some more review of it. I have a feeling it'll still be in the news next week. So there's that. All right.
Dignity.
Let me pull up the links here for these media tours. And we will watch these videos of the media tour. Gotcha. This is so bad. It's really bad. It's way worse than people realize. Honestly, it's so terrible. It's crazy how bad this bill is. All right, so let's just hold on real quick. Let's open X and let's just go up here and let's just go to Maria Salazar's. Where is her? What? Why is her page not popping up? Hold on, chat. Hold on, chat. Her page is not popping up. For some reason, her page didn't pop up. She got deranked. Hilarious. Okay. This is Maria Salazar's Twitter page. Let's see what she has to say. Oh, it's not amnesty. It's not amnesty. It's not amnesty. It's not amnesty. Okay, it's not amnesty. That's good to know.
We give them dignity. At some point in the future, another legislator will write another law to give them paths to citizenship. Right now.
Hold on. She said it's not amnesty, so I must have misheard that. If it's not amnesty, why would she just say that her plan is, like, she wouldn't just say publicly last year when she was trying this that her plan was to eventually give them a path to citizenship, right? Like, hold on.
Dignity. At some point in the future, another legislator will write another law to give them paths to citizenship. Right now, what we need to do is to buy peace for these people, allow them to stay, to continue working, because they are needed.
That sounds like amnesty to me,
Give
chat.
them dignity.
Chat, that sounds like amnesty to me. Does that sound like amnesty to anybody else? Does that sound like amnesty to anybody else? Yeah, it sounds like amnesty to me. Interesting. Well, here's a longer interview she did with Dennis Michael Lynch, who I'd not heard of before this interview, but he does a great job in this interview. So let's watch this interview, huh? Let's.
But
what does she have to say?
How it is and who it is that is going to process these background checks on 17 million people.
Homeland Security.
Have you talked about how long this is going to take? How long does it take to process 17 million people when I've got, let's even just say 50,000 ICE agents specializing in nothing other than the Dignity Act?
Look, I cannot tell you specifically how DHS is going to manage this, but
Okay.
we give them 18 months to do it.
In 18 months, we cannot process 18 million people. That would be 30.
And now he's saying 18 million. Here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing, chat. And I will pull the study on this. Let me just pull up a link real quick. Let me just pull up a link real quick. Where did I put that? I lost it, chat. Chat, I lost the link. Anyway, there was an MIT study done in 2017 that said there are 22.5 million illegals in 2017. Now, her act gives legal status to everyone who was here before December 31st, 2020, which means 18 million is a generous number for her, right? 18 million is the number that favors her.
3,000 people a day if we were working weekends and if every single person was getting a adequate check.
But you're concentrating on the administrative part, and then
I'm concentrating on the background check. I am not going to be cool with giving somebody dignity when I don't know who that person is and why they're in my country.
Oh, no. I agree with you, but that's why I say no more than 5 years. You need to prove that you've been here for more than 5.
But okay, here's the thing. He's saying, I'm not comfortable giving someone dignity, quote unquote dignity. I'm not comfortable giving somebody amnesty if I don't know who they are or why they're in my country. And she goes, yeah, I agree. But if they're here more than 5 years, that's not an answer to who they are. That is completely irrelevant to the question he just asked her. That has nothing to do with the people he just asked her, with what he just asked her. Yeah, with that number, ICE would need to verify 25 people a month. Yeah. 25 people a month, background checks on people who are from countries that don't keep records. You'll be lucky to get one person done in a month.
I still need to know who you are, though, Congresswoman.
Of course that I need you to know that you're a Pepe Perez or Rosa. Of course, I understand. Yes,
and I just don't know how. I just don't know.
You just don't know how.
I mean, fairness. How am I gonna think about what 30,000 people is? 30,000 people is almost a full football stadium. So now, if I'm going to give these illegal aliens 15 million, 17 million, you know it, the ability to go get jobs. That now they can compete legally against my kids. They're already competing illegally against them, but now they can compete on a legal end. Now they're going to be able to go get a house and get a mortgage. My kid's going to have an even harder time when he's competing against an extra 17 million people.
I'm going to turn that around. You know, those 17 million people, most of them are helping for the supply of housing to increase.
By taking 17 million people and giving them.
Okay. That is an article to the study. I'll pull that up in a second. 17 million people are helping for the supply of housing to increase. Now, here's the thing. If there were 17 million people and they were all building houses, yes, there would be more. There would be a net housing increase. Are all 17 million of those people building houses? No. All 17 million of them need to live in a house, which makes it a net negative on housing, which is obvious to anyone who has looked at this ever. There is more demand when there are 17 million people here than if those 17 million people weren't here. If they were all building houses, yeah, you might have more houses. But they're not all building houses. And they all do need a place to live. Huh. Weird.
What really is legalization, even though they don't get to vote. You are now putting 17 million more people in competition for the limited amount of housing that we have. And even if they all start going to build houses, which is another issue in of itself, but even if they start to go do that, we still have 17 million new people going to compete for jobs that are getting tougher to do, especially with AI, and competing against buying a house. And so all that's going to do is going to take the American kid, and I call a kid a 20-year-old, 30-year-old, and it's going to put more. It's going to put more pressure and stress on them.
I see it completely different.
So you explain this one to me. Let's say, for instance, I'm roughing numbers. Let's say, for instance, the guy on the corner was charging $20 an hour. And Jose has been getting 10 under the rug.
The table.
So under the table. Under the table, he's getting $10.
Yeah.
Is that staying like that?
No, because then now.
Dude, this guy is looking at his producer like, I got her. Dude, look at him. Look at him. Look at the look on his face when she says no because now. Like he's like, "Oh my gosh." Right? Watch the look on this guy's face.
$10.
Yeah.
Is that staying like that?
No, because then now.
I mean, he deserves it. Honestly, he deserves to react like that here. Look at it. He's just like, I got her. Like, I got her.
Now, Jose.
Yep.
Because there's E-Verify mandatory. Is going to pay whatever the marketplace, whatever the fair market value is.
He's covering his face because he's trying not to laugh that he's got her. I really think that's what happened. I really think he's like, I really think that this is him looking at his producer, like trying to hold it together because she's just like, I mean, like, this is Roadrunner stepping on a rake. Like Roadrunner stepping on a rake. That's what's happening. And he's like trying to hold it together so she doesn't catch on that she's made a mistake. So he can let her, he's just giving her rope to hang herself without like letting her know that she's fucked up.
Is going to pay whatever the marketplace, whatever the fair market value.
I mean, he's smiling with his eyes. You can see it.
And then the guy standing on the court.
So now he's going to get raised to $20. And then what becomes the case is that the guy who hired him in the beginning to get the cheap labor, now he doesn't have the cheap labor anymore. So now
that's correct. And he has two choices. Jose and the guy and your friend, the white guy standing at the corner. He has two choices now. But let's suppose that the white guy says, I'm not going to do this anymore because I have an opportunity to learn how to do, I don't know, x-rays, or I can.
But he doesn't. She's literally going, oh yeah, the white guy should have to go to school and pay for a better job. And that job actually belongs to this Mexican that he can get paid more for. Why does the white guy need to do that? The white guy has to, you know, and here's another thing. And I feel like I've talked about this before. And I feel like we talk about this in some way every week. Every week we talk about stupid people and how hurting like the rights of stupid people and not like screwing over stupid people or treating them like second-class citizens and how certain policies do that without realizing it. There are intelligence barriers to certain jobs that pay certain amounts of money. There just are, okay? And that is not bad. I'm not saying a negative thing about these people. What I am saying is that there are people who do these jobs for $20 an hour who, unless they do them for 30 years and get really, really good at them practically and then get into a position where they're managing that type of job, which not everyone who does it can. Just like if you got 20 guys who are, you know, you got 20 guys who are all, well, in this case, you're talking about housing, right? So if you got 20 guys who are building houses, not all 20 of them are going to be able to one day be foremen and superintendents. Right? That itself requires an intelligence level that not everyone has, not everyone is capable of. And that's okay. That's not a moral judgment on those people. But when she says this, she's just saying, she's assuming, like this is like blank slate liberalism sneaking in right here. There's a blank slate liberalism that sneaks in right there. Because the assumption is this guy can go become an x-ray tech. He can go become a radiologist. Well, so he should go into debt or he should make enough money to pay for that school. Well, that's not great. And it also assumes that he's smart enough to do it. And maybe he's not. And because he's not, we owe that guy dignified work, dignified labor that feeds his family. And because we owe that guy dignified work that feeds his family and gives him the opportunity to provide for his family, it is obviously immoral. Obviously gravely immoral to disadvantage him to disadvantage him to the benefit of foreigners, especially foreigners who don't have a right to be here in the first place, who are already harming him by undercutting his wages. To reward them for having done that by giving them more money. This is obviously immoral. It could not be more obviously immoral. Is it economically fruitful? I don't know, and I don't care. I'm talking about these guys on the ground, these people who not everyone is smart enough to go become an x-ray tech, to go back to school, to do these things. Not everyone has the luxury to do it because they've got kids to feed, and going back to school would mean they don't have the time to go back to school. They can't afford to feed their kids and go back to school. And Mysterion nails this on the head. The great line here is you are removing the dignity of the working labor, lower class and lower middle class American for the dignidad of illegal immigrants who have already harmed them. That is inexcusable injustice. And even if he can't afford med school, yes, Sneaky Snake gets this perfectly. And even if he can't afford med school, because she's giving them legal status, they can now apply to those same schools. And because we give so many F1 visas out, they've got foreigners who don't even live here applying to those schools, so they're forced to compete with foreigners there too. This could not be more elementary, obvious injustice. And she doesn't get it because she's not trying to get it, because she's not concerned. Maria Salazar doesn't care about the dignity of everyday Americans, of lower middle class Americans, of the labor class Americans. Maria Salazar cares about foreigners first. Why? Because she has ethnicity in common with them. Because she's not afraid to advocate as a group on behalf of her ethnic group. She's not. And you know what? Jeremy Carl says this in this book I'm reading right now, in The Unprotected Class. Jeremy Carl points this out. You cannot have a society where every other ethnic group is allowed to and encouraged to, by the system, advocate for their collective group benefit and have one group that isn't. That group dies out 100% of the time. Never, or the society collapses in violent bloodshed. 100% of the time, that's what's going to happen. So I'm going to shamelessly and admittedly advocate on behalf of white Americans, because every other racial group is allowed to do it. And just telling them to stop doesn't get it to stop. It doesn't fix the problem. It doesn't fix the problem. Telling them to stop doesn't make it stop tomorrow. And if it doesn't stop tomorrow, somebody's going to die eventually. The white race will die out. And I have no problem saying this, and neither does any religion have a problem saying this. Neither does the Christian religion have a problem saying this. I should say the theology of any denomination. You should respect your ancestors and pass on what they gave you. And part of what they gave you is your body. You are your body. You're not a body with a soul. You are a body-soul composite. That's what a human person is. And part of that is your genes. Part of that is the thing that makes you up. The history, the blood memory in you. Not in your body, in you. And to say, oh, well, I don't want to do this thing that makes me kind of uncomfortable, so I'm just going to, I know that thing that I've inherited will die out. It'll go away. It'll be wiped off the planet if I don't start doing this thing. So I'm not going to do it. That's cowardice. That's inexcusable cowardice. That's inexcusable cowardice. You ought to advocate. Ought we be in a society where you have to choose between your people dying out or advocating racially on their behalf in the racial conflicts? Ought society be that way? Obviously, society ought not be that way. Our society is, and you get two choices. You get to sit by and watch your people die out, or you advocate on their behalf as a group, as a collective. You get two choices. Pick. I know what I'm choosing. I'm choosing fuck Maria Salazar because she's trying to fuck over white America. That's what I'm choosing. And I'm not going to apologize for it.
Can be, instead of outside in the roofing, I can be inside the office.
No, let's do it the other way. Let's say he doesn't want to go do something else. Let's say he wants to stay in what his trade is. Because why do I have to move the American guy, Maria?
Okay, fine. Don't move him. Then have the owner. I give the owner the possibility of hiring Jose, who doesn't speak much English, and Joe, your friend.
Yeah, and Joe is a master carpenter, much more qualified. Now we've got Joe and Jose. And Jose's got everything against him because he doesn't have that one ticket anymore, which is cheap labor. So now when Jose can't find a job because the Joes of the world are coming back out and taking him when they're paying fair wage again, What are we doing with all of the Jose's who are now in my country, draining my schools, my hospitals, my food, my housing? What are we doing?
They have to, okay, they have to pay for their own health insurance. You know that the federal law
How are they going to do that
allows.
without a job, Maria?
Oh, well, then, you know, it's then if they don't have a job, then they would have to go back home, or they would have to then do something. They will have to find a job, if not go back home, but there will not be any chances.
Are you telling me if he doesn't have a job, the only service that he's going to get is if he has an emergency at the emergency room? No other services. He ain't getting food. He ain't getting vouchers. He's getting nothing.
Food from where? Food from where?
First of all, she knows food from where. Second of all, remember in the bill earlier, we read in the bill, we read that it says that they might be at a place where they're getting social services. Well, if they're at a place where they're getting social services, then they are getting other services. So what she's saying is they might be violating my law by getting social services, but you can't deport them if they're doing it. Her law itself sets up refutations to her law to make sure that illegals get federal services that she's telling Dennis Michael Lynch right here that they won't get. What the fuck are we doing here? I mean, this could not be more obviously facially hatred of heritage Americans.
Who is going to give him food?
An EBT card. He's not getting anything. I'm asking you, does he get
food
any
stamps,
services?
No federal
Zero.
programs available. No Medicare, no Medicaid, no Social
Medicare,
Security or food
Medicaid.
stamps.
So
Now
I got Jose, who was poor to begin with, doesn't have any money saved. Jose doesn't have a job. He's lingering around for 30 days. And now what you're saying is, well,
If he doesn't have a job, then
we smoked him out. We smoked him out. He's out.
If he does, but he has the dignity in him. He just needs to go find a job. He doesn't find a job. Well, fine. I mean, then I don't know. Jose,
Then he
have to
then
go
he
back
has
home.
to go home. He gets no other perk. Your math doesn't work for the sense that if you're going to now tell them they have to pay their taxes, they're automatically going to be lifted to a new salary. And now what's going to wind up happening is they're going to find the same problem that my kids got. I got to...
If you guys haven't seen this clip, this part is going to... This is going to make you guys really angry. I have been angry at this already several times. I've watched this clip and rewatched this clip to make sure that she said what she's about to say. So, buckle up, chat. Buckle up, chat.
Pay taxes, Dad. I got to pay this. I got to pay that. I can't find an apartment. Apartments are $3,000 a month for 2-bedroom shithole. I can't do it. And why can't I do
They have to, but that's their responsibility, not mine.
But wait a second.
I have made your children compete with 17 million more illegals, and they can't afford a place to live or find a job.
You could have 2 jobs or 3 jobs. I mean, it's like that's the average American.
And they can't afford a place to live or make enough money to feed themselves on one job. That's not my problem, says Maria Salazar. Maria Salazar says to American parents, I created a system. I created a situation. I want to create this situation. I want to create this system where your children are forced to compete with foreigners, where your children can no longer afford a place to live or to feed themselves on one job. But don't worry, I'm going to make sure the federal government gets their due. Because who deserves restitution most in this? Oh, the people who caused the problem. They're the people who caused the problem. They're going to have to pay federal income tax. These people are getting this dignity, just to make sure the federal government gets restitution. But while I'm doing that, while I'm making sure the federal government gets their restitution, I'm going to fuck your kids over even more. And that's not my problem. Maria Salazar, I don't care that you were born here. I don't care if your parents were born here. I don't care if you were a 7th generation American. What you just said should get you sent to Liberia. You should be kicked out of this country permanently. You should never have anything ever again in your life. That is disgusting. You are a piece of human garbage who is more concerned with your people and giving money to foreigners than you are with the people you are supposed to represent. You are everything wrong with government. Go fuck yourself.
Person problem.
I'm Maria, and what winds up happening now is you are legalizing these people to work to go into more competition against American workers.
So there's the worst woman on the planet.
But I want to.
There's the worst human being alive. Pretty. I mean, yeah, worst human. I mean, she's up there, right? I mean, she's making a good case. She's making a good case. I thought it was the Democrats. I really thought the Democrats were the worst people in government, but Maria Salazar making a good case, making a damn good case. Hello, Taxi F1. All right, here we go. So this is another Republican sponsor of this bill, Congressman Lawler. He was on Laura Ingraham. So let's watch what Congressman Lawler had to say about the bill.
Yes, disagrees with this analysis. We welcome Congressman Mike Lawler of New York. Congressman, it's great to see you tonight. You knew this wasn't going to be a fun interview, but I salute you for coming on. I want to start with the fact, Congressman, that the DHS, under this legislation, and yes, I've read it before you ask me, can waive any of these rules for eligibility, including an alien's criminal history. How can you possibly look in the face of the American people and say that's dignity?
So a few things, Laura. Number one, under current law, the Department of Homeland Security is doing that. They are absolutely allowing people who are in this country illegally to ultimately get on a pathway to citizenship. It has happened for 40 years.
Hey, this problem we're trying to fix, this law encodes that thing and makes it unfixable because it makes the problem the law, not the solution. Mike Lawler's response to that. Pretty chill, right? Mike Lawler's response is, well, they're doing it already. That is not how you fix things. Sorry, guys. Let me propose some, let me teach you critical thinking 101. Let me teach you some critical thinking 101, all right? If you have a problem, you don't make the law that the problem has to stay that way. That's not how you fix the problem. That's how you make the problem worse. Oh, sometimes they do this and they shouldn't? Let's make sure they do it all the time. What the fuck are you talking about, Mike Lawler? Are you retarded? That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
This system is fundamentally broken. I know it because my wife is an immigrant and I've been through it. And so my...
I don't think I W-Ice, so true, W-Ice. I don't think I need to... Yeah, I don't think I need to... I think you guys can figure that one out on your own. I'll just pause right there, let you guys think about that on your own. Everybody thought about it? All right, cool. Moving on.
Perspective on this is very simple. Number one, the border was the biggest problem. President Trump ran and won on that issue. He said he would...
Taxi F1 on Twitch asks if I'm Republican. I am not a Republican. I am not registered with the party. I would qualify myself not as a conservative, but as a reactionary. I am a avowed, admitted reactionary. To prove my reactionary cred, here's my copy of a book about why democracy doesn't work. Here are 3 books by Patrick Buchanan. Here are 5 books on Richard Nixon's administration. Here is a book that is a compendium of the Catholic Church social teaching, which is very reactionary. Here is my portrait of Richard M. Nixon. Anyway, which political system works then? Monarchy. Monarchy works better than democracy, 100% of the time. Democracy is institutionalized moral relativism. Question what you think about Nick Shirley. I like Nick Shirley a lot. Nick Shirley does a lot of good work. Am I a Trump supporter? Yes, I would qualify myself as a Trump supporter. Yeah, I am a Trump supporter. I would vote for Trump. I have voted for Trump. I will vote. And, I won't again because he's not going to run for anything again. But yes, I voted for Trump. I've been a Trump supporter since 2015. I'm a real. I'm not a new fag. Not a Johnny come lately. Whoops, shouldn't have said that. Ooh, yikes. Limited hereditary monarchy has the best. What did I just get? Mysterion is following. Oh, Mysterion, why are you just not following on Twitch? Oh, Mysterion, chat. Mysterion, can you chat? Mysterion, send something to the Twitch chat. We're getting chats all of a sudden. Wow, we are popping off on Twitch. Well, hello. Limited hereditary monarchy has the best track record overall. Yeah, so this book by Anzurman Hoppe called Democracy, the God That Fails. I'm going to have to cut this whole segment from this video when we do when I cut this segment on, the immigration law into a video later, but this book on Democracy, the God That Failed is basically, it's a book about, let me find it. Monarchical government is reconstructed theoretically as privately owned government, which in turn is explained as promoting future-orientedness, a concern for capital values and economic calculation by the government's ruler. Democratic government is, reconstructed as publicly owned government, which is explained as leading to the present orientedness and disregard and neglect of capital values in government rulers, and the transition from monarchy to democracy is interpreted according to civilizational decline. Yeah. What's another good one? A priori theory trumps and corrects experience. Logic overrules observation, not vice versa. So yes, as much as we might think democracy works, it is publicly owned government, which explains much of the problems we have right now. One of the problems that the left observes that they're correct about is that the baby boomer generation wealth hoards and has done so to the detriment of the hoards wealth, and has done so to the to the detriment of the younger generations. And part of the reason that happens, how do I mod Mysterion? Mod. Okay, there you go. Part of the reason that happens is because they are incentivized by voting to vote for themselves, to protect themselves. That's how we end up in the situation we were just talking about probably before you guys got here on Twitch, but the situation we were just talking about, where you are now in an unavoidable race relations situation in America because every other racial group advocates for their interests against the interests of white Americans. Now, you can argue with that all you want. You can argue about if it's wrong. I don't think it's right, but it is happening. And that only happens if democracy is if government is a publicly owned system, is what Anzurman Hoppe is talking about. Whereas if you have monarchy, the monarch is incentivized to make the government run as good as possible so that they can pass it on to the next generation, because it's something that their children will inherit. There's a more immediate and pressing future orientedness of monarchical government than there is democratic government. There you go. The Democrats are the party of the KKK. Yeah, the Democrats did the KKK. Yeah, that was true. Why are you saying that monarchy and kings and queens, just because you got away from something in the past, just because America used to be ruled by a monarchy that did bad things, doesn't mean that all monarchies are bad, right? Like I could say that because, like, this is the same logic that the left uses to say all police officers, like ACAB, right? The whole all cops are bastards things is like, well, some cops in the past used to do bad things, so they must all be bad now. some kings and queens in the past were bad, so they must all be bad now, or the very system or the very idea of king and queen must be bad. Like, that doesn't follow. New follower, Will Ellsworth. Thank you so much, Will. Appreciate you. Hey, if you're new on Twitch, make sure to throw us a follow. We stream every Saturday afternoon into the evening. We review current events, political theory, and that kind of stuff. We like to talk about history. We have a good time, so...
Stop illegal immigration into the country. He has effectively done that. We've had 10 straight months of net zero illegal entry into the country. I fully support that, and we want to codify President Trump's policies into law, which is what the Dignity Act does when it comes to the border.
First of all, we didn't look through a bunch on the we didn't really look through the border stuff, but Mysterion and I read it. We both, I can't say this for sure. I cannot give like my normal, I'm 100% sure about this guarantee that I would give on a lot of things, because I haven't looked into it really deeply on the legalese. But Mysterion and I both, on our first read of it, were 90% true. We're 90% sure that it actually undercuts Trump's border policies, and it actually undercuts the border security that people voted for. Yeah. So there's that. Alpha, you seem pretty based. I am pretty based. I'm very based. This poster over here, by the way, I don't even think YouTube chat knows what this poster is. This poster is like a movie poster design I bought off of Etsy of Canticle for Leibowitz. It's pretty cool. Pretty based.
Secondarily is to deal with the undocumented that are in this country. Get them out of the shadows. You are talking about tens of millions of people who have been living in the shadows, undocumented, and no matter... What do you mean? How?
Yeah.
They're
I'm sorry
not,
to interrupt you, but
not legally here.
You've got to stop using
they're
the
cliches.
cliches.
They're not legally here.
Right, this in the shadows
They're not legally here,
I've been
Laura.
dealing with this for 25 years.
Dude, I get it. I get the girl boss thing. Not a huge fan of them myself. I'm not a huge fan of the girl bosses myself. But Laura Ingraham has been doing this for so long, and I love when she throws, I've been doing this for 20 plus years, because I've seen her do it before to these like rhinos who are just getting into government and they're just not conservative. I have seen her throw this at them multiple times, and I gotta be honest, I really like it. It is so fun when she just throws stuff at them.
I don't know what shadows you're looking at, but they're not in the shadows. They're working in restaurants. Some are. Others are engaged in widespread fraud in California. Yeah. But this idea that they're already given amnesty, they're not already given amnesty. Why do you come on television and say that? The president has been trying to remove people from this country. The only reason they're not being removed is because we don't have strong Democrats and Republicans to support it.
No, Laura. Criminal aliens, 100% should be removed.
Drop the criminal. Just aliens. It's cleaner.
From this country, period. And the bill provides for that. I don't want anyone getting...
As we saw earlier with the Dennis Michael Lynch. I think it was Dennis Michael Lynch. If it's not, I apologize. As we saw earlier with that clip, it does not provide for that, because the bill says that that allows DHS to make that as a judgment call at any time and overrule it for anyone. So it just doesn't say that. He's just lying. Either that or he doesn't know what's in it, which I think he doesn't know what's in it, as we'll see later in this clip. I'm pretty sure that Congressman Lawler doesn't know what's in this bill that he has co-sponsored.
A waiver. I don't want anyone getting a free pass.
It's in the legislation.
If you have committed a crime, if you have committed a crime, yes, I have, Laura. If you have committed a crime, you should be removed from the country.
There it is again, dude. So Dennis Michael Lynch did this, and you're seeing Laura Ingraham do it. They both get the most easy gotcha of. I mean, it's like, you can tell they didn't expect it to work.
Did a crime? Yes, I have, Laura. If you have
she's like, oh.
Committed a crime, you should be removed from the country, period. Number two, what we are trying to do is say, if you have been in the country for more than 5 years, in other words, if you came here during Joe Biden's administration, you don't qualify.
Everyone before that qualifies. Everyone before that qualifies. Everyone who got here before that qualifies. They said it. It's in the bill. It is in the bill. And according to this 2017 MIT study, let me show you, chat. Let me show you. According to this 2017 MIT study, this is a chart from that study. The average estimate from conservatives and Democrats both are very underneath what they think it is. It is probably closer to 22.1 million illegals in the country in 2017. And this bill says the cutoff is in 2020. That is 3 more years of illegals. 3 more years. There's probably more than 25 million illegals that qualify under this bill. What are we doing?
You don't qualify under this legislation.
All of
5 years is a completely arbitrary thing. It just is put that way to make boomer Republicans eat it up, to be like, oh, everybody who came in under Joe Biden's going to get deported if I approve this law. They're going to get deported if you don't approve the law, because they're all going to get deported. They all are going to get deported eventually. They should all be deported. We shouldn't. What are we doing?
This sounds great.
It's
Answer
very clear.
A simple question.
It's very clear. You have to be in the country before 2020. Yeah, you have to be in the country before 2020. So anybody who came,
please.
Yep.
All right. Please tell my audience, because they're very smart.
Yep.
How does an immigration officer determine millions and millions, determine continuous presence, and tell me the considerations they take into account to determine that?
Well, look, if they cannot prove that, if they cannot prove continuous presence, they wouldn't qualify for this. You have to be able to meet the qualifications.
I just asked you a question. How do you determine it?
You have to be able to meet the qualifications of the program, and that means the Department of Homeland Security is going to they are going to make the determination, as they always have,
rules
based on the current structure and guidelines that are in place. But the bottom line here, Laura, can I make a few points? Because this actually matters.
Yeah.
E-Verify is part of the bill.
It does.
Okay, so and it's part of the bill. And we want to verify that every single person who would be employed in this country is here legally. If you're not verified, you wouldn't be able to lawfully work, and we would hold those businesses accountable. The bottom line of the Dignity Act is very straightforward. You have to be in the country for more than 5 years. You cannot have committed a crime. You cannot collect government benefits.
Okay, that's false.
You have to pay a fine. You must pay back taxes. It's not false, Laura. You must pay back taxes.
All right, Congressman,
and you must be employed.
Okay.
Those are the terms.
Here's
Those
the
are
truth.
the terms.
Congressman, you know how much I like you, but you can't come on this show and say to my audience that you can't have committed a crime to be eligible under the, quote, Dignity Act, because there are several crimes that are, quote, nonviolent that do not qualify for inadmissibility. And on top of that, there are multiple instances, including family unity, public interest, and just discretion on the part of immigration officers. I can't imagine Democrat immigration officers under a Democrat president in the future was going to hold this strict, we're not going to let any criminals.
People will lie as a group cover up that's been here longer than they have. Yeah, obviously. Obviously. You can break the law as a little treat so I don't get called racist anymore. Literally, people are actually like that, dude.
And gang member affiliation.
No, what they're going to do,
Laura,
what they're going to do, what the Democrats will do if they get complete control of Congress and the White House, they're going to end the filibuster, and they are going to pass a blanket amnesty bill.
I'm going to say it again. The solution to problems is not to do the opposite. The solution to Democrats are going to pass amnesty is to get rid of all the people that they're going to give amnesty to, not to give them permission to be here for 7 years. Because here's the thing. Mike Lawler says that, but there is nothing in this law that means that they can't do that after you've given them legal permission. All this law does is, between his hypothetical blanket amnesty and now, is it adds a period where none of them can be deported. It objectively, based on his standard, makes it worse. He's retarded.
That's the fundamental challenge here. What we are trying to do is say, if you came under the Biden administration, you don't qualify.
Allegations of gang membership obtained from state or federal in-house or local database or a network of databases used for the purpose of recording and sharing activities of.
If you have committed a crime, you don't qualify. And here's the thing about legislation, Laura. You understand this better than most.
Alleged gang members across law enforcement agencies shall not establish the participation described in such paragraph. You guys remember Kilmar Abrego Garcia? I made a couple videos about that. Remember that? That guy would qualify for this law. I just want to be clear. Like, he's in MS-13. He's a human trafficker. That guy would qualify for this, okay? They're just doing what the Democrats did with him, where they just made that guy nationally famous for being the worst ever. They're just making that law, and they want the Republicans to do it.
If there is an issue with the legislation, you work through that. You fix that. If you want to say that there's a problem here with the waiver, then great, let's revoke it. You know what else I want included in this bill? I want to end sanctuary jurisdictions. I want to...
If you make all the jurisdictions sanctuary, it doesn't fucking matter, you fucking idiot. Oh, I want to end sanctuary jurisdiction, but I'm going to make all the jurisdictions sanctuary. I'm going to make them all sanctuary, but I'm going to end the word sanctuary. Fucking idiots, dude. I am smarter than 90% of Republicans in Congress. They're so stupid. I'm smarter than 90% of people, but that's besides the point. Sanctuary city in your pocket, because all you have to do is whip out the rosary, and suddenly it's a place where the rosary is occurring, and you can't be deported. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Play your cards right, run for Congress? I'm not going to do that. Not going to do that. Not going to do that. I don't want to. I don't want to. I will do more good not being in Congress than if I was in Congress. I'm 100% sure of that.
To ensure that we pass the SAVE Act. Throw it into the bill. We should require proof of citizenship. Nobody under dignity would get citizenship.
Dude.
Jurisdictions. I want to ensure that we pass the SAVE Act. Throw it into the bill. We should require proof of citizenship. Nobody under dignity.
Bro's just saying words now. Hey, my amnesty bill, put the SAVE Act in there. What the hell are you talking about? Bro is just saying words. I'm going to say some word. Like, bro's just sitting up there like monkey, orange, banana, pineapple, coconut. Large, small, big, paper, photograph, speaker, doorway, light bulb, sink, cutting board, television, dusting. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You having a stroke? Are you having a stroke? Words are spells. We talked about this last week. Words are spells. He's literally just doing Democrat word magic, where he's like, put the SAVE Act in there. And then he thinks everybody's going to go, oh, SAVE Act, me like. Or. What the hell is wrong with you, dude? Are you trying? Is this your trying? I would honestly love to know if this was his best effort. Is this his best effort? This guy's an idiot.
Would get citizenship and they wouldn't get the right to vote. So to me, this is doing nothing is not an answer. Doing nothing is not an answer, and we actually have.
I think she's going to say it.
Oh, that's what they said in 1986. Yeah.
Oh, Laura Ingraham throwing Ronald Reagan under the bus a little bit. Ooh, 1986 amnesty bill, Ronald Reagan. There you go. Another great thing. Another terrible thing Ronald Reagan did. What's the penalty for treason again? My chat's gonna get me banned. That's so funny. Lois Griffin going, the SAVE Act, proof of citizenship. Peter, you gotta pass the SAVE Act. Peter, we need proof of citizenship.
1986, we dealt with that.
No, but they gave them pathway to citizenship, and we're not doing that.
We're not doing that. We're not giving them a pathway to citizenship.
We give them dignity. At some point in the future, another legislator will write another law to give them paths to citizenship.
Oh, wait. Hold on. I must have misheard him. I must have misheard him.
We dealt with that.
No, but they gave them pathway to citizenship, and we're not doing that.
Right.
We give them dignity. At some point in the future, another legislator will write another law to give them paths to citizenship.
Huh. Chat, I think he might be lying. Shang Yang Yang. Ronald Reagan did veto the embargo against South Africa, though. I appreciate that. That is true. He did do that. That was a good thing he did. Just because somebody does one bad thing doesn't mean everything they're doing is bad. I'm just saying that that was a bad thing he did.
We're not giving them a pathway to citizenship.
So under this bill, and it's in the legislation, state and local databases involving and describing criminal gang activity are not part of the calculus. That's already determined in this legislation. And as I said, and I will put this online so everyone can read it, there are broad categories in which officers reviewing applications can waive people in under.
This is the face of a guy who is finding out right now, live on television, that is in that bill. This is the face of a man who is figuring it out live on air. This dude did not know that. This man, whoops. Oh, hold on, chat. I made a boo-boo. There we go. This is the face of a man who did not know that. This is the face of a guy who didn't know that. What are we doing? Keep saying it. I feel like I have to keep saying it because every 5 seconds it's like, what are we doing?
A fact-based, analysis that is subjective and a barn door wide enough for people to roll through for past crimes.
They do full background checks
for past crimes and continuous presence in the United States.
They do full background checks. Remind me, chat. Remind me. It's 22.5 million people. And remind me, chat, how long in the bill do they have to do those background checks? What's the timeline on those background checks? Can somebody in chat tell me? I think I might have forgotten. Somebody in chat tell me what that was. I think it was 18 months, right? 25 a month per ICE agent. Yeah, that's at 18, Mysterion. That's at 18. See, so here's the problem. You're technically correct at 18 million, but there's 22.5 million people who are going to qualify for this. So let's see. 22.5 million people. 22.5 million people. 18 months divided by 18 months. Oh, you're going to have to verify 1.2 million people a month? You're going to have to verify 1.2 billion people a month. Call me crazy. I don't think that's going to work. I don't think those background checks are going to be very thorough if this law were to pass, which it's not, by the way. The law is not going to pass. But call me crazy. How many of that is per agent per month? 50K ICE agents. Okay, 50,000. So 1.2 million, 1.25 million illegals divided by a month divided by 50,000 ICE agents. 25,000. Oh, wait. 25. Yeah, 25 a month. 25 a month. 25 a month because it's 50. It's 1.25 million divided by 50,000. Yeah, it's 25 a month. It's 25 a month. So 25 a month. 25 per ICE agent per month. Oh, shoot. I pushed the wrong button. Whoopsie daisy. Whoopsie daisy. I pushed the wrong button.
Security. My next. And I will put this online so everyone can read it. There are broad categories in which.
Yeah, an ICE agent would have to complete every ICE agent would have to do one background check a day, completely, of people who do not have every single one. So there would be none on the streets, and every single one would have to do one a day, completely. Every ICE agent would have to do one a day, completely, without qualifying, without the luxury of all of the background that, without the luxury of background from their home countries, because those countries do not keep records.
Officers reviewing applications can waive people in under a fact-based, analysis.
And once they do the background, they can just ignore it if they want to.
That is subjective and
yeah, if one mail truck gets lost, yeah, Miss Hira makes a good point. If one mail truck in the country with these background checks in them gets lost, we are screwed. This it's just terrible legislation.
Barn door wide enough for people to roll through for past crimes.
They do full background checks
for past crimes and continue.
Can't do a full background check. Can't do a full background check because the countries they're coming from don't keep records.
Continuous presence in the United States. So your family unity, public interest, other humanitarian concerns. So the admissibility includes broad waivers. That's a major problem with this. I don't know why they keep doing it that way. You probably aren't in favor of that, but it's, yeah.
If one ICE office in the country gets the flu, 1 million illegals just get away with it. 1 million illegals just don't get vetted and get to stay.
Full background checks.
No, look, you have to do a full background check, inclusive of criminal history. Gang affiliation is not waived. What it is saying
yes, it is. It is. She just showed it. It is. They can waive it.
Presence of somebody in a database does not automatically assume that they are part of a gang. But the bottom line is all of that would have to be reviewed.
How about multiple DUIs?
And it should be.
How about multiple DUIs,
that should be included. That should. I have been arguing for years that DWI should be included. Yeah. I had a case 2 years ago in my district where a illegal immigrant got arrested for a DWI, ended up killing a young boy.
They can stay under this legislation.
Should be deported under those provisions.
Not going to happen.
I'm happy to work with you to get it right.
We appreciate it.
I'm happy to work with you.
All right, Congressman, thank you for coming on. We appreciate it.
Yeah. So Mike Lawler doesn't know what's in the legislation. He's stupid. And we're going to skip these two other pieces for reasons I'm not going to explain. And I'm not going to apologize for not explaining it. We're just going to skip them. But we're going to skip them. So, launch him into the sun for space exploration purposes. Pretty chill. All right. I am going to use the restroom chat. I'm going to put this music back on. I'm going to use the restroom, and then we'll hit our next topic, which is What is our next topic? Our next topic is H-1B investigations. That'll be fun. We're going to do H-1B investigations, but I'm going to put this music back on, and I'm going to go pee. So, please stand by. Dignitas also, we already got tummy cam. We did not get tummy cam. Nobody got tummy cam. I was showing you my shirt. Restroom cam. That's gay. Dignitas also has the U.S. making asylum centers in diverse locations, like south of the Darien Gap. Yes. Yes, that is true. That is true. Mysterion, can you block like an hour next week, and you can come on and talk about what we found together? It might be better if we do it together, so we can actually discuss it. Let me know. Send me a DM if you can. Ball knower. Ball knower. Ball knower. I'm really hungry, chat. I'm gonna well, not really hungry. I'm not like falling over hungry yet, nauseous hungry yet, but I'm hungry. I'm gonna order food. What I really want is KFC extra crispy box, but I feel like you would all leave and be justified to do so if I got a KFC extra crispy box and ate it on stream. That would be an insane thing to do. How about that one asylum center in the middle of the Darien Gap, not marked on any map? If you can find it, you can come for 1 year to see if you should get the longer term. That's a good law. Take a GoPro and live stream you going to KFC. That would be really funny. I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, don't get too hungry. That's why I'm thinking about eating right now, because I'll be useless, and I'm trying to go till like midnight, basically. Trying to do an 8-hour stream. We're only 3 hours in. So I'm gonna need food. Gonna need food, chat. Dude, that's what I want. I should have done that. That's what I want. Now I just want Kraft mac and cheese, dude. What's up, G Sniggle? How's it going? Take one L Japanese people take is KFC on Christmas. Is KFC on Christmas? I don't know that sentence. Are you okay? You having a stroke, Rivka? I'm worried about you. That's an insane sentence. I'm worried that you might not be all there. Or might be ill. I hope you're okay. Not dying. Can you turn down the music? Yeah, you can turn the music down. No problem. How's that? That's a good level. Oh, never mind. What? I've never been all there, but always appreciate it. Real. Ordering delivery in Steubenville is not good. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's not good. Not great options. Pretty bad options, actually. Oh, I wonder if there's that place that makes those quesadillas I like. What's that called? Papa Corzone's. That's the place. Papa Corzone's chicken, bacon, and mac and cheese quesadilla. That's what I want. That's what I want. There we go. That's good. Continue. They are closed. They are closed. Why did they pop up? They are closed. Quesadilla. Quesadilla. I'm trying to order quesadilla, but they closed and shit. They closed and shit. Big sad. Big sad. You know what I am gonna do? I can't get KFC fried chicken, but I can get a chicken sandwich. That's what we're gonna get. I want a chicken sandwich. Chicken sandwich combo. Yes, sir. That's what I'm gonna get. Maybe? They don't have a combo with the chicken sandwich. What the hell? What kind of restaurant order that has a chicken sandwich and there's no combo with it? What are we doing? Dude, what? What? I had a chimichanga for the first time on Thursday. Not bad. Did you start thinking you were in a movie? Or a comic book? That's the same thing. You get the point. I did the joke. Classic chicken sandwich. Pickles, none. Add mac and cheese. There we go. That's what I want. That's what I want. There we go. All right, chat. Let's get back to it. Let's get to it, chat. Oop. There we go. Let's get to it. All right, let's get to it. Let's talk about H-1Bs. H-1Bs nuts. Okay, H-1Bs, chat. H-1Bs. G2As? I don't know. I probably just fell for something. Fell for something for sure. I went to see my Nana and she's teaching me how to hand quilt. An Indian could never replace her. True. Facts. So, chat. I keep smelling smoke and having to make sure it's this USB hub that's chat itself because I'm worried that something else is on fire.
I told you guys yesterday that we had this news of some action from the DOJ on. I
So,
just have some questions about
let's
the
watch
H-1B
this.
visa workers that you have here. Quibbitz Technology.
Can I call cops?
So are the workers in here?
Hey, somebody is knocking on my door and then they are like threatening me.
I'm not threatening you, sir.
Please, can you help me?
I was just asking if you knew, if you had ever met the person who lives here.
I haven't, and I think them, but please.
Can you tell me what you've seen? That she's seen some shady stuff go down and she has a family and she doesn't want to be involved. So whatever is happening really stinks.
If you thought Somalian daycare fraud was a problem, it turns out that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's a whole new problem that it turns out is taking tens of thousands of jobs away from Americans and changing our communities forever that you probably haven't even thought of. I'm talking about H-1B visas. See, it's not just...
Okay, first of all, chat, let me address the Trump skeptics in the room. Because I know some of you are here. I know some of you are here. I know there's some of you reactionaries who are a little Trump skeptical. Let me just point out that the Trump movement and Donald Trump and MAGA are the only reason that H-1Bs are even in mainstream media. The idea that a major media organization would ever talk about H-1Bs and them taking jobs from Americans does not happen in 2015, and it does not happen in 2026, 11 years later, until it doesn't happen 11 years later, unless Trump and his movement come around. All right? It mattered. It did good things, and you cannot pretend that it doesn't without sounding dumb. And if you want to sound dumb, that's fine. You are allowed to. But, you know, maybe just don't be that dumb. All right? Just saying, ow. Just saying. I punched my mic stand. It's like a solid piece of metal. Like it's, oh, well, yeah, it's coming apart now. There you go. That's my mic stand. It's solid. So I punched it. It hurt. Punched it good. It's not going back together. There we go. H1B Strait of Hormuz codes, the duality of Trump movement. Yeah, literally. Yeah, it's like, I'm not saying that there aren't bad things. There are bad things. There are bad things. But like, it's, you have to take the, you gotta, if you want to complain about the bad things, you should admit the good things. Otherwise, you just sound like an idiot. That's what I'm saying. I hope that makes sense.
Illegal.
What microphone is she using? That microphone is cool. I like it.
Immigration, that's the problem. It's actually the legal.
Is that a ribbon mic or is it a... Okay, sorry. I won't do the
People are
audio
using
nerd
it,
thing.
exploiting it, and rigging the game in their favor. We've just uncovered a scheme where thousands of foreigners
kill
are
you,
being brought
Mysterion.
into this country, imported here, using the laws already on the books, and using phony businesses and these like shell companies which sponsor them for visas. Check this out.
All right, we're heading over to a company called 3B's Technologies. Now, there were actually 27 H-1B visas approved in 2022 through 2025 for this particular company. The jobs include a software developer, software engineer, IT project manager. So I'm thinking like very high-tech hub for 3B's Technologies. Let's see what we find out. Are we sure? Do we have the right address here? This is 27 H.
She's doing good investigative journalist work, but this is a little cringe. Like, she knows she has the right address. Everybody knows that they're doing it in residential houses. You should be more facial about the fact that you know it's bad. It's like and not the, but like, you know, the whole like, are you sure it's not amnesty? I think you might have said that it's amnesty. Did this guy read this bill? You know, it's just a little cringe. It's just a little cringe. She does this for a living and I don't, but it just comes across a little cringe. I don't know. You know what I'm saying, chat? I'm trying not to be mean.
H-1B visas for this location, and it's a residential home. Okay, 130 Darbon Lane, Irving, Texas, 75039. This is the address that's on here, so would have 27 H-1Bs. Let's see. All right. Okay, the doorbell's broken. Not even a... Looks like they boarded up the window. Hello? I'm looking for 3Bs. Hello? So, very strange. 3B's Technologies is at a house, as it turns out, and the Ring doorbell's broken, so I can't even press it. They're probably watching me right now because they've got security cameras all over the place.
Yeah, it's at a house. Why are we watching a femboy version of Nick? She needs to build up the only skills matter for her. Because this one, she gets this story, she actually does get people investigated for. Just heard a noise outside.
No one at the door. No sign of life.
The application can be filed.
Okay, so that's all we needed to watch of that. That's literally all we were going to watch of it, too. We were just going to watch the intro. So you can see she did the same thing Nick did. As many journalists, concerned citizens continue to raise an alarm about the rampant H-1B fraud and abuse epidemic to our system, Department of Justice has started to deliver some results. This week, Blaze TV host Sarah Gonzalez proudly claimed another scalp in her role, exposing company discriminating against Americans. Early this week, Department of Justice announced that it reached a settlement with New Jersey-based company Compunal Software Group for illegal hiring practices. The DOJ has taken action against at least one of the companies I exposed. According to the settlement, Compunal signaled its intent to hire employees based on citizenship status, specifically favoring H-1B holders or related temporary employment based on visa holders. One email sent to the charging party indicated that the company would only hire temporary visa holders for a particular position. Oh. Gonzalez, host of Sarah Gonzalez Unfiltered on Blaze TV, covering the story. The DOJ has taken action against one of the companies I exposed. A computer software company now asked to $313,000 is it? That's crazy. That's like nothing. After some recruiters posted job advertisements for positions in the United States that were offered to H-1B workers only. For too long, these scammers have felt comfortable Employers cannot exclude U.S. workers from the labor force by discriminating against them based on their citizenship status. Employment must design recruitment, training, and compliance practices to ensure adherence to federal civil rights law. Sorry, watching the map. Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon said, it's illegal to discourage U.S. workers from applying for American jobs. There you go. So, another, oh, what has Trump done? Well, you think that's going to happen under Joe Biden? You think that's going to happen under the Democrats? No, it's not. That is the point. That is the point I'm making. The point I'm making with the H-1B stuff. Guys, the point I'm trying to make to you guys. Point I'm trying to make to you guys is that, yes, there are problems. I'm unhappy with a lot of the stuff too. But no one's getting any H-1B scam consequences under a Democrat. Adding unfiltered to your show name is kind of overdone. It is very, it's kind of very 2020, but that's okay. Blaze is big. They have to go with what works. Blaze is very large. They have to go with what works. So there's that. All right, chat. I'm going to pull up the react to this channel on Discord. Before we do Iranya Zaruska. Nothing there. All right, chat. If you go to the Discord that is in the description. If you have a video you would like me to react to, post it there. We're going to do chat reactions while I eat my food. Everyone should post something, even if you don't know if it's good or not. It'll be okay. I won't be mean. I won't be that mean. Yeah, I won't be that mean. But yes, everybody post something. Post what you want. We'll look into it. Mukbang tonight. I always eat on stream. Post a story or a video you'd like me to look into. You'd like me to watch. All right, my food's here. I'll be back. Be right back. I'm going to go get it. Oh, okay. Mukbang tonight. Yes. I eat on stream most nights, chat. I eat on stream most nights. What do you guys want to do? What do you guys feeling? What are you guys feeling? for the, what are you guys feeling? What are you guys feeling for tonight? Chicken sandwich. Big bowl of mac and cheese. Man, what? Now I'm hungry. Oh. Bro, chicken sandwich, dude. I love chicken, dude. Chicken is so good. I've been trying to fast till noon. Oh, what time is it there? What time is it there? 9 a.m. Oh. What time you go to church? It's tomorrow, right? Getting to eat chicken yesterday was cool? Dude. Meat Friday, dude. Terry's... Oh, you okay? My bad. My bad. Did not realize that. Dude, how does this story keep getting worse? I'm actively avoiding the Eric Swalwell story because people are just posting pictures of him and stuff. So I'm trying to avoid it so my algorithm doesn't give it to me because I don't want to see it. Same thing with the Kristi Noem story. After the updates that came out yesterday, I was like, I'm going to actively avoid this because I don't want to see any more of this, you know? So I'm actively avoiding it in hopes that my algorithm will stop recommending this stuff to me. Oh, it smells so good. Chicken lamb. Chicken lamb. So true. So true. So true, King. So true, King. I cannot watch a video that is copyrighted, Rivka. Nice try, though. Bro, okay, hold on. I might have found the video. This is hilarious. If you guys don't know, this is the guy running for Senate against Susan Collins in Maine. He had a Nazi tattoo.
Graham, there have been a lot of things said about you, things you have written on Reddit, a tattoo you had and a controversy around that. And I want to ask you this, because I don't think it's been put to you this way before. Is there anything you've done or said that you regret that did not come from the stresses you internalized from post-traumatic stress itself? That is to say, is PTSD the explanation for everything? Or did you also just make some additional human errors that you want to explain or contextualize?
Yeah, I'll be upfront. I've never laid the entire fault of my previous opinions at earlier parts of my life at the feet of only post-traumatic stress. I mean, when I left the military, I came out of a hyper-masculine, hyper-violent place. I did 4 tours in the infantry. We have a crude sense of humor in the infantry. We certainly have a, I would say, narrow view of a lot of topics. And that colored my opinions and my beliefs. Once I left and...
Bro, I don't think that's going to go over well. Yeah, actually, the military made me racist. They're racist in the military, and it's their fault. Dude, that's what we're going with. That's what we're going with?
came out and it interacted in the civilian world with lots of different people with very different experiences than my own. Many of those beliefs and thoughts and even just language changed significantly over time. I didn't have some of those. I mean, some of that was not because of my combat service, but much of it was because of the culture I had come out of.
That's what we're going with? The military made me racist? I don't know how that's going to go with voters, big dog.
And over the years in between, I've met a lot more people, had a lot more experiences, learned a lot more about the world, and my opinions have changed with it.
The military. Yeah, I don't think that's going to go well with voters.
Graham, there have been a lot of things said about you, things.
I just don't feel like voters are going to appreciate that. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. That's accurate. I could be wrong, but I think voters are going to be not pleased about that line. I don't think that's going to work well with the voters. You guys want to watch something about AI? It's pretty good. Or I don't know if this video is good, but there's a pretty interesting AI technology that leaked recently. You guys heard of Claude Mythos? Claude Mythos is crazy. It'll blow your minds. Hold on, let me try my other account. I bet there's something. Try my other account. Dun dun dun. I'm looking. Oh, Asmongold got banned on Twitch. Let's watch this.
Guys, I got suspended on Twitch in the middle of my Crimson Desert playthrough. I don't know what I'm gonna be able to do. It's gonna be an entire week. I mean, geez, guys. I'm gonna have so much free time. Well, I guess I could start by making this video, right? So, I got suspended last night on Twitch. I end my stream, and I come back from the gas station, and I get a message, and somebody says, why can't I chat in your stream? And I'm like, well, I don't know, what happened? And I look, and I get a message, and it says that my account has been suspended for 7 days because of hateful conduct. So, this is what I did. This is what I said. I said that I didn't give a fuck about the opinions of third worlders, and then particularly in the thing that they referenced, I was referring to illiterate goat herders from Afghanistan.
Again, the way this looks out in the public is not a United States.
The opinions of third worlders don't matter. Like, I don't care what some illiterate goat herder thinks in Afghanistan. It doesn't matter.
In the context,
Dude. He's got to convert. Purgatory is correct. He just has to convert. He's so like instinctually based. He just gets it instinctually. It's awesome. He just gets it instinctually and it rocks.
Text of those people believing AI-generated videos about Iran winning the war and nuking Israel off the map. Gentlemen, I would like to confirm that I am 100% right, and you don't either. And neither do they, because if Twitch cares about their opinions, why don't they apply Afghanistan's opinions to women on Twitch? That would be interesting, wouldn't it? But everybody knows nobody gives a fuck about them. Nobody cares. I'm not sorry. I'm right. I said nothing wrong.
Oh, he's so good at. He's just like instinctually the best. Now, Afghanistan's opinions about women. Let's not take that option off the table. All right? I'm just saying, let's not take that option off the table. Let's just not take it off the table. I'm not saying we should. I'm just saying let's leave it on the table.
And nothing I said was against the terms of service. Beyond that, do you even imagine a world where somebody that says that they don't care about what a fat American thinks about the Middle East, can you imagine that this person ever gets suspended? Of course not.
He has some woke qualities, but he's nowhere near as woke as Francis. Francis was a socialist. This motherfucker is an American. And I think Americans are gross. Americans do not have a understanding of the world. America-fying anything is going to be bad. Americans have a very limited understanding of the universe.
And so why am I getting suspended? It's more third worldist morality logic inversion that basically is being used to silence me for an entire week. That's the important part that I want to talk about here. It's because basically Twitch has a system where they say that your infractions or your bad actions expire within 1 year. Well, the last...
Okay, I don't know anything about what he's about to go on here, so I've never heard of this. So let's see.
Last time I was suspended, well, we all remember the last time I was suspended, but that was in October 2024. I have not been suspended for over an entire year. Why does that matter? Well, it matters because they say it matters. It matters because they say that's whenever the infractions expire and your account is treated as not being in bad standing. So why is it in that case that instead of getting a warning, instead of getting a suspension, instead of getting for a day, instead of getting a suspension for 3 days, I immediately went from that all the way to a 7-day suspension immediately? Why would this happen? What is the reason for it? I have no idea. Is it because they don't like what I'm saying? It has to be, because it's certainly not because what I'm saying is against the terms of service.
Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. It makes sense why you would understand, why you would, getting banned for a week can cut your sub count revenue substantially because all your subs during that week won't auto renew. It's also a quarter of your subs during. I don't think he has subs turned on. I'm pretty sure that he doesn't have monetization turned on Twitch. I don't think Asmon turns monetization on Twitch, does he? I think that's part of like the problem is they keep trying to force monetization on his set because his original channel Asmon Gold is monetized, but he streams on that second channel Zachrar, which is not. He has monetization turned off specifically so that Twitch has to pay for his. Because Twitch has to pay the upkeep on the servers and, like, do all that still. He does, but he says not to. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, so he doesn't care about the money. The point is that he doesn't care about the money. Yeah, he doesn't care about the money. For a while, I do know I think they turned it on by force, because for a long time he had it turned off, specifically because it cost Twitch like thousands of dollars a day to keep his stream running because their service, and he wasn't making them any money. So he specifically had it off, and I think they forced it on, if I remember right. If it's on by force, because I do remember that he used to have it off on purpose to fuck them over. So the only people being fucked over by the week suspension monetarily are Twitch, because everybody who donates, like, he doesn't want the money or need it. So they're fucking themselves. Like,
looked at the terms of service. Yes, using nationality is a protected group, but I was not talking about them being disregarded because of nationality. I was talking about them being disregarded because of the fact that they're watching literal AI-generated videos and then believing a false narrative. And the video's context was about, would you rather be having likes on Twitter or having your entire Navy not destroyed?
Do you think that the Iranians would rather have their entire Navy back or their memes?
Oh.
Oh, it's Scott. Of course it's Scott. Oh, that's so funny. Dude, that is so funny. And he's wearing a pink suit. It's Scott in a pink suit getting asthma nuked off of Twitch. That's hilarious.
Ah, jeez, guys, I wonder. And so anyway, this is what's happened, is that I have been suspended for an entire week for that. That's it. And I'll play the clip for you guys, okay? And this is, by the way, there's not a 100% certainty with this, that this is the clip, but this is the thing that they quoted from, and it's the thing that they gave me an example of. And I will say also, by the way, my contacts and relationship with Twitch on an interpersonal level has been nothing but tremendous. I have great respect for the people that I've dealt with Twitch. I have no actual animosity towards those people, so just make sure that you guys understand that. Don't shoot the messenger or anything like that. It's the moderation team and the people that decided that I did something wrong, and maybe they made a mistake. Well, I know they made a mistake, but maybe
the moderation team at Twitch too also, if I remember right, some of like Dr. Disrespect's suspension for allegedly like what they alleged wasn't true because they were honeypotting him, and then they made it look worse by what they decided to release. And the person who leaked it was a former moderation team member who was doing the honeypotting, if I remember that situation right. So anyway, the moral of the story is the moderation team at Twitch is wild. Watch me get nuked on Twitch because I'm technically streaming this on Twitch. I have 2 viewers. I'm sure they're just me and Mysterion. I'm 100% sure. But watch me get nuked off of Twitch for this.
maybe they'll recognize that, and I'll get it unbanned early. And if they didn't, I guess, well, I mean, and here's the annoying thing, right, is like, well, if Trump nukes Iran, which seems like that's getting more likely every day, then I'm going to have to go live on Kick and Rumble, right? Maybe on YouTube too. I prefer just to do Kick and Rumble. It's a copyright thing, right? It's a confusing, content creator reason. But like, and then we'll continue uploading videos. And if something big happens, don't worry, I'll be there, and you'll have a way to watch me, and it'll be all back to usual. But I would like to take at least a little bit of time and like maybe fix a little bit of things in my life and just relax a little bit. But if something big happens, do not worry, I will be there, and I might make a couple of other videos in the meantime just because I'll be bored. But going back to what I was saying is that I have been suspended for this, and really let me talk about like really how I feel about this. Do I give a fuck about the opinions of a bunch of third worlders in regards to what my country should do? Absolutely fucking not. I do not. You shouldn't. They shouldn't give a fuck about what I think about their country. Because why would I take somebody's opinion that is from a shithole in these countries? And by the way, these are shitholes. Many of these countries are shitholes. And don't let anybody teach you or tell you that, oh, it's America's fault. No, it's not. The ones that America has invaded are...
That's true. Fact check. True. Fact check. True. Fact check. Fact checked by true, real American patriots. Everything we do, they suck with or without us. They're not going to be good. It's Islam. It's Islam. Islam ruins everything.
Shitholes. The ones that America hasn't invaded or Britain hasn't invaded, they're shitholes too. They're shitholes because the people made them shitholes. And whenever I talk about third worlders...
Taiwan, come on now. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're referring to when you say Taiwan. Come on now. Unclear.
And third worldism, I'm not even really talking about a geography. I'm talking about an ideology. And that ideology is the idea that disrespect should be met with violence, the idea that,
Honor cultures, right? This is how you end up with women being stoned because they were like being forced to marry men who rape them. It's an honor culture. Honor cultures. I mean, freaking what's his face? Doomernat on Twitter being like he hopes that Iran gets the F-15 pilot. That's third worldism. What else is good examples of third worldism? Rooting for the Iranians at all in any way. Getting crushed by trains. So true. The people who were defending Nicolas Maduro. That's third worldism. Something on my screen. People defending Nicolas Maduro. People saying that we should ally with the Islamists to own the Jews. That's third worldism. Especially because Islamists, Hassan Piker, he's a third worldist. The Red Ripper, thank you so much for being here. Hassan Piker, he's a third worldist. Yeah. Teaming up with the idea that you could team up with Islam as Christians is third worldist. Bad driving, damn. Coming in and dropping a hot one.
crime, dysfunction, discord, and chaos in society.
Yeah, people going to Cuba to help.
Society should be expected. They're part and parcel of living in a modern city, and having people, like, oh, well, you can't say certain things because they might offend people or they'll make them mad. The idea that getting angry about something is a justification to break the law. This is what I'm really talking about with third worldism. Things that the Greek Senate, or the Greeks, the Romans, we figured this out in Western society, in Western culture. We've realized that you can't run a society whenever you have people that act this way. And it's actually a good thing to not have a bunch of crazy fent zombies on the street. It's actually a good thing to have people that aren't living on the sidewalk. It's actually a good thing to have a, civilized discussion that doesn't resort to violence whenever you hear something that makes you angry. But for some people, this is the third worldist mindset. It is the aggrandizement of the base interests, the base desires, and the lowest.
Is he left-handed? What? Why are you asking me if Asmongold is left-handed, dude? He's gesturing with his right primarily. What you crying about? Is just a door. Dude. What's the line? Your universe means nothing to them. They will make a fire with your beautiful oak door. Your universe means nothing to them. They will make a fire with your beautiful oak door. Because that's autistic knowledge and you seem to have a lot of that. Bitch. I got politics autism, not whose-handedness. Yes, that's what I'm quoting. Thank you for putting that in chat. You guys.
Common denominator of mankind. And you know what? I don't like it. I don't want it here. And guess what? They don't either. If Twitch thinks Afghanistan has...
I know you mean it as a compliment, but you should tell YouTube that that's what we're quoting. Oh.
Has such great opinion.
Name all the Supreme Court justices in 1918. I know more chat interaction is needed, but don't tell people when we're quoting from that book. Supreme Court Justice in 1918? Well, the Chief Justice would have been Taft, right? See, I'll do you one better than having it memorized is I have it referenceable locally on my system. Oh, Taft got appointed in 1921. Dang it. That's close. Come on, boys. That's pretty close. That's pretty close. Come on. That's close. How many of you knew that Taft, who was president, went on to be Chief Justice? How many of you knew that? I mean, I got that on lock even. All right. I feel like I get points for that. Documented internally. Literally. Yes, I have it internally documented, stored locally on my machine. What was bro doing between 1913 and 1921? He was also, I want to say Taft was, dude, I want to say Taft was, I want to say Taft was, who was Teddy Roosevelt's VP? I want to say, I got it in here as Theodore. I guess I thought Taft was somebody's VP. I thought Taft was somebody's VP before, but I guess I was wrong. Anyway, I got the files on lock. All right, there's my autism card. I got files.
That should be listened to. Maybe they should apply Afghanistan's opinions to women on Twitch. How about that? But they won't, because they also agree with me too. I just was the one that said it. But everybody thinks this. And I have nothing, by the way. Oh, I said illiterate. They have 37% literacy. Flip a coin, I'm right. So the...
Yeah, I thought Taft was Roosevelt's VP. But my files say he wasn't. Not that one. He was not. I thought he was. How did he know Taft? He got Taft to run. Bro, he literally just picked Taft to run after him. That's what happened. That's crazy. Then he ran against Taft. He was Secretary of War under Roosevelt. I got that in the files. Yeah, U.S. Secretary of War 1904 to 1908. There you go. Hey, you, run for president. Yeah. My files are correct. Don't doubt the files, chat. Don't doubt the files, chat. Don't test the files. The vault is always right, okay? The vault is always right.
Point is that really they all do agree with me. Everybody agrees with me on this. And if you're a guy from Afghanistan, you're watching, I don't know, I'm sure we've got a number of them. We've got a lot of people that watch the show. Listen, man, I'm not talking about you, but you know that there's some idiots in your country that are morons of talking about them. And by the way,
if there are any people from Afghanistan watching this, I'm talking about you. You're a moron. You are the moron in your country. The Thursday files, dude. Roosevelt had Taft go to Rome to negotiate with Pope Leo. History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes.
we have those same third worldists. We have those same fucking retards in America. Being a third worlder.
Roosevelt wanted Taft on the Supreme Court in 1902. Yeah. Then he couldn't get it, so he made him Secretary of War, and then he just made him run for president, and then later he got to be Chief Justice. Taft has crazy cred, dude. And all we remember him for, what's up, Novabox? All I remember him for is being fat. That's insane. Taft had so much street cred.
And being a third worldist, yes, it's a geography, but it's more importantly a mindset. And these people have that
What have I missed? Well, we've been going for 4 hours, so a lot.
mindset, and I don't want to have it. I don't want to deal with it. I think it's destructive, it's reductive, and I want to have nothing to do with it. So that's really the way that I feel about this, right? You know, these people talk about the Epstein files. They have their own Epstein files. It's called the marriage records. It's
People want to talk about the Epstein files. They have their own Epstein files. Yo, Ilhan Omar, putting Ilhan Omar on blast. She was on Hassan's stream today. Should we watch that? You guys want to rage? Guys want to rage? Want to watch some rage bait? I think Ilhan Omar was on Hassan today. I'm pretty sure she was on Hassan today. You guys don't want to watch it? All right. Well, I tried. How do I do this? Oh, I have to turn that on, don't I? I didn't turn on stream shift. That's a problem. Should have done that. Would you rather deport Ilhan Omar or the one formerly illegal congressman? Ilhan, for sure. Nah, don't worry. It's okay. Yeah, gotta go with Omar. You gotta go with Ilhan on that one.
called Tuesday. They have child marriage. It's legal. I don't want to have that here. I don't want to have anything to do with that here. So all that being said, I don't want to go through and talk about that too much. What am I going to do? And just very clearly, by the way, I was very surprised by this. I was very surprised by this suspension. I thought it was going to be for like 20 of the other things that I said, right? I mean, I thought it'd be for like, you know, I don't want to give them any ideas because I did submit an appeal. I submitted an appeal and, you know, I told them like,
anybody who is at all right of center, has the experience of like, that's what you're getting me for in content creation. Everybody does. I've had this conversation with everybody who I've talked to who's like in right of center media, is they'll get demonetized or they'll get a strike or they'll get some kind of community guidelines violation. And they're all like universally, that's what you're going to get me for? 100% of the time. They've all had it. It's always the weirdest stuff.
and the thing is that if they tell me you can't refer to third worlders in a derogatory context, I hate to say it, you know, I don't take off my shoes whenever I walk in my own house. Somebody else asks me to walk in their house. They tell me to take off my shoes. I do it. I'm not in my own house.
I know Matt got a strike once. That's what they got me for?
I will follow Twitch's terms of service begrudgingly, and you guys will know that I absolutely do not agree with it. And these are my viewpoints, but I will follow the rules. And I have always taken a good faith effort to always follow the terms of service. If there's a dick that we show on stream, well, it must be that day of the week. And on top of that, they've complained to me about that too, by the way. And if I do that, I delete the VOD and I try to move past it and I apologize. I say, oops, guys, that's my bad. I didn't mean to do that. I don't actually ever intend to break the terms of service. Why would I ever do that? Why would I ever put myself in a position where I intentionally do something that I think would...
What was it for? I would guess he was watching videos of something happening in some third world country and somebody whipped it out. And he didn't know it was coming.
Put my channel at risk. It's just stupid. Why would I ever do that? So the problem that I have with this is that I think that I've made it, and considering the content of my, like my stream, I cover extremely edgy content. I talk about things like, I talk about the most politically charged, most extreme issues on a daily basis in plain English, just, as a matter of fact. And really, I think that in order to do that and not have a million bad clips that have, been released about me, there's only 500,000. There's the reality that I do try a very good amount to try to control what I say, to make sure that what I say does not break the terms of service. And I try to say what I say with a degree of, I guess, I'm thinking about what I'm saying, right? I'm not just, going extemporaneously right off the cuff. I mean, to an extent I am, but I'm editing it in my mind to make sure that I don't say anything that would get me in trouble on Twitch. So when I said this, I didn't think I said anything wrong. And by reading the TOS, I don't think the TOS says that I said anything wrong.
Actually, reading the TOS is wild. I would just be like, I probably did violate that. That's probably against the Twitch rule. Their lab rule. It's probably against the Twitch rule to say that. The fact that he went in and read it is crazy to me. Because I would have just taken it. I'd just be like, whatever. But he is Asmon, so he does that shit.
And the reality is that if you applied the reason why I got suspended to anybody applying this same type of language against Westerners, against Americans, against anybody in a developed country, you know that not only would it not be banned, it would probably be celebrated.
Okay, so the whataboutism, right? The imagine the roles reversed. Imagine the roles reversed. I know a lot of you guys, like most of the people in my chat are like they don't need to have it spelled out for them. What I want you to remember is that Asmon fills a place in the political right that we didn't have until Asmon came along, and that was the milk before meat, okay? Asmon is doing the milk before meat. He has to do the what about the roles are reversed. He has to do it every time because his viewers oftentimes, they need to hear it. They need to have it spelled out for him. I'm not saying if you're an Asmon viewer, you're not that smart. I'm just saying he fills a spot that allows people to look further into more right-wing politics, okay? He's doing the milk before meat thing, kind of. He fills a role in the right-wing ecosystem that allows them to look more into more right-wing politics, right? That's what he does, and he's good at it. So we should appreciate him for that. Is Asmon banned on YouTube too, or just Twitch? I think just Twitch, because this video is on YouTube, so...
So I think this is a massive double standard. It's completely unfair. I was unfairly targeted. I'm not sorry for any of it. And I'll be waiting for Twitch's apology for unbanning me. And if it takes them a couple of days, that's fine. If it takes them an entire week, I guess I'll have to finish Crimson Desert. But the reality is that I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. I regret nothing. And according to their own rules,
You never know when someone's new or small enough community here, none of us are new. Yeah. Also, the kind of content I make is even when somebody is new, if they stick around for more than 5 minutes after hearing me talk, they are not new to right-wing politics. Let's just put that out there. I would be growing a lot faster and not have the problems I have that we talk about in the Discord, where we're trying to figure out how to grow and how to make it work. We wouldn't be having those problems if I was doing the more base level stuff. But if anybody sticks around for more than 5 minutes after they see me or listen to me for the first time, they're just not new to right-wing politics. If you are, you're literally a genius. Like you're too smart for your own good. But nobody's coming to my stream as a leftist, listening to me talk, and then going about like suddenly becoming a right-winger and watching me on a regular basis. That shit's just not happening. All right. That happens to Asman, right? Asman fills a role in the right wing where there are new people and there are people who haven't heard right wing politics before, and he does that, fills that role, and it's a necessary role. It's a necessary position in any political movement.
Also did nothing wrong. So all this put into context, that's pretty much where things stand. That's where we're at. I'm not really stressed out about this. Honestly, I
actually missed that, and I do have a suggestion. I think you should talk about the philosophy of it all. I am not interested in going super deep into philosophy of individual issues for a lot of reasons. One of the main ones is that I don't think I'm good enough at it. The thing that I am uniquely good at, and I feel comfortable saying this, I don't think this is pride. I think this is true. I think somebody's texting me. Bro, that's hilarious. I just ordered food and my roommate just texted me and asked me if I wanted food. Hold on, stand by. That's so funny. All right, whatever. Anyway, he asked me, text me if I want a McDonald's, but I just ate. But I did ask him for a DC, boys. We got a DC on the way. The thing that the thing that I think I am uniquely good at, and I don't think this is pride, I feel comfortable saying this. I think I am uniquely good at explaining the place where individual, like, issues in current events are meeting the political theory and the philosophy, where the line is, where, like, you need to, why you're doing what the correct thing to do is, and why in the theory that is the correct thing to do, even if it's not immediately obvious that this will lead to the theoretically best outcome. That's what I'm uniquely good at. And I'm like not going to apologize or qualify it. I am the only person even attempting to do that in a lot of places. Okay. I wouldn't say that. I am the only person. I'm one of only like 5 people attempting to do that, where they are focusing on current events, explaining this is what we should do about this. This is why this is happening historically, and this is the theory behind it. I'm not interested in getting into explaining abstract topics that have nothing to do with what's going on. I'm not great at explaining the abstract topic as abstract. I'm really great at explaining how the abstract theory is affecting your individual daily life with a specific issue right now. And I know that's true. And I know that's true because tonight, when we watched the Maria Gonzalez video, I went on a rant inadvertently explaining the problem with her thing and the philosophy behind that of racial collective conflict politics, and why that's affecting this, and how those things relate, and why the correct way to handle dignity is to throw it in the garbage and never apologize. And I know that I'm uniquely good at that because I did that. And 4 of you instantly were like, that was a great monologue. Why weren't you full cam? And that's not me bragging. That's just me explaining to you, the audience, my very loyal, very small audience. That's me explaining to you what we're doing here. What we are doing here is we are attempting to grow an audience that will engage with politics in the way that it actually happens pragmatically, by applying theory to it where necessary. That's what we're doing. Purgative Voice said, let me call in. Can I take my dog out? He keeps trying to lick my toes under the desk. He needs to go out so bad. Ocean, I'm so glad you're back. Why not both? Because the amount of reading and research I would need to do to be able to teach theory at a high level, at a level that is acceptable and useful to more than one person, would be more time than I have in my day and be able to do a day job to feed myself. I'm not as good at that, so I have to pick either doing this or doing that. I'm better at this. I need to have a day job to feed myself. That's the math. I would like to get to a place where I don't have to have the day job, where we can just do this. But for now, we have to do this or we have to do that because we have to do the day job. That's the situation. I'm going to feed my dog. You don't have to concede. I'm just explaining to you why we won't do both. And Purgative Way, I will let you call in. I'm just going to I'm going to take my dog out. I'll rip a couple drags on a dart while I'm out there too. Rip a couple drags on a dart. Where am I? I think my darts are by the door anyway, so we're fine. I'm gonna take my dog out, and I'll be right back, chat. Okay, AJK wants to call in. Or Purgative Way wants to call in. Alrighty. Here we go. I need to get water. Real quick. Actually. I meant Purgative Way. I misspoke. It rhymes. Okay. Can I not? There we go. Hello, Purgative Way. Please unmute yourself. Let's view.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. It's morning still for me, but yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's good.
Yeah, forget that.
Things are good. No, I understand your explanation now. When you explained it, I was like, yeah, that's actually a good point, because the amount of reading you'd have to do would actually be a full-time job.
I mean, the amount of reading I do now just to be like good at this and try to improve what I do now is like way more than most people think, right? Like I spend a lot of my I spent most I was up till like 1 a couple nights ago reading Dignidad, which is what we
That's
talked about
late.
earlier. Yeah. Like I have to read real legislation. I couldn't also read theory. And then I also have to read like I don't have to, but like it is good to read specifically what's been tried before and why they tried it. Which is why I'm so obsessed with Nixon, because I think the Nixon admin uniquely rhymes with the current situation in America. So I read a lot about the Nixon admin and Nixon. So it's just it's not like I enjoy doing it. It's just like I couldn't also be like, yeah, I'm gonna read Hobbes and figure out like critique Hobbes when I can just be like, Andrew Jones says this about Hobbes. That's all I need to know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, because I mean, so to grow, like when it comes to growing the channel, I think the political talking is just so oversaturated, even on the right. Like it's just extremely oversaturated. So I was thinking, well, how would you like distinguish yourself? And the few times, like I remember, I was there when we were reading through Lewis Mumford's Techniques and Civilization. I still read that book occasionally, and like
It's
I was
so
like, wow,
good.
this
That
is
book
so
is
fun.
phenomenal.
Yeah, I really love it. Actually, that has actually inspired me to make a couple changes, and one of them was my career, like big change.
Oh, really?
Big
Tell
change.
me about that.
Yeah,
That's actually really interesting.
Yeah.
That is actually in our niche, is where theory intersects with real life. So tell me about that. That's actually good. I want to hear about that.
All right. Yeah. So after my marriage, the work that I was doing, I was kind of just doing like contract work just to like get by, because the goal is to, I guess, move there, right? My wife is American, so we want to live there. And I was like, okay, well, the visa pathway that I wanted to take is going to take a while. So I was like, okay, I need to do something, but I also need to prepare myself for America. And a couple days I spent time reading Lewis Mumford's work. And it was, I think, later in the first chapter, I was like, man, like understanding the difference, like the different distinctions he makes. I was like, yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to like get a job with my hands, where I'm no longer replaced by things that can be created. Like, because I was in corporate, sorry, I should step back a moment. So I was in corporate, software developer as well. I'm like, okay, don't want to do this anymore. So I thought, which laborious industry would I like to do? Which would I use my brain in the most, and which do I think I'd enjoy the most? So I decided to become an electrician. And when I read, it's still in the first chapter, he makes the distinction between tools and actual machinery, I was like, okay, like the coming AI wave is going to change the landscape. Even if that bubble pops, it's still going to change the landscape.
Yes.
So yeah,
That's awesome. That is good. I'm glad you got something out of that. It's a great book, by the way, guys. If you have not read it, it's great. We're experimenting or throwing around various ideas to do book club stuff in the in the
Discord?
the Discord. There's like a chat that's just like me and Legate and Mysterion and Xtex basically, and
Gotcha.
we've thrown around ideas, and we are throwing around ideas for how to do the book club thing. I'm reading right now. I think one of the things that was wrong with it was reading it live. It's a really difficult. It's not super engaging unless somebody is into the book, right? Which is going to be a smaller subset of the audience than the people who are into the concept, if that makes sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you and I right now can talk about the difference between tools and like the difference between a tool and a machine, and what that means and what Mumford says about it, and then the different categories of tools that he comes up with, like the intermediate categories and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And people would be interested in that, but reading it is a lot denser thing.
It is.
So one of the things we've talked about doing is doing basically book reviews, and they wouldn't be like the 20-minute YouTube book review, like that the book, the people who are just reading porn and calling it reading are. It would be like an hour segment of the stream that would just be discussing the book I've read recently. So the book I'm reading right now that we'll be doing kind of a teaser of later is actually I think that's next on the list. The other thing is the list, the actually having a list of things to do for the show that works really well. Oh, the next thing we're doing is the Iranian Killer. But the Jeremy Carl article, he wrote a book called The Unprotected Class. So we'll be talking about unprotected class. Mm-hmm. In the near future, we will be talking about the unprotected class on stream. It is a lot for me to read that much and break it down and interact with chat.
Absolutely.
No, it is possible, but it takes a level of talent and practice in streaming that I think probably takes years to get, right? Like you have to be a natural at certain things that, because I'm still fairly new to regular streaming, I'm just not great at yet. So it's just not something I'm capable of yet. And I think it's a self-knowledge thing to be like, okay, just reading old books on stream is not like, I can't make that interesting, and that's okay. But yeah.
That might actually be another offshoot topic that might actually not be a bad idea. So quite some time ago, I actually had a FSSP priest say to me one day, hey, I shouldn't have said that, but anyways, so he actually explained to me one day, he goes, hey, you should go down the rabbit hole of like self-knowledge and like how the Catholic Church approaches self-knowledge. And when I did, that opened a whole new world. So when you brought up Lewis Mumford's book and you started actually using a lot of philosophy, I was like, yeah, I'm like tuning into you more often. So that was another thing that kind of, it's not spoken about in most diocesan parishes, and that really kills me, because I think that's a hidden gem that not a lot of people are finding. I haven't seen a lot of the big guys talk about it either. I think Tim mentioned it once, but
Lewis
he
Mumford
hasn't mentioned it again. No, self-knowledge.
Oh, self-knowledge. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. The only person who ever mentions Lewis Mumford is Mark Barnes.
Yeah. No, sorry. Like,
yeah, I know you meant self-knowledge. That's why when you said, I was like, what? Who's talking about?
No. So when you brought up Lewis Mumford,
Yeah, I
and
understand what you're saying
philosophy
now,
in
but when you
general,
said like,
I
I
was
think
hooked
Tim
in.
mentioned
Yeah.
it once, I was like, huh, what?
No, Tim will never mention that.
Yeah, I was like, what? Yeah, it's a crazy. Yeah. No, self knowledge is really good. It's something that I think if we taught humility more as self knowledge, people would be better at it and they'd be more open to it.
Well,
Um,
so not
like
trying
one
to
of the
be
things my
mean.
dad always taught me was that humility was not self degrading, but self honesty.
So that was what I was about to kind of mention. How many people actually understand humility as it is,
Yeah.
or any of the virtues for that matter? You know, people talk about love or integrity,
Yeah.
temperance, and all these other things. It's like, okay, well, what is it, and how does it practically look? How do you apply it? And all these sorts of things. And then, I guess to a deeper extent, what barriers are there from you practicing that virtue? Like, is it wounds? Is it pride? There's all kinds of things that go into it, and it just goes on and on and on and on. And yeah, like no one's doing that, right? No one's doing that. You try to look for it in Catholic circles, and no one's covering this, and it's made me very tempted to do something, but I won't ever do something public.
Yeah. Well, you could.
But
You always
but
could.
anyways, dude.
Yeah, self-knowledge is great. I think it's good. I try to practice it. It's kind of why, like, when we talk about, or when I talk about, like, what to do on stream or what I'm going to do on stream, or with the stream, I try to try to be self-knowledge, try to be honest with it and humble about it in the self-knowledge sense, where it's like, I don't have time to do that. I would be doing it poorly, but I do this well naturally, so I can do this and feel comfortable with what I'm putting out information-wise, even if I think I could improve it technically or visually. Information-wise, I'm comfortable with the content now because I am confident in my ability to do the theory interact with pragmatism of current events.
No, it makes perfect sense. I really liked your explanation earlier before our call. That was a really good explanation.
Oh, I appreciate that.
That's all I needed. But yeah, man.
I
no,
think we should do more
appreciate you
theory. I think we should do more theory. I'm thinking about right now is I want to add another show a week. I guess this is something I've said this in the chat with the mods, where we've thrown around what another show would look like. I want to do another show a week. I want to do a second show, a second stream, or a second longer show. And maybe that would be the place to do a book study kind of thing. It would just be a lot of buy-in from the audience. So that's the one thing I'm trying to think of, is if we'd get the buy-in from the audience.
Would you do a pre-recorded one?
I mean, you could. You could do it pre-recorded, but it might be more fun live. But if we do it live, it'll have to rely on audience buy-in and reading in a certain degree, and that's just not a wise thing for an audience of my size. I'm not saying anything bad about you guys. I like you guys. I really do love my audience. It's just when you have, 10 viewers who are going to watch all of everything, and then 5 who are going to watch as they can, and another 4 who are going to watch 30 minutes, which I think is about where we are. If I do my math right. And we have about 150 total that will show up every stream. Like, that's our floor. That's just like too small of a number to be relying on it for any significant input, which is kind of why can't rely on calls. Because the reason I brought the calls back or started them again is because my buddy was like, you should do calls, they'd be fun. I was like, yeah, you're right. Nobody's gonna call. He was like, what do you mean? I was like, oh, it's not gonna work. He was like, are you sure? I was like, I will try it for you.
No.
And then 2 weeks after 2 weeks of doing it, he goes, yeah, you're right. You don't have enough to make it work. I was like, yeah, it's fine.
No, I think they're good. I do think that they're good. It's just, again, sometimes it's just the topic, right? It's like, well, what are we going to talk about? Because you're on YouTube, right? And
Yeah.
like the whole dynamic changes, like the whole discussion changes, and it is public, it is public facing. And for me, it's, I have nowhere near close to the laws that you guys have in terms of freedom of speech. Like there's a whole lot of things like I can never say, and I probably should not even type in your live chat.
Yeah.
Like it's like the temperature here has like tripled in the last, what, year?
I
Even
don't know. I'm
less.
not there. I believe you.
Since the shooting in Bondi, like things
Oh
have
yeah,
just,
Bondi Beach. Yeah.
yeah, like that escalated things like to a crazy level. So now it's, now we're not having the conversations that are even remotely being had in America. Like now we're only discussing, oh, we should stop immigration. That's, we're not having a conversation beyond that. So we're in big
Yeah.
trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I think, and Mysterion, Will is pointing this out, that the book club would be better to do as a Discord thing. Another idea I've had is to do the book club as a Discord stage, or probably not a Discord stage. I'd probably make it manually with the manual, because I don't want the increased community moderation you get from to use this stage thing. You have to get increased moderation from Discord, and that sounds like a bad idea to me. So I've thought about doing it in a voice chat, and then like a voice chat where everybody's automatically muted, and I would unmute them and take questions or comments and do a chapter a week and then stream that.
Do you know what you could do? Sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good.
Maybe do that record it, and then
Oh yeah,
and
that'd
then
be good.
post it.
Yeah, and then I could,
Because then, yeah, you can edit it, and then, but you're still getting our interaction, right?
Yeah,
Like, so
yeah.
if you got like 5 or 6 people that are like, they are committed to reading it, and they're turning up, and they're there, and they're available, you could record it with them, and then
Yeah.
people are going to see like your interaction with the audience, because that's really cool.
Yeah, and it would also make people feel more free to say things, because I can just cut it later. Like if it's like, hey, cut that out because my job is whatever, Yeah. I was gonna read you that Mysterion comment, but you saw it, so we're fine.
Yeah. I might also have to dip in
Okay.
a moment, because I don't know if you could hear my cat meowing from outside, but
No. But you take care. You take care, man. And thank you
thank
as
you so
always for
much, man.
watching. I appreciate you, man.
My pleasure. God bless, and
God bless you.
I'll be chilling, man, in the
Yeah.
in the chat.
Yeah. Have a good day.
Ciao.
Ciao. Alrighty, chat. Let's talk about a thing that's gonna get me in trouble, huh? Who's excited for Thursday to get in trouble? I'm gonna say a thing, chat. I'm gonna say some things during this segment. Chat. Don't apologize. That was a great call. Gotta deal with this cat first. I'm gonna say some things, chat. This chat is gonna get me. This chat's gonna get this segment's gonna get me. It might get me in trouble, unironically. Let's open the links, though, huh? Let's open some links. Let's get some links open. Why does that keep happening? Because I did that. That's why. Let's get some links open, and then we'll hit this. Definitely one of the best callers. Need 3 more of him, we can get a segment. So true. Purgative is a great caller. Purgative is so good at the calls. I do like every time he calls in, I feel smarter and better for having talked to him. So, there you go. I feel smarter and better for having talked to him all the time. Did you watch Mike O'Malley's interviewing Count Dankula this week? No, I did not. Didn't know that that was a thing. Okay, I'll stop. My bad. I'll stop being nice to you. I forget that Australians are not good at compliments. I should have learned that lesson by now, working after 2 years with Fred. They don't like to be complimented. That's Australian culture. They don't like to be complimented. Okay, chat. We got some low cortisol content. Time to get some high cortisol content. Just need a question? You don't even have to have a question. You could just call in and be like, he just called in to be like, here's the thing you should try. Okay, I'll talk about it with you. I'm down. There's 15 people watching. On a good night, we average 15 people. I'll talk to you about what we should do different. Why not? You know? Tall poppy syndrome? Yeah. AJK's call was great tonight. I liked it. All right. Lexio, if you want to call, you call after the after we do this segment. It's this segment's gonna be. Here we go, boys. As you may have seen recently, Aranya Zaruska's killer was deemed incompetent or unfit to stand trial in North Carolina. Now, he is still in federal custody. He will likely stand federal trial, but he was deemed unfit to stand trial in North Carolina and in Charlotte. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the consequences of that. We're going to talk about some implications of what the standards are currently for fitness to stand trial in America. Okay? So I hope everybody enjoys this. Here we go. This is a New York Post article. The New York Post article. The deranged homeless man accused of savagely butchering Aranya Zarutska, a 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee on a Charlotte light rail train, has been found incapable to proceed on state murder charges. According to a motion filed April 7th, DeCarlos Brown Jr. was evaluated December 29th at Central Regional Hospital, and the subsequent report determined that he was not competent to stand trial. According to WBTV, his attorney asked the court to delay his competency hearing by 180 days. The results were previously sealed in state court and were only revealed as the motion was filed. Prosecutors did not object to the request of 180 delay of Brown's Rule 24 hearing, which was previously scheduled for April 30th, which will determine whether he is fit to proceed with a potential death penalty trial. Brown is also facing federal charges and will remain in custody on that case, his lawyer Daniel Roberts said. Brown is a judge must now determine whether to accept the report's findings, and the case against him will likely be delayed until his capacity is determined to be restored by the court. In the motion filed by Brown's public defender, he claimed the court-required capacity hearing cannot take place without the accused killer in federal custody, and that the court also can't order to have his capacity restored. If a judge agrees Brown is incompetent to stand trial, state law mandates that the charges be dismissed. However, if the judge issues the ruling without prejudice, the state murder charges could be refiled if he ever regains capacity to be tried. A similar situation happened in Tar Heel State in 2020 when murder charges were dismissed without prejudice against Buford James Penley after he was determined to be incompetent by multiple psychologists, including one who worked for the DA's office. Everybody say W roommate. I'm not going to dox him by giving you his name. Got a large Diet Coke flown in. Defendant deemed capable to proceed trial if they can understand the nature and object of the proceedings, comprehend his or her situation in reference to the proceedings, and assist his or her defense in rational or reasonable manner. Brown has been in federal custody in Chicago since grand jury indicted him October 27th for violence against a railroad carrier and mass transportation system causing death. He faces state charges of first-degree murder. He's been ordered to undergo psychiatric evaluation pursuant to his federal case, but the court filings viewed by the outlet last month show it hasn't been completed, and that the evaluation period has been extended. The outlet reported that restoring competency can take a long time in North Carolina because of limited space in state psychiatric facilities, and said it is not uncommon for descendants to wait a year or more for a bed to open up. Brown, 35, whose mother told the Post is schizophrenic, was arrested at least 14 times in North Carolina for charges ranging from assault and firearm possessions to felony robbery dating back to 2007. At the time of the senseless attack in late August, he was free on cashless bail. Dude. After a magistrate released him with a written promise to show up for court after placing a bogus 911 call. The horrifying caught-on-camera slaying became national news and prompted President Trump to call for Brown to face the death penalty on federal murder charges. 2 months after the attack, North Carolina Governor Josh Stein signed Irania's law, which prevents cashless bail for some violent crimes and repeat offenders and improved checks on criminals released on bail. Okay. I am not going to read... I am going to read the description of what happened. No. We are going to watch it again. We are going to watch it. We are going to watch it.
We have new details in a deadly stab. And could it have been murder?
One at home. We do it to confirm what we have.
This is the man. He was out on cashless bail. Here's Aranya. Here is the knife. I'm just realizing this will get the stream taken down. I will get a strike. I cannot show somebody literally dying on camera. Cannot show somebody literally dying on camera. I will get the stream taken down. I will actually probably get I might get banned from YouTube for that. Yeah. Brown is seen seated on the train before Zarutska boards and unknowingly takes a seat in front of him. She is wearing a Zapides Pizza baseball cap. Then she was stabbed, looked up at him, and no one else on the train helped her. There you go. Okay. So, let's talk about this. I know everybody's seen it before, and I don't want to get unnecessarily banned, so. Here we go. This is a tweet from Walsh. We're going to read this tweet, and then we'll go through some other things. We're gonna work our way to what I have to say. We'll get there, I promise. The whole idea of incompetence to stand trial is fucking nonsense. If you're too incompetent to understand that you shouldn't butcher an innocent woman on the train, you should die. Perhaps, period, arrest and convict and execute. You're not fit to be a part of human society. How many more innocent people must we sacrifice for the sake of coddling and babying the absolute scum of the earth? Our ancestors had it right. They would have had this guy hanging from the gallows in under an hour after conviction. The old system of justice was light years better than this insane bullshit we're dealing with now. All right. Now, this is Otto von Tweetmark, who is used to be Good Tweet Man, if you remember that. It's username taken. I don't remember how it happened. But Otto von Tweetmark says, Good Tweet Man. Why even resort to such when the common law as a tradition is all that needs followed? The incompetent should be institutionalized. Okay. This is what we're going to talk about. Incompetency in American law, and I've confirmed this with somebody who practices law, is not insanity. There is an IQ barrier to be considered competent to stand trial in America, which means that there are significant implications of this. There is an IQ barrier under which you are deemed incompetent to stand trial, okay? This comes from an article from The Hill. Alabama appeal of lower court rulings tossed out Joseph Clifton's capital murder conviction for the 1997 death of Dirk Van Dam, who was beaten and killed with a hammer during a robbery. Smith has taken 5 IQ tests, 4 of which placed his IQ into low to mid 70s. An IQ of 70 or lower is generally when a person is considered intellectually disabled, which would exempt them from execution alongside children under the 8th Amendment's ban on cruel and unusual punishment, the Supreme Court has ruled. Now, as we read in the New York Post article, you'll remember in the New York Post article that we read that you aren't charged. Like the trial goes away if you're deemed incompetent. It's not that you just can't be executed. It's that in North Carolina and a lot of states, if you're deemed incompetent, you just get institutionalized. But because that happens, a lot of people think that incompetent is just insanity. But it's not. There is an IQ barrier. All right? So this is what I said to Tweet Man. I want to read it to you guys. And we'll talk about it. Because I stand by this, but it's going to get me in trouble. I'm surprised I haven't gotten in trouble for it yet. But here we go. Incompetent doesn't mean madness in American law. Mental incompetence has an IQ limit. And the law as a teacher, so the point of the law, this is an aside, the point of law is that it teaches, it's a teacher. That's law forms the citizens in virtue. It's a teacher. Just like the rules of a father form the children in virtue. Law is a teacher. Law as a teacher would teach a lesson with that I'm not sure many would be comfortable with. And if we're going to have this conversation, it needs to be had honestly and frankly. The generally accepted IQ barrier of not competent is 70. Haiti has an average IQ of 67. The average sub-Saharan African IQ hovers around 70. The average IQ of African Americans hovers around 85 compared to 100 for white Americans. If the law of a population says that over half of a given population, or up to 30% in the case of 85, just because of how standard deviations work, 30 to 50%, so 30 to 50% of a given population is not competent to be held and punished for capital crimes, then as a matter of policy, no migrants should be accepted from those countries. And or it ought to be an unjust law for an individual or business owner, or for that matter, a father of a family, to say, if the government will not protect me by being more discerning about who it sends to my community, then I should not have to associate with or serve people or interact with people who are statistically significantly vastly more likely to be so mentally handicapped that the government says they can't be punished if they kill me. I'm not saying that this is correct. I am anti-segregation, but I'm also anti-forced integration. So there's a difference there, okay? Segregation is that there are racial separations in public services. Integration That was segregation. Integration, desegregation is not the same thing as integration. Integration is forced busing, right? Which most people opposed, black and white, in the 60s and 70s. The government did not engage in desegregation. Desegregation is just, hey, you can't put up a sign on a train that says black car and white car. Integration is forcing the communities together with racial quotas through affirmative action, busing, those kinds of things. What I am saying is that the implications of the current standards in law as a theory are that the U.S. government's forced integration was unjust and complicit in violence on white America. Either the law should change to only include madness, or it should be a matter of, or it should, as a matter of justice, allow citizens to protect themselves by restoring their full First Amendment rights to freedom of association. This is, I'm going to stand on business about this. I'm going to stand on business about this. If your law is that there are people who, if they kill you, the law is they're too stupid to be held accountable, then forcing your children to associate with their children is immensely immoral. The law in America currently is that over half of Haiti would be incompetent to stand trial because they can't understand that murder is wrong. But that if you say, I would like to never associate with a Haitian, you are violating the law. That is an unjust law. If the law insists on that fact, and I'm not sure that it's true, I think I agree with Matt Walsh. The idea, and I think it's a violation of the natural law. The idea that anyone doesn't have the natural law written on their hearts, any human person doesn't have the natural law written on their hearts, is wrong. That is not true. Either punish them or do not force me to associate with them. One of the two. You don't get to have both. Every human being has the natural law written on their heart, and as such knows that murder and violent crime is wrong. And they should be punished for it. Am I as pro-death penalty as Matt Walsh is? No. I'll be honest about this. But they need to be punished. And if you're going to tell me that they're too stupid to be punished, then what you're telling me is that I should not associate with them because you are not going to disincentivize them from killing me and my family. And if you punish me for doing that, if you punish me for saying that I should be allowed to do that, you are wrong, not me. I am having the just and normal response to being told that you will not disincentivize a group of people from killing me because you think they're too stupid. Will Elser says, are they moral agents or are they not? Leftists are essentially saying that blacks are no different from pit bulls. That's the idea, right? Like, my socioeconomic status. If they are moral agents, then they have to be held accountable. All right. I just banned him. The first time could have been an accident. This time he just doesn't have the self-control to... He's going to get the stream taken down for everybody else. Um, it is simply it is simply logically inconsistent to defend forced integration and you cannot defend forced integration and an IQ barrier for criminal justice. You got to pick one. I mean, like, you just have to pick one. You simply cannot defend both. And I think I can defend that I don't think forced integration was right, and I don't think that IQ barriers are right. But they're not like, you don't have to pick one or the other. There's like space outside of them. But if you're going to pick one, then you can't have the other. They're mutually exclusive. They're mutually exclusive. You can and should pick neither. But if you're going to pick one, you definitely can't have the other. And we have both. Can a quote-unquote person that has such a low IQ even be considered, do they even have a soul that they can be saved at that point? What is no different from an animal? I don't think that is the case. I think that if you're going to say that a low IQ makes you beyond criminal justice, that the implication of that is that they are subhuman, I don't think that's true. That's what I'm saying, is I don't think that is true. I think the implication of it is that that is the case. I think it's wrong. That's why I think it's wrong. The reason it is wrong to have an IQ barrier for criminal justice proceedings is because what it says is that that person is somehow subhuman. And it doesn't mean that for madness, because in the case of madness, it's an illness that is exempt from reality, not an inability to engage with, it's an inability to engage with reality. IQ barrier just means you can't be held accountable because you can't understand, like, murder is wrong. Somebody who is legitimately mentally ill may not actually be able to understand that, but that's for a different reason than just lack of IQ. Those are obviously differences in species, not differences in degree. But the law currently treats them like differences in degree. There you go, chat. I think that it is true that you cannot defend both of those things. Those two things are mutually exclusive. And one more thing on that. One more thing on this, huh? If you can be declared mentally incompetent to stand trial, then every single juror needs to be put through the same tests on the government's dime. If it is possible for someone to be too stupid to stand trial, then it is possible for them to be too stupid to understand one. This is a larger problem. But what I am saying, and I am implying what you think I am implying, that we have a group of people who are not going to be punished for crimes at the same rates, even though they commit them at higher rates. But if you say maybe this person is not competent to stand trial, then you are deemed like it's wrong. Further, as I said to this guy, Pius XII's lawyer, voir dire does not do this because voir dire doesn't test for IQ, it just tests for biases, and also the defense is incentivized to get people who don't understand what's going on and who have biases in favor of them onto juries. And we see this a lot. You can find stories online of juries finding people innocent who are obviously not. There's lots of evidence that they aren't, but they have certain things in common. They have certain things in common with the defendant, and as a result, they are nullifying. They are just engaging in jury nullification. O.J. Simpson is a perfect example of that. The O.J. trial is the quintessential example of this. O.J. was found innocent because a black jury decided that they were out to get a black man, even though what was actually happening was they were out to get an obvious murderer. So, there you go, guys. That's the Zeruska update. Now, here's the other thing. Actually, one more thing. He's in federal custody, and he's going to stand trial in federal court. Elections matter. You should vote. Bang. I'm right. Again. Always right. I look like my dad a lot tonight. That's crazy. Holy cow. Looked over at my picture at my OBS and saw my dad. Crazy. Check IC in the Discord. Okay. Nah, I don't need to. I don't need to show that. I don't need to show that. Everybody gets the point. Okay. Dude, what? Hold on. Sorry, chat. I was getting ready to try the next story, and this popped up on my timeline, and I got distracted by it. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? That's quickly becoming an accidental catchphrase. What are we doing? Top 10 best games of all time? All right. Witcher 3 should be on here. Skyrim should be on here. Red Dead 2 should be on here. Probably Arkham City. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of these are top 5. Four of these, right? I mean, what else are we putting? Like Arkham City, yeah. Skyrim, yeah. Those are the two I'm sure about. Witcher 3, I'm sure about Witcher 3. You don't think Skyrim's top 10 of all time? I don't even like Skyrim. Skyrim's top 10 of all time. Like it in here with this Morrowind dumbass. Morrowind head ass. Morrowind on here? I mean, God of War is really good, but they've got both of the newer God of Wars on here. God of War and God of War Ragnarok is on here. What are we doing? You gotta have Arkham City. You have to. Arkham City is great. Minecraft isn't on here? Yeah, what are we doing? No Minecraft? No Minecraft? What are we doing? Can you link this post, please? Yeah. There you go. Yeah, doesn't, like, you have to put Mario 64 on this, right? Oh, 2077 was bad when it came out. I played it recently, dude. It's good. I'm trying to decide if it's a top 10 of all time or if that's recency bias for me, because I just played it recently, and Phantom Liberty is insane, dude. It's so good. Cyberpunk is phenomenal now. I don't think it's top 10 of all time, but it is really, really good. If you haven't played it, Mysterion, you should. It is freaking great. Specifically Phantom Liberty. Phantom Liberty, if Phantom Liberty was, if the Phantom Liberty DLC of Cyberpunk was the length of Cyberpunk, like if it was a standalone game, the length of Cyberpunk with all the mechanics and everything, it would be a top 10 of all time. I'm standing on business about that one. I think Purgative will back me up on that. If the thing that keeps Cyberpunk 2077 from being top 10 is that Phantom Liberty is a DLC and not a standalone game. If it was Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty, like, and that was a full game, top 10 of all time. Top 5, honestly. The DLC for Cyberpunk, the Spy Thriller DLC, if you haven't played the Spy Thriller DLC for Cyberpunk, you got to play it. It's so good. Subnautica is peak, dude. It's very good. I don't know if it's top 10. The problem, here's the thing, chat. We're trying to figure out a good list, but we have all already agreed that this list, this list is terrible. Like, nobody here is arguing for, like, no one here is arguing that Elden Ring is a top 10 of all time. Right? Top 3 since 2020? Yeah. Yeah. Easily. Yeah. No one is arguing Elden Ring. I mean, Elden Ring is good. It's not top 10. What are the top 10 of all time, chat? What are our top 10? GoldenEye? Actually, unironically, maybe. GoldenEye. Is there an IMDb for video games? Put some respect on RE4. I've never played RE. I don't like horror games, so I wouldn't. Chat's gonna have to vouch for you on that one. Wii Sports Resort, unironically, deserves to be in the conversation. I don't know if it's that good, but it deserves to be in the conversation. Dude, okay, here's the thing. This is a recency bias list, and it doesn't... This is a great point, chat. Dude, this list is recency biased out its ass, and it doesn't have Claire Obscure on it. What? Right? Come on. I mean, I don't even know if... I think Expedition 33 is in the conversation. It's very, very good. We're going to fight. I'm fine with that. But hear what I'm saying. All right, chat? I want you to hear what I'm saying. I'm not saying Expedition 33 is definitely a top 10 of all time. I'm saying in this era, Expedition 33 is better than Elden Ring. And it's better than at least one God of War. Right? Like, what if we're going to have a recency biased list and we're not going to put Claire Obscure on it? You're not even doing recency bias well. Okay? That's the point I'm making. If you're going to have a recency bias top 10, do what you want. But you got to put Claroscura in the recency bias top 10. Okay? Yeah, Ocarina of Time. There's no Zelda on this list. Not a single Nintendo game. Somebody pointed that out. Not a single Nintendo game. Final Fantasy VII probably deserves to be in this conversation. No Mass Effect. Inscription, great game. Good game. Yo, this has to be a bit. What do we do? This is crazy. This is crazy. Fallout 2. Wait, did Fallout 2 come before New Vegas in the IMDb list? What the fuck? Fallout 2 outranks New Vegas in the IMDb list. What the fuck? Why do we have Baldur's Gate 2 in the top 20? Not even close. Not even close. Yeah, you got to put Portal. All right, chat. Y'all are going to... I don't know how y'all are going to feel about this. Portal's in the top 10. Portal is in the top 10. You got to put Civ 5. I think Civ 5's in the top 10. Fallout 2 is good. It's not better than New Vegas. What the hell is Astrobot doing in the top 30? Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike. I've never played Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike is top 10. I've never even heard of this game. What is this game? Planescape Torment? I've never heard of Planescape Torment. This game is as old as I am. Astrobot is fun. I have played Astrobot because it comes free with your PlayStation when I bought my PlayStation. It's fun. Ain't top 30 all time. Not close. I've never heard of this game. What is this game? All right, YouTube. What? Vice President Vance delivers remarks in Islamabad. Well, guess we're watching that. G Schnickel in here with Persona 5 again. He likes Persona 5. He's made this clear before. All right. What is this game?
I know that you must die while you still can. The circle must come to a close, my love. You are not meant for this life. You must find that which was taken from you and travel beyond into the lands of the dead. I shall wait for you in death's halls, my love.
What is this? This is crazy. What is this?
Planescape Torment is not an easy game to sell to people, especially not today. Baldur's Gate 3 has single-handedly risen the bar for immersive fantasy writing in the D&D canon, while Disco Elysium proved that CRPGs are more than capable to operate without a combat system, all because this team understood that their greatest strength was their writing. So it's hard not to view Planescape in comparison as incredibly crude. It's a 40-plus hour RPG with incredibly limited
40 hours in 1999? Holy shit. $40 hours in 99? That's crazy. That's crazy. All right. So it's a CRPG. Maybe I'll give it a shot. It's probably like 99 cents on Steam now. Maybe I'll give it a shot. Although CRPG is not like my favorite thing. I really like adventure RPG. Ooh, what if I did my top 5? All right, my top 5. Oh, chat's going to be big mad because I haven't mentioned my favorite of all time. I have not mentioned my favorite game of all time because I know that it's not what y'all are. I know y'all aren't because I know it's not top 10 of all time objectively, but it is in my top 10, and I'm going to stand by it. All right. My top 5 of all time. 1, Jedi Fallen Order. All right. We will pause for you to be mad. We'll pause for you to be mad. My favorite game of all time is Jedi Fallen Order. This is not a bit. I'm not doing a bit. It actually is. Pause. We're pausing. Pausing for you guys to be mad. Let me know when you're done being mad. Number 2. Shadow of Mordor. We're going to do 2 for 2. Shadow of Mordor does need to be in the object. And also, Shadow of Mordor is a top 10 game of all time, and I will not hear otherwise. Nemesis system is so good. All right, number 3, Minecraft. Number 4. You guys want to get really mad? You guys want to be really mad about something? Nemesis system is owned by, I think, Warner Brothers, right? It's owned by Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers, yeah. Okay. Warner Bros. Games made the Gotham Knights game, which was supposed to be like the new, like bringing back the Arkham series. They could have put Nemesis system in that. They could have put Nemesis system in Gotham Knights and restarted the Arkham series, which has objectively one of the cleanest, most fun combat systems of all time, to the point that people still mimic that combat system, okay? right? Like people still mimic that combat system. Like the PlayStation Spider-Man games are just the Arkham combat system a little tweaked. Like they owned this shit. Did they try to put Nemesis in Suicide Squad? I don't remember, but dude. Crazy. Hogwarts? Okay. I'm not a Harry Potter guy. Can you imagine how good that Hogwarts game would have been if you had like procedurally / player interactive storylines with various students due to Nemesis system? All you have to do is tweak it a little bit. It's the same tech to just like make relationships with students work through the Nemesis system. Could have done that. You actually could have done that. Imagine an Arkham game with Nemesis system. That's what Gotham Knights could have been. Gotham Knights could have been the greatest game of all time. I'm not kidding. Arkham plus Nemesis is the greatest game of all time. Stand on business. Stand on business about that. Anyway. Three, Minecraft. 4, Far Cry 5. 5. I need to open my Steam library. Gotta open my Steam library. Oh. Yo, I might put that in there. That would piss people off. Outer Worlds. Outer Worlds. I mean, Far Cry 5 and Far Cry 3 are tied for the two best Far Cry games. They are equally good. I have not played BioShock. I watched the Master Samwise video on BioShock, though. It made me want to play it. These are my top 5 of all time. Yo, you have FC Primal above FC3? Dude, what? Far Cry Primal above Far Cry 3. Dude. That's a Gen Alpha ass take. Far Cry Primal above Far Cry 3? Okay, what is the, like, isn't there like a tournament, like a stream tournament thing? Stream vote tournament. You know what I'm talking about, guys? Yeah, here we go. Oh, this only works through Twitch. Okay, we'll have to do this the hard way. All right, we'll have to do this the hard way. Chat's top. Let's do top 8. Let's do top 4. Let's do top 4. We'll make a tournament. All right, we'll make a bracket. Okay? Tournament bracket maker. Create a bracket. And we'll do... Chat top games. Where is the... Okay, here we go. All right, chat. Put in a game. Put in a game. Type your favorite game into chat. Go. I'm just going to do them in order. All right? All right. I see Legate saying Red Dead 2. Red Dead 2 Inscription. All right. We've got Inscription. We have Space Marines. Ocarina of Time. Paper Mario and the Thousand-Year Door. Mario Kart Wii. Medieval Total War 2. Minecraft does have to go in, yes. All right, come on. COD? Which COD? You got to pick a COD. Hitman. Wait, Hitman WOA. Which Hitman is that? I don't know which Hitman that is. You got to pick a COD. I see Medal of Honor. This World of Assassination. Oh, like, so that's just 1 through 3, right? That's like the Hitman 1 through 3. Arkham City. Arkham City, yep. Baldur's Gate 3. BG3. AJK, give me which COD you want. COD before it went off the... Pick a COD. Pick which one. Stardew Valley. Yep, Stardew Valley should be in there. We'll keep going. You know why? Because we're going to add the... We're just going to add the top 10 from the other... From Wii Sports Resort, obviously. Cyberpunk. Terraria. CK2. We got Stardew Valley. I'm gonna add in the shitty list. Elder Scrolls, so Skyrim. Yeah, I'm gonna add the shitty list in. Okay, we're gonna add the shitty list in. We'll add them in to make a point. To make a point. All right, it'll be fun this way. Trust me. Elden Ring. Witcher 3. RE4. RE4. God of War. 2018. Okay. Fallen Order. Gotta put Fallen Order in. That's my favorite. Skyrim without mods. It has to be as released. COD 2. COD 2. COD 2. There we go. Dark Souls 3. All right. Dark Souls 3. Midnight Racing 2. Age of Empires 3. Gran Turismo 3. Okay. Hold on. Gran Turismo. Wait, what? What am I doing? Gran Turismo 3. Portal 2. Metal Gear. Solid. And we're not putting we'll put God of War Ragnarok. This then puts pitch genre against genre. Yeah, it ends up doing that. That's okay. Two more. I'm putting Far Cry in there. Putting Far Cry 5 in. Is this the ADHD you were talking about at the start of the stream? Oh shit, yeah, we're supposed to be doing stuff. Yeah, it is. It is that, but that's okay. That's okay. We're going to wait on this Islamabad thing to start. It's better to do this that we can abandon. Oh, New Vegas has to go on. All right, there we go. Calling it. Shit, yeah, we have to put Smash in. We can only do 30, so we'll take Ragnarok off. Smash Melee. Okay, all right. We'll take Ragnarok off, put in Smash Melee. Okay, chat. Here's how we're going to do this. Oh, no. Oh, no. Wait, we have to rearrange this. We can't have Red Dead and New Vegas right off the bat. We have to seed this now. Okay, New Vegas has to be in the top 5, right? Like, we're going to have to put New Vegas at 2. We're going to have to put Ocarina at, like, 3. We got Smash Melee in. Smash Melee is right here. It's at 31. This is going to take all night. No, we can do this quick. And if it does, it'll be fun. Don't worry. It'll be fun. Let me change the title. Picking chat's top game. Picking chat's Vidya Goat. All right, I changed the title. Okay. All right, here's what we're going to do. We got to make sure the seating is right because we can't have, like, just New Vegas and Red Dead 2 against each other off the bat was unacceptable. Is there anything right off the bat that's going to be a problem? No, I think this is fine. This is good, actually. We just had to change New Vegas and move Ocarina up. Yeah, we're good now. We're good now. We're good now. We're good. Okay. I have to have a account to run the bracket. It's a good thing I like you, chat. Is there a 10-minute mail? I need to make a 10-minute mail. That's what I need to do. I need to put the music back on, too. Copy. Okay. I made a 10-minute mail and got it done. Okay, chat. First, poll. Winner. Tab. RD2. FC5. Start poll. I'm voting for FC5. Alright. Can we vote if we haven't played the game? Yes, you can vote if you haven't played the game. You can't vote if you haven't played both games, but I can't enforce that. So if you haven't played both games, if you've only played one, vote for the one you've played. I'm over here now. Sorry, I can't do it in both. I don't have enough viewers in both, so. You might miss some of these because brunch is over already. That's fine. That's okay. That's okay. You're good. All right. Okay, chat. Okay, chat. Are we gonna any more votes? Any more votes? 10 votes are in. Any more votes? All you do is uninformed voting, Rivka. You're a woman. Boom. Roasted. Mud democracy. Alright, I'm calling it. Red Dead 2. How do I pick a winner? All right. CK2. CK2. Terraria. Go. You have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes. I've got a stopwatch going. Your wife is listening now? Did you hear the funny joke I just made? I think it's CK2. It's CK2 for me. I'm not gonna lie, chat. It's CK2 for me. Say it again. Rivka said she was doing uninformed voting. I said that's all she does because she's a woman. Ah, got him. Bam. Ah. I freaking love Diet Coke. 1 minute, chat. 1 minute. Is this lobbying? It's my stream. Something thin people in Diet Coke. Don't make me show you my tummy again. I'm skinny. Look at this. Mr. Peb enters the chat. What the hell? Look at that. Bam. I'm skinny. You see my ribs. Casual mellow yellow is underrated. All right, CK2 ran away with that one. CK2 runs away. Minecraft versus COD 2. All right, let's do this way. One's for Minecraft, two's for COD 2. And if it's close, then we'll run the poll, but I don't think it's gonna be close. 1 for Minecraft, 2 for COD 2. Yeah, if I don't see a 2... All right, AJK. I'm not seeing a 2. I'm not even seeing a... AJK submitted COD 2, and he can't even fully vote for COD 2. Yeah, all right. Minecraft wins, right? Yeah, Minecraft wins. All right. Dark Souls 3, Medieval Total War 2. One for DS3, 2 for MTW. One for Dark Souls 3, 2 for Medieval Total War 2. Go. I'm probably just keep track of my head. 2. I probably just keep track this way. 3, 4. I'm just keeping track the old-fashioned way. With my fingies. Any more votes? Any more votes? Any more votes? Any more votes? Going once. Going twice. Waiting for the 7-second delay. Sold to Medieval Total War 2. This is supposed to be Space Marines 2. Space Marines 2 GT3. 1 for Space Marines 2, 2 for GT3. One for Space Marines 2, GT3, GT3, 2. 2 to 2. 2 to 2. 2 to 2, chat. 2 to 2. Oh wait, Space Marine 3 is over here. Okay. 3 to 2. Space Marines, GT3. 3 to 2. NCAA 2014 is a notable snub. That is true. It is, but you guys didn't say it, so that's on you guys. I let you make the bracket.
Good morning, everybody.
Oh.
And let me say a couple of notes of appreciation. First of all, to the Prime Minister of Pakistan and to...
I got scared. I was like, what the hell? Who is that?
Incredible hosts. And whatever shortcomings in the negotiation, it wasn't because of the Pakistanis who did an amazing job and really tried to help us and the Iranians bridge the gap and get to a deal. We have been at it now for 21 hours, and we've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So
good rhetoric. Bad news for you. Worse for you than it is for us. Good rhetoric.
What our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could, and they have chosen not to accept our terms. Questions?
Nick Robertson from CNN.
British accent detected.
Can you help us understand it a little bit?
Well, I won't go into all the details because I don't want to negotiate in public after we've negotiated for 21 hours in private. But the simple fact is that we need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon, and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. That is the core goal of the President of the United States, and that's what we've tried to achieve through these negotiations. Again, their nuclear program, such as it is...
Is that Steve Witkoff behind him? Witkoff does not look good. Bro looks like he's been up for 21 hours.
Do we see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon, not just now, not just 2 years from now, but for the long term? We haven't seen that yet. We hope that we will. Jen.
Was there a framework on anything, and also did the Iranian frozen assets come up, and did you reach any conclusions on those frozen assets?
We talked about all those issues, Jen, and we talked about...
Sending the Pope in is not going to help you, because the Pope is also going to be like, you guys cannot have a nuke.
Get to a situation where the Iranians were willing to accept our terms. I think that we were quite flexible. We were quite accommodating.
Everybody who thinks JD's not doing a good job would be disappointed by Leo, because he's also going to be like, you guys can't have a nuke. He might not be happy with the U.S. war, but he's not going to let them have a nuke.
Making headway. Preston.
Mr. Vice President, how often did you communicate with President Trump throughout the negotiations? There are reports that there were multiple rounds, where there were breaks in between negotiations. How often did you communicate with the president throughout those rounds, and what was he saying as you were going through these negotiations that you said felt forward?
Yeah, obviously we were talking to the president consistently. I don't know how many times we talked to him, a half dozen times, a dozen times over the past 21 hours. We obviously also talked to Admiral Cooper, to Pete, to Marco, to the entire national security team. We talked to Scott Bessent a number of times. So look, we were constantly in communication with the team because we were negotiating in good faith. And we leave here with a very simple proposal, a method of understanding that is our final and best offer. We'll see if the Iranians accept it. Thank you.
Are we going back to war? I know a lot of you guys are anti-war, but that was gay. Are we going back to war, sir? Are we going back to war, sir? Mr. Vice President, are we going back to war, sir? Shut up. All right, back to the important things. Back to what matters. Back to what matters. RE4 or Baldur's Gate 3? This one might be close. This one might be close. 1 for Resident Evil, 2 for Baldur's Gate. Go. It literally was 2 questions. Baldur's Gate has 3. Resident Evil has 3. No. Rivka voted. No. Okay. 3-3. Oh, there's a vote for RE4. 4-3. Yes, I know that it should be focused. Well, the nuclear program is purgative. Yeah, we already voted. Come on, it's a chat vote. I may be uninformed, but I would never commit voter fraud. That's a good bit. That's actually a decent bit. Woman was funny. 1 is RE4 and 2 is Baldur's Gate 3. The 1 is always the one on top. 1 is always going to be the one on top. All right. 5-3. Unless 2 people want to save Purgative Way. Unless 2 people want to save Purgative Way. AJK hasn't voted yet. He just keeps posting numbers that don't matter. Oh no, he's trying to vote extra. He's trying to vote extra. That's what he's doing. Well, RE4 it is. AJK did vote. He already voted. Yeah. It's 5-3. I can't do anything about that. Oh, I guess I can vote. I vote for Baldur's Gate. It still loses. I vote for Baldur's Gate. It's 5-4, and it still loses. So, unless there are 19 people voting and only have been 9 votes cast. So, unless one of the other half people watching want to vote. All right. Stardew Valley Witcher 3. This has got to be Witcher 3, right? 1 for Stardew Valley, 2 for Witcher 3. All right. I really will be shocked if this is not Witcher 3. I'm voting Witcher 3. 1 for Stardew Valley, 2 for Witcher 3. You guys have to put the numbers in so I can keep track, or I'll make the poll. Wait, is this close? I'm gonna have to put the poll in. I can't keep track. You guys are being weird. I love you guys. You're being weird. I have to put the poll in the field. I vote for Witcher 3. Okay, Witcher 3 is running away with this. I thought, for some reason, I don't know how I didn't get this. Alright, Witcher 3 runs away with it. Witcher 3 runs away with that one. Portal 2 and Inscription. Alright. P2. Wait. There you go. Portal 2 or Inscription, go. Portal 2 for sure. For me. Portal 2 for sure for me. Inscription is good. It's actually very good. Why? Oh my gosh, dude. We missed Balatro. I don't know how I forgot about Balatro. I don't know how I forgot about Balatro. Dude, we forgot about Balatro. Talos Principle? Okay, I'll look into it. Balatro is phenomenal. Balatro is very, very good. All right, Portal 2 runs away with that. Oh, this is going to be a knockdown drag out. This is going to be a knockdown drag out. Here we go, chat. This will be a knockdown. This is going to be a fight. This is going to be a fight. Metal Gear Solid. It's on screen. Ocarina is Zelda. Metal Gear Solid is a Metal Gear game. How's that? Can you read that? Wow, Ocarina has 100% of the vote. I was wrong. It's not even close. All right. Not even close. I thought that was going to be close. Elden Ring and Wii Sports Resort. Chat. It better be Wii Sports Resort. Wii Sports Resort is better than Elden Ring. There you go, chat. Wii Sports Resort is a better game than Elden Ring. Mysterion, what the fuck, dude? Do a poll. These people can't behave. So funny. Nah, the poll is good because it counts as extra interaction and people can post about their favorite games with that, like about their games. Elden Ring's lore was written by George R. R. Martin. That is true. If you like Elden Ring more, you hate Tolkien. It genuinely depends on if you have friends. No, I have no friends. And I would rather play, like, what? No. I had no friends. I loved Wii Sports Resort, dude. I was so good at disc golf on Wii Sports Resort, it would shock you. I was so good at disc golf on Wii Sports Resort. I had no friends in high school. I was so good at disc golf on Wii Sports Resort. All right. Wii Sports Resort has 100% of the vote. It wins. Easy clap. Another one that should easy clap. I'm going to start doing these Senate style. This is what we're going to do. We're going to do it Senate style. You can force a vote. All right. I am going to say the game I think should win. Or would win. You can object and force a vote. All right, we're going to do it Senate style. You have 60 seconds from when I say it, okay? Without objection, Arkham City, go. G Schnickel objects. We have to get a vote. We have to get a vote. We have to vote. G Schnickel has objected. If I just put in Arkham, you guys are going to know what it means because you're smart. All right, there you go, chat. Let G Schnickel be the one vote for... Let G Schnickel be the one vote. It's not going to be close. Yo, we forgot to put the Force Unleashed on this list. What were we doing? Based way of doing civics class, actually, unironically, is Legate here? Legate should take that, steal that from me. I hate you. Bro, did G Schnickel object and then vote for Arkham? This kid, this guy, this freaking guy. Force them to join the call to filibuster? Yo, that's so smart. If you object, talking filibuster only. Talking filibuster only. You have to get a second. That's what we're going to do. Oh, shit. Lexio Semper, I told him I'd let him call. I forgot about that. I'm so sorry, Lexio. Talking filibuster only. You have to get in the call. This is such a dumb idea. We're going to do this, though. This is such a dumb idea. I love it. Arkham wins. Chat, new rules. New rules, chat. I'm going to bring in Lexio. first of all, so he can talk while we do this. Lexio, you can unmute. I totally forgot about you. You can unmute whenever. They can't make you get out of line. President pro tempore. New rule, chat. If you object, you have to get in the call and make your case and get a second from chat. Somebody in chat has to type second, but it only counts if you've been in the call. You actually have to be on the floor. Talking filibuster only. Talking filibuster only. Talking filibuster only. I am going to poll this one, though, because I know nothing about either of these games. I believe Age of Empires 3 will win, though. Lexio, you can unmute whenever. Lexio, you can unmute whenever.
Okay, sounds good. I'm here.
Oh, hello. Mute the stream
Hello.
for me so I don't hear myself.
Oh, yeah, hold up. There we go. Is that better?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
What's up, dude?
Cool.
Let me pause the music because I can't listen to two things at once. I got autism. I get overstimulated.
Yeah.
All right, chat. The poll is live. Age of Empires 3 versus Paper Mario. Go.
Age of Empires easy.
Yeah, I think it's Age of Empires, right? What did
Yeah,
you
it's
want
Age
to
of
talk
Empires,
about?
easy.
What did you want to talk about tonight? I should make the new rule for. While I'm thinking of it, you keep going. But while you're doing that, I'm going to change the roll call rule to pinging me so that I know somebody is in line. Because I can't do both.
I guess one thing I just wanted to say is, I really like your style of how you were explaining earlier, like kind of the borderline between how theory, like political theory, like goes to the physical, like how we can apply, like applied. I think it just kind of helps me understand it more.
Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for saying that. That's very kind.
Yeah, so that's really cool. Yeah, I guess one thing too, I guess if we could talk about it. I just it seems that politics is very nationalized, and it's somewhat hard to pay attention to local politics quite as much. And I know they don't, in some ways, don't matter a whole ton. Oh, not they don't. They do matter much, but what am I trying to say?
Take your time. It's all good.
Um,
Yo, Paper Mario 1. What the frick?
But yeah, so it seems like we had voting in my town a couple on Tuesday, and I should have researched the people more than I did, but and they were most of them are pretty local people, but I didn't know any of them, and it's kind of hard to there was two judges that were running for each other, and I kind of read their thing, there was questions that people asked them, and I read them, and they were pretty indifferent, pretty much the same. And I guess there was but yeah, I guess what the ramifications, it's kind of hard to tell okay, which one's the better person, or I guess the thing is that it's kind of harder to choose a more local person because the local politics isn't as polarized. Maybe people aren't as focused on it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think people don't realize how much it affects them, right? Judges specifically, people don't realize how much it affects them. But it also is less profitable. It's less profitable for people to cover it because it gets less attention, if that makes sense.
Right. Yes, that makes total sense.
And so there gets less attention. But this is the same problem we have with primaries, right? State level primaries, especially for Congress election or House elections, where there's 535 representatives in the House. I can hear myself just a touch off of you, which I don't mind, but will be.
I'm not sure. I'm not.
Okay, it's fine.
Wait, oops.
It's probably fine. there's
hold up, here.
435 representatives, right? And primaries there matter a lot because that's how you get somebody like Congressman Lawler, who we were making fun of earlier, or Congresswoman Maria Salazar. But it's really not profitable when you have that many and it affects so few people relative to like insane amounts of popularity and press you can get for even like a high profile Senate election, right? Chat, without objection, Mario Kart Wii. You need to, if you're gonna object, you have to get in the call.
Yes. Mario Kart Wii.
Yeah, I think without objection over Midnight Racing 2. I know who's gonna object here. Somebody's gonna object. Even if you look at like Cornyn versus Paxton in Texas, the amount of coverage that's getting is very small, but it has a massive federal effect, a massive national effect. There's no poll. You have to object to get a poll, and you have to come in the call and make your case, and somebody has to second your call for a voice vote. Parliamentary rules. I'm teaching you guys how dumb the Senate is. And that has a massive national effect, but it's getting like zero coverage still, besides the occasional somebody posting a poll on it and being like, can we go on recess? I hate you guys. I'm gonna have to. I know that Hitman's. I'm gonna have to force a vote on this one for Fallen Order and Hitman. And that's kind of I think that's a good example of what's happening right now. Is that election is so significant and it's still getting zero coverage. And you've got elections like Maria Salazar is getting so much negative press right now. No one is covering her primary. She has 2 primary challengers, and it hasn't happened yet.
Oh, okay, interesting. It's
yeah,
kind of more people. It's I suppose it kind of makes sense. They're kind of going after the physical incentive rather than the actual political incentive.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and nobody's talking about like every congressman gets elected every 2 years. So like I think Lawler has a primary challenger. I know Maria Salazar has 2 primary challengers. There's a couple of the Indiana senators that signed it that have some primary challengers. Yeah. So there you go. I think that's the case. I appreciate your call. Do you have any opinion on Fallen Order or Hitman World of Assassins?
No, I haven't played either. I guess I've seen a little bit more and heard a bit more of Fallen Order.
Okay.
So I heard it's pretty good, but I haven't done too much with either. I haven't played either. So
Fallen Order is my favorite game of all time. Survivor's probably more developed, but there's a little too many mechanics for me. And it didn't give me the same feeling because Fallen Order, the movement in it is so clean, it feels so good. So the first time I played it, it's just like an experience.
Yeah, I guess kind of one thing I was kind of thought was cool. They don't have they have like the loading zones for when you're like hyperdrive. When you're in hyperdrive, you have like the loading.
They've got several open world areas, which I think is nice. It works for planets and stuff.
Yeah.
Survivor is too big for its britches. Actually, that unironically might be the best way to explain it. Fallen Order was like, let's make a badass game. Then Fallen Order was phenomenal. Everybody loved it. And Survivor was a little too much. Got a little too much.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what also happened with like Legend of Zelda.
The new one, yeah.
The new one.
Tears of the Kingdom, yeah.
I bought it and I was excited for it, and then I started playing it and I was like, I do not want to sink.
I'm gonna do something crazy.
That much time into this game.
I'm gonna do something crazy. Chat's gonna be so mad at this. Chat, without objection, Cyberpunk. Somebody has to get in the call to stop me from just pushing Cyberpunk through on this. Unless Lexio, who is currently in the call, wants to force a vote, which he can do as somebody who has the floor.
Wait, what is up against it?
Skyrim.
Skyrim. Oh, okay. I haven't played that either. So.
Purgative Way is like, yep, I'm getting in. Here he comes. Here he comes. Here he comes. Purgative Way, if you can get a second, you don't have to get in unless you want to, since you already called the night. Oh, he's joining. He's joining. AJK seconds, so Purgative Way, there you go. You got your second, so I'll force the vote. Will does want me to invalidate your objection. He says it's foreign interference.
What? Foreign interference?
Can you just do an American accent for me so I feel less bad?
I can't. I cannot do an American accent.
All right, there you go. That's fine.
Purgative Way, if you want to know something funny, my diocese stole a priest from you.
Oh, we have an American priest married me and my wife, so
That's hilarious.
What is this,
dude?
Why
Skyrim is
okay. This is why. Sorry, Thursday. This is why Skyrim is like the creme de la creme, right? When that game came out, it broke records, right?
I know, but it's not as good as Cyberpunk with Phantom Liberty, and I just don't think chat has played Phantom Liberty. I just don't think you guys have played Phantom Liberty.
Okay, here's the difference. There were more PCs accessible when Skyrim came out. Skyrim also was re-released
a
dozen times.
Yeah, I know.
Will Cyberpunk get that same treatment?
Because of Phantom Liberty, yes. Have you played Phantom Liberty?
No, that's a cope, dude. You know that's not the case.
No, I think Phantom Liberty, if Phantom Liberty were the main story and they had developed it more and made it the length of Cyberpunk, I think it would be as if not more culturally significant. Have you played it?
Okay. So he's like played a bit of Cyberpunk, but not
have
that
you
one.
played
I'm
Phantom
make
Liberty?
One last case. I'm gonna make one last case.
I know I'm losing right now, but you have don't get it.
Sorry.
You don't get. Look, it is the perfect spy game. They made the best spy game. Objection, you're allowing DLCs? Shit, I did specifically say as... No, I said as released. Shit, I said as released, not from the publisher. No, because I said as released, not modded. Oh, I should have said unmodded. Shit, I said as released. Fuck. No, it is Skyrim because I said as released. I got bit in the ass by my own rules.
How many memes have there been for Skyrim and not of Cyberpunk?
I mean, Skyrim's also had like a decade.
No, but when it first came out, it flooded the internet with memes. Like, I took an arrow to the knee,
fair.
All kinds of memes. So this is why it must win.
Fuck.
But I agree,
know.
Cyberpunk is better, but Skyrim is better.
Skyrim is a better game, but Cyberpunk, dude, I'm going to say it again. Chat, if you have not picked it up since it's been fixed and since the like spy DLC was added for Phantom Liberty, you need to. All right? Don't make me start streaming on weeknights just playing Phantom Liberty to you guys. It is...
That should be kind of cool.
Oh, gosh. Screw you guys. My job is like from noon to 8. I can't do that. You're the only person who would watch Purgative because it would be daytime for you. Everybody else would be like, why are you starting a stream at 10 p.m., dude?
No, I'll be at work. Well, it depends what day it is, right?
Yeah,
like,
right. Yeah.
Soon I'm going to start getting ready, but yeah.
Gaming streams would get double the viewers. I know, but I'm more concerned with doing what I'm supposed to do.
But anyways, all right, that's my objection.
All right, there you go.
You
got your objection in your chat. I fucking hate you, dude.
Thanks, Thursday.
Later.
See you, Lexio.
Later.
See ya.
Oh, fuck you guys. I hate you all. Phantom Liberty is the best spy video game of all time. At me. Oh, this one might actually be tough. Maybe we should have split this one. Smash Melee in New Vegas chat. Daytime gaming stream would be a funny disaster. I know, yeah. Smash Melee. I'm going to have to poll this one because I have no idea what you guys are going to do. I have no idea what they're going to do. I'm going to let you go, Purgative, because we're going to finish this. But I appreciate your call and the kind words. And if you have any suggestions for improving the stream, here would be the place to throw them out so that chat can shame me into doing it.
Okay. No, I don't. Not any I can think of.
All right. Well, have a good day, sir.
Yeah, you too. Have a good night.
Mm-hmm. Yo, that is the craziest sentence I've ever heard. New Vegas is better than Melee, but not Brawl or Ultimate. Melee is the best Smash game. Wow, this is getting close. 60. Oh, 6-4. Any more votes, chat? Yeah, Purgative Way has this one unlocked, dude. People buy CRTVs specifically. People buy CRT TVs specifically to play Smash on. Nostalgia blinds you. I played Melee after I played Brawl. I grew up with Brawl, and then I played Melee. Melee is better. Melee really beats New Vegas? That's crazy to me. It is not casual friendly. That's true. It is not. As a casual, I will admit that. Crazy that Smash Melee wins there. All right. I expected New Vegas to get that one. All right, Red Dead 2 wins here, right? We're not pretending on CK2. We're not doing this. Red Dead 2 versus CK2. It's got to be Red Dead 2, right? Who's voting for CK2? New Vegas should have won. Yes, New Vegas is a better video game than Smash Melee. I was defending Melee against Brawl and Ultimate, but New Vegas is a better game than those than all three of them. You put it to a vote without an objection? Yeah, but the problem is I don't know which I don't know which of these is going to win. I think it's Red Dead. I probably should have just done Red Dead. Map game autist occupied chat? Yeah, but it's not occupied because you guys are losing. Pick my favorite? Okay. We'll do that if I get to one I feel strongly about. If I don't feel strongly about it, I'm not going to like just force it through because it is supposed to be your list. It is supposed to be your list. If we were doing a bit, like an extended bit on how stupid the Senate is, then I would do that. But because I am picking your list. All right, Red Dead runs that one. Red Dead ran CK2's pockets. Dude, this is Minecraft. Minecraft without objection here. Who's going to come in and talking filibuster me? Who's gonna come talking filibuster me? Minecraft. Will is objecting. All right, get in the call, Will. You got to get in the call and get somebody to second. You're kidding? Well, I mean, it doesn't matter because you're not. Oh, Lexio seconds. So if one of them gets in. Oh, Will is removing his objection. Speaking of chat, we have a Minecraft server for channel members. If you're not a channel member, you can join for as little as 99 cents a month and play on the Minecraft server. Two seconds. Well, one of them has to get in the call. One of them has to. We're not doing silent filibusters. We got talking filibusters only. Hold on a second. Which Minecraft version? Oh, that's a good one. Right after the Nether update, but before Caves and Cliffs. Okay. Somebody has to get in. Somebody has to come to the stand and object. Sneaky Snake said he's going to get in the call. Argue a technicality? This is the Senate. Now I'm teaching you guys how the Senate works. I'm teaching you guys how the Senate works. What's up, Isaiah? How's it going, bro? I am the Senate. That's the point. I'm teaching you guys how it works. Remind me how to join. Click the link in the description and then join Chiswick Pub. There's a channel that says call in here. I'm not giving the filibuster power to students. I tried to. Legate said that's apparently Legate is not fan of this idea. All right, Sneaky Snake, here he goes. All right, Sneaky Snake, you got a second, so we'll get the vote going. But while we're getting the vote going, argue your technicality.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Here's my technicality. If the original rules we're going by original release, technically there would have been like I can't remember. For my.
I said as released. Okay. Now here's the thing. I am the majority leader, so I can also argue this. I said as released. I did not say which released. I did not say which release. I never said original release. I said as released. I didn't say original release. I said as
so
released.
Are they old? But are those new releases? Because it's always like 1 point like. I think I don't know what we're at right now. For
oh no!
Like
so here's what we're gonna do now. I'm gonna teach you guys something even dumber about how the Senate works by making you vote on if it's original release or all releases from the publisher count.
I would think we'd have to go with original release because that's how we've been going so far. Because I think that would change the rules for the Cyberpunk vote, wouldn't it?
Chat, a different poll is about to hit. Would it change it? I don't know if it would. But also, you can't retroactively change stuff. You just change the rules going forward and fuck everything that happened in the past. That's how the Senate works.
So fair.
Yeah.
So fair. I can't object.
Yeah, I do win on that one. So, all right. Original. I'm letting chat vote on if it's original release or all releases from the publisher. Updates count.
Who said Minecraft is not a game? What do you mean?
There's a YouTube video about that argues that Minecraft isn't a game. It's a really interesting video. I've seen parts of it. I haven't seen the whole thing. That same guy made another video that I really like about nonlinear storytelling. That's really interesting as an experiment in what the medium of YouTube is able to do.
Interesting. I got to see that, man. I'll withhold my judgment until I watch that.
I haven't seen the Minecraft is not a game video all the way through. All right, I'm putting my vote in. All releases from publisher updates. Please put that in Discord. Sounds like a cool watch. I think I did. Did I not? Did I not? Yeah, it's in the Discord. It's in Saffron Park. It's from when I posted on Wednesday. If you search Saffron Park for this YouTube video is crazy, you'll find it. All right, all releases from publishers updates is winning on this, I think. Yeah. All right, all releases. Okay. But we did get an objection with a second for this vote. So we still have to do it, but it is Minecraft. You can pick any version of Minecraft.
Okay. So my original objection was the technicality because I thought it was gonna be much easier because I'd be arguing against like the original 1.0.
Yeah.
But I'll still go for it because I'm here. Because why not? All right. Medieval 2 is great because it's not just like fighting armies, right? It's like actually no. Let me back up. I'm not even gonna hype up Medieval 2. I think I want to criticize Minecraft for a second.
Oh, okay.
I think the biggest draw towards Minecraft is honest to God. I think it is the nostalgia because most of us here, like I'm about 23.
Mysterion says he wants to speak. You have to wait. Okay, Mysterion, I'm going to bring you into the call, but you do have to wait for the gentleman to. You have to wait for the gentleman to yield his time.
Oh, this is great. I love
Yeah,
it.
this
Okay.
is good. This is
Yeah,
good. This is A+
I think I'll
content.
just leave with my main critique. If anyone doesn't know what Medieval 2 is, I guess that's that. I'm not going to try to pitch the game for everyone. But I think consider to yourselves, gentlemen of the Senate, whether or not your love for Minecraft is actually because like, oh, Minecraft is a great game and I play it all the time. And maybe you still do. But I think it's perhaps largely drawn in by the fact that we all played it when we were kids. Perhaps with our friends, we have a lot of nostalgia for it. I think if you look at it objectively, like take all that away and come at it with a fresh view in the year of our Lord 2026, I think I don't know if it always lives up to the hype. I think that's as modestly as I can put it.
Okay. Are you yielding your? Are you
I yield
yielding
my
the?
time.
He's yielding the floor. The gentleman from I don't know where he's from, and I'm not going to tell you guys if I knew is recognized.
I'm from Indiana.
All right, so I have a secondary motion. First off, I propose a vote to determine whether we need to re-vote on Cyberpunk. That's the first thing.
He wants to repeal the Cyberpunk vote. This is great.
No.
I'm making the best content on YouTube right now. No joke. This is so fun.
I want to vote to repeal the Cyberpunk vote.
You want to vote to repeal the Cyberpunk vote. So you want to vote to reconsider.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
That aside, we'll get to that in a moment.
Whoa.
Did not yield my time?
No, are you yielding? You yield for a question?
No.
He did not yield for a question. The gentleman from Indiana is not recognized.
The primary purpose of this. First, we must acknowledge my dear colleague, Sneaky Snake. What did snakes do originally?
This is ridiculous.
You yield your time. Do I get to answer?
Snakes, from the beginning, have been tricking humanity.
It says the rat.
This is an improper. This is motive. You cannot impugn motive. It's improper.
I impugn no motive. I merely speak of what snakes have done in the past. And who's to say
Oh my
what's happening
gosh.
now.
Okay,
Now,
so he is moving. He is moving.
Are we gonna forget what the rat did to Europe? The Black Plague. Hello.
Oh, he is moving.
What am I wearing? This is papal attire.
All right, you have to get a
Once
second
again,
from the floor. You have to get a
put
second.
lipstick on a pig, but I still wouldn't
I'm gonna
kiss
mute
it.
these guys. You have to get a second from the floor to. First of all, on your motion to reconsider Cyberpunk, you have to get a second from the floor. Y'all are ready for? I want you to come in here in parliamentary tomfoolery. It'd be so funny, dude. We are off the rails, and I've got 2.5 hours left, or an hour and a half left. I've got an hour and a half left of streaming to do tonight. So, if Legate's getting in, I'm down. We'll do it. All right. First of all, we need a second. I second the motion to reconsider. The motion is put forward The motion is put forward. So this is not on if Cyberpunk should win or not. This is if we should reconsider the vote. On the motion to reconsider. This is just on the motion to reconsider, not on if Cyberpunk should win. This is just on the motion to reconsider. There you go, chat. Just on the motion to reconsider. Okay, you boys can continue. I believe Mysterion had the floor.
So, before I was rudely interrupted by the snake, which, as we know, has interrupted many people's thoughts before. Besides that, the gentleman from Indiana has said that we love Minecraft because we played it as kids and we are looking at it as if we are still kids. Did Jesus not say we must be like the little children?
Was that in regards to Minecraft?
Yes.
Can I get not to be all Protestant on us, but can I get a citation for that? A chapter and verse, if you will.
I will do so.
Chat is now trying to take away Rivka's vote. I don't know if you guys are looking at chat. Chat is now voting to repeal the 19th.
I will quote Matthew 18:3.
Is the word Minecraft in this one? Just want to check. Is Minecraft mentioned in the
he
in the
said, "Truly I tell you, unless you change and become like little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven." Now, I'm saying, in the past, snakes have prevented us from entering the kingdom of heaven. The very first people to be removed from the Garden of Eden were done so on the words of a snake. Now, I implore you, gentlemen of the Senate, to not let the snake make the same effect on you now as they did once before. Be better. Vote Minecraft.
Minecraft already won. We are on the motion to reconsider, which is losing.
I voted no on that.
What the fuck? You proposed it and then voted no? What the hell, dude? Bruh. He proposed the motion and then voted no. Crazy.
I just wanted to see what would happen.
Just wanted to see what would happen.
Look, I got my new polling numbers in. The people did not like that, so.
He just says what he says. He just says what he has to get elected.
Bro, so true.
He doesn't actually believe these things.
So true. All right. Did the gentleman yield the floor so we can move on?
Once again, a snake says that someone does not mean what they have said. I
Typical
yield my
red
time.
behavior. Typical red behavior. That's all I have to say.
All right. The gentlemen have
No,
yielded.
okay.
The gentlemen have yielded. Okay. Okay. That was insane. All right, chat. Space Marines or RE4? Without objection, Space Marine 2. All right, Rivka's objecting, but before Rivka gets in, she is going to get an object. Oh my gosh, Sneaky Snake is going to get back in. We're going to have to vote. Okay. All right, Sneaky Snake, come here. We'll make the poll while you come here. Mysterion is now wants a motion. Oh my gosh. This experiment got out of hand instantly. I instantly lost control. I have instantly lost control. There is a motion. The floor will hear them. Fuck it. Say your motion. I don't give a shit.
My motion is that we have not ratified a 19th Amendment. So, does Rivka get to speak?
She has to get in before you guys even vote on that.
I propose we vote on if Rivka is allowed to offer a filibuster.
She has to filibuster. She has to want to filibuster first. She's gonna have to get in. I see no loss of control. What the fuck are you looking at, AJ? She's in. Fuck, god damn it. Okay.
I think you're proving your point wonderfully.
The gentleman from the monkey from the not so gentleman, the monkey from Rome is recognized. The monkey from Rome is recognized.
The monkey from Rome says that the gentleman. Where is he from?
We're not telling you. Just
Delaware.
Oh, well, there we go.
Oh, he's from the tax haven. The gentleman may not make more than one speech about the particular matter for the business of the day. He has violated the rules.
Where is that in the rules?
Don't fucking challenge him.
Hold on.
He's gonna cite it.
I move a motion that we set up a server-wide constitution.
Oh, that's we're not doing that. You know why? Because this is a fake democracy, and I'm actually in control, and that sounds like it would take a lot of work for me, and I'm not doing it.
Once again, we seem to have a tyrant.
Yeah, yeah.
And
was anyone under the impression that my letting you guys vote was not just benevolence?
I merely ask in your benevolence that you give us rules at which I can beat the monkey with.
Okay, well, that's...
You may not beat the monkey with the morning star. He is finally dressed and ready for violence.
Well, this has gotten so out of hand.
You wanted more chat interaction.
We can make our own stream. You guys don't want to watch you guys.
No, we suck.
I don't think you guys suck. I just think it's funnier when I'm here. You guys are here torturing me. I think half the fun you guys have watching me is torturing me.
3/3.
Yeah, all right. Well, the gentleman from Delaware, do you yield the floor?
I wish for my motion to be recognized, but yes, I will yield the floor.
The president vetoes. All right, there you go. All right. All right. Here we go. Say you need a second, and then I can just put this poll in. Just say the words, do the thing.
What the heck?
All
Okay,
right.
hello.
There. Okay, she said it. There we go. All right. Now we're voting. Make your case make your case. Make your case.
Chat, aside from the fact that I am a woman, which I cannot control, and aside from all of these
That
very
is up for
important discussions
debate.
about repealing the 19th, I appeal to you all as a fellow American. What is more American than Leon S. Kennedy being jerked around by his government, yet still choosing to fight, rescuing the president's daughter from certain death from filthy Spaniards? I appeal to you as red-blooded Americans to please vote for RE4.
Yeah, you're not even close to winning right now. Also, I will say, chat, here's the thing. My speech is democracy is fake and gay for the emperor. Democracy is fake and gay for the emperor. There you go.
Yeah, it's kind of a rough one to beat, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, okay.
But vote RE4 anyway.
All right, well, with that woman moment. With that woman moment. Okay.
I would like to make it known that the Emperor has voted for Spain to take over our country with his support of Space Marines.
I'm not the emperor in this. I'm talking about the emperor of all mankind. What are you doing? Remind. All right, chat. Space Marines wins on that. Got him. Nice try. All right. Novabox wants to call in. This is tough too. I think this one is can I get a second from the minority leader? I've made you the minority leader, Mysterion. Actually, you're the House whip. You're the Senate whip. You're the Senate Majority whip. That's what you are. Can I get a
does that
second
even
from
do?
what?
I'll look up my duties later.
You're the Senate Majority Leader whip. That's what you do. You just do it. The Senate Majority Leader whip just says second when I say anything. That's unironically pretty much the job of the whip. We just vote on Witcher 3 versus Portal 2. I think that was too close.
I mean, my vote's for Portal, so.
Oh, well, Portal 2 has Portal 2. I'm saying I object to any majority on the any without objection and force a second. So do we have a second for a vote here? That's what I'm saying.
Then I second to force a vote.
Okay, forcing a vote. All right, forcing a vote.
And I would like to make a note, I am not Arabic.
You have to learn to ignore half of what chat says, all right?
No, that's what you do. I'm better.
You think that.
No,
You think
much
that.
worse.
Oh, okay. All right. Here we go, chat. I had a vote. I'm voting for Portal 2. Portal 2 seems to have it, so we're going to go with that. The monkey has asked for the floor. The monkey from the jungle is recognized.
On the matter of who is the majority and minority whip, I must say Mysterion must be made the minority leader simply because he is the leader, in fact, of the minorities.
I am not Shri Tanadar. I do not speak for the black man. So.
Dude, you got rocked. I don't think you can come back from that one. I really don't know how you come back from that one.
I'll figure a way.
I'll figure a way. Oh, voter fraud. It's compromised. What is happening to me? This was a terrible idea. All right, chat. Ocarina and Wii Sports. Go. Somebody make a motion to do it without objection. Just so I don't have to... Just so I don't feel bad when I do it. Because I don't want... Purgative.
I propose a motion for Wii Sports to win without objection.
Yeah. This hurts. This stream is insane. It got off the rails. Mysterion says he moves without objection for Wii Sports Resort. So, Purgative Way is going to have to... Purgative...
I propose that Lectio becomes either the majority whip or the minority leader. You pick which.
You, unless you have a sufficient reason to not be the leader of the minorities.
I would like to point out that I think Lectio has probably been in minority-led countries more than I have. He has the experience.
Purgative Way says he's seceding from the country. You don't have to secede from the country. You're not in the country. You're in Australia. I'm not seeing anybody say objection.
I think AJK is.
Oh, gosh. All right. Make your objection. AJK, make your objection.
Okay, my objection.
Is there
Ocarina
a second?
or else.
Is there a second? Is there a sufficient second? I think is the. Is there a sufficient second?
Probably not. Oh, Nick says he seconds.
Yeah, Nick Pro seconds. Will seconds. For chaos. I hate you guys. All right. There you go, chat. Vote. I don't know why Legate doesn't want to do this with a classroom full of high schoolers. It's not at all chaotic or torturous.
I think it's humane.
Yeah, I don't feel like I'm being abused at all.
No, you had control the whole time.
Yeah, I
So don't
definitely have
give me
had
that
control
impression.
the whole
Totally, yeah.
time.
If he ever wants to, he can impose martial law and strip me of all my powers.
Well, it's just because I own the channel in the Discord server. We're not even hearing the motion to dissolve the Senate. We can't do this. I have to maintain some control. All right. On the voting is ending after the 7-second delay now. So you have 7 seconds starting now. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5,
Rivka, our country
6,
name is
7, 8.
Pangtopia.
All right.
I object to that name.
Yeah,
Go
we
ahead,
don't need a
object to that
country
name.
name. We're not having a country name.
We are the breakfast.
All right, I'm deafening in Discord so they can have their fun while we do this. Chat, if somebody objects to this one, I'm going to be legitimately mad. All right? Arkham City without objection. Shut up. Shut up, Will. Shut up. It says message retracted in YouTube. There's no objection. I see no objection. The objection was retracted. The objection was retracted. All right. I think we've learned our lesson. We've learned our lesson. The Senate is chaotic, and this is why nothing gets done in this country. Now, we are going to do this orderly because I'm taking charge. I'm making you vote on all of them. It got out of hand instantly. So, there's that. What do you want?
I was simply going to say that in pursuance of Standing Rule 5B, or no, Paragraph 5B of Standing Rule 26, this should be made into a secret hearing, and all other people not holding classified should be asked to leave. Shrimple as.
You don't even have security clearance. How the hell am I supposed to have it?
That's not your concern, citizen.
I'm in charge. All right. Goodbye. Here we go. I'm just the first citizen. Exactly. I'm just the first citizen. Think of me as a consul, right? Why is this stream called Sanity Revolt? Yeah, this got out of hand. You started the greatest comeback? Yo. W. Yo, this stream got crazy out of hand, Richard. It got bad. I let them start objecting to things if they could get in the chat, if they could get in a voice call and like actually talking filibuster, and they started doing it. They enjoyed the bit a little too much. So I took away their rights. That's what happened. After we finish this poll, after we finish this bracket, we're going to talk about, I guess maybe we'll do Jeremy Carl. He was a consul of Rome. Don't even try. I'm going to try, chat. I'm going to try. I'm going to try. I'm going to try. Oh my gosh. It's Fallen Order, right? It's Fallen Order. See, here's the thing, chat. I'm the first citizen. So if it is tied, I do win. Oh! If it is tied, I do win. Frick. It's not tied. If it's a tie, I just get to pick. I'm the first citizen, all right? I'm the first citizen. There are more votes than viewers right now. You're not going to get you guys aren't going to get any more. I don't have to pull the fire alarm to delay the vote. There are more votes than viewers. There are 12 people watching and 14 votes. Which means Fallen Order wins, and you can cope about it. Poll Twitch chat. Nobody is posted in Twitch chat for like an hour. I took away your rights, people. It was not rigged. My bad. I've never heard of Fallen Order. It's Jedi Fallen Order. It's a Star Wars game. It's a Star Wars game. Don't worry. It's my favorite game of all time, and chat doesn't think it's that good, which is what's going on, Richard. My favorite game of all time, and chat doesn't think it's that good. And then it got tied, so I just picked it. And now they're mad. You guys cannot impeach me. That's not an option you guys have. You don't have impeachment powers. We've lost so many viewers. At the start of this experiment, we had 20 viewers. Now we have 10. This is going terribly. I took away your motion powers. You guys were making it crazy. Mysterion, you can't ask for a recount in Twitch chat. It's not how it works. Will and Mysterion are just trying to vote in Twitch chat. I voted without knowledge of the candidates like in every democracy. So true. So true. Your motion to bring back motions is denied. It got out of hand so fast. It literally took 20 minutes for it to be unmanageable. Can we commit voter fraud and log in with a second account? I would rather you didn't, but I can't do anything about it. Senate Simulator 2026. Yeah. Now imagine if there were 100 of you and you were all dumb. That's why the American government doesn't work. Congratulations. Congratulations. As long as you like and share. That's true. On both accounts. Genuinely best stream IMO. This stream is terrible. All right. Skyrim wins. Nobody else is voting. All right, chat. This is the last round because we're going for top 4. We're going for top 4, chat. This is your top 4 games. These 4 will be your top 4. We're not doing ranks outside of 4. This is the last round. All right? All right, I'm going to feed my dog while you guys vote. No, wait, shit. I didn't want to do that. Oh, no, I voted for the wrong thing. I meant to vote for Minecraft. Well, that's democracy. The Minecraft's going to win anyway. Okay. Okay. All right, chat. Okay. You guys keep... Chat is coping. Minecraft wins. While you were gone, we did recess appointments. That is the best joke from this bit. That is like hands down the funniest joke from the bit. Not close. The funniest joke from the bit. All right. Chat's top 4 games. In no particular order. Minecraft. Space Marines 2 versus Portal 2. Go. Space Marine 2 versus Portal 2. Go, chat. Right in. NES Contra. I'm Gen X. I let them all submit the games, and then they immediately were upset that that certain games weren't included. And it's like, I let you guys pick the games that were included. It's got to be Portal 2. It's going to be Portal 2. Yeah, it's Portal 2. It's Portal 2. Even if everybody left voted, everybody left, even if everybody still watching voted for Space Marines, it wouldn't win. Okay. My brother in Christ, you made the sandwich. Now here's a true knockdown drag out, okay? A true knockdown drag out. The game you guys say is good. The game we have kind of actually enjoy versus a game we all recognize is actually belongs in the conversation. Oh, goodness. All right, 5-4. 5-4 right now. Space Marines is Warhammer 40K. Oh my gosh. I think that's game. That might be game, chat. No, there's one more. It could tie. I can't call it. I can't call it because there's 14 people watching and 11 votes. And if the 3 people go to Arkham, it does win. I can't call it. I'm going to have to wait for the 2 minutes. What are you doing? What's wrong? You go outside? What is the face you're making right now? What is the face you're making? No, the other 3 people are not voting. Wow. Wow. Wow, chat. This is on you, chat. This one's on you. This one is your fault. Wait, did I vote? I didn't vote. I forgot to vote. Street Fighter 2. Oh my gosh, the comeback at the buzzer at 2 minutes. The comeback at the buzzer. I said 2 minutes at the start of when we started doing this. It crossed 2 minutes right after we got to Arkham City. Holy cow. Holy cow. I can't vote. I don't know these games. Arkham City is like is insane. It's so good. All right, chat. Here's your chance to punish me. Here's your chance to punish me, chat. There you go, chat. Punish me for... There's your chance to punish me. Compelling arguments coming from Mr. Bowling. Vote for Fallen Order or you're gay. Compelling arguments. Compelling argument. Biden, vote gap. Dropped command. That's closer than I thought it was gonna. This is closer than I thought it was gonna be. Counterpoint, nuh-uh. I vote for Fallen Order not because I love it, but because I hate the I vote for Skyrim not because I love it, but because I hate the Fallen Order beat Mario Kart. Democrat. It sounds like a Democrat. You sound like a Democrat, dude. You guys sound like Democrats. Not voting on the issues, just voting on revenge. Sounds kind of like a leftist to me. All right, well, leftist chat wins. Leftist chat wins. All right, chat, there are your top 4. In no particular order. Minecraft, Arkham City, Skyrim, Portal 2. There are your top 4 games in no particular order. Okay, my principal's conservative. I'm concerned with winning. FNV versus Skyrim is a debate we need to have. I filed a motion. You don't get motions. Also, what is FNV? What the hell is FNV? Fallout New Vegas. Dude, this is the... You guys are acting like I ruined this, but you guys did this. You guys ruined this round 1. Frame 1, you guys ruined this bracket. Frame 1. Frame 1. What is this, chat? Frame 1, chat? Come on. This is on you guys. The king is malding when I come back. Based. They were blaming me for this bracket going poorly, but they frame one picked Smash Melee over New Vegas. Leg 8. What? What am I? What? This is on me? This is on you guys. This is on you guys. All right? This right here, chat, I want to be clear about this. This right here, chat, this is you guys having a full-on, like, this is your heart seller act, all right? This is chat's heart seller act. Chat's heart seller act. I will let you guys, it's so bad, I will let you guys vote on it again. And we can push it through. I will let you guys vote on it again and we can revote this little bridge right here. This segment right here. All right? I will let you guys vote on I will let you guys revote. It's so bad, I will let you guys reconsider. Chat, you guys cannot be serious about this. You guys cannot be serious about this. You guys cannot be so for real. I'm seriously, this is crazy. You guys did it again. You guys did it again. Nah, you have to sit in this one. You guys have to sit in this one now. Nah, this one's we're sitting in this one. We need to debate this. Nobody is like willing to do You guys have to sit in that one. You guys have to sit. You guys just have to live with that. I want you guys to live with that. I want you guys to live with that. You guys need to live with that. MK Ultra, but the end result is FNV winning. You guys have to live with that one. You guys live with that. Think about what you've done. And while you think about what you've done, my dog wants to go out again, and then we're going to read this article from Jeremy Carl on racism in New York City. Anti-white racism in New York City. Richard, if you're still here, how are you liking? How are you enjoying the greatest comeback so far? The voiceover on it's good, no? You guys cannot. You're not getting. You guys can't motion to speak. We're moving on from your silly little games thing. All right. You guys did this. It's over. It's Jover. Deal with it. Deal with your mistakes. I want you to realize. Is Mom Donnie white? No. It's Arab. All right. I'm taking the dog out again. Taking the dog out again. While I do that, you guys think about what you've done. Hello? I put my cardigan on. I have a problem. This cardigan is too comfortable. This cardigan is way too comfortable for me. Chat. It's so comfortable. It's so comfortable. I don't think you understand. I want to wear it all the time. Am I a little bit on the spectrum? Yes. Am I sensitive to textures and feels? Yes. Does this make everything feel better because it's a consistent, soft texture? Yes. Is that proof that I am on the spectrum? Yeah, probably. I love it though. I'm not taking it off. I'm never taking it off. This t-shirt that I found today too, this fleece t-shirt, holy cow, game changer, chat. A weighty t-shirt, one that's like puts a little weight on so you feel it. Game changer. Game changer, chat. Game changer. All right, chat. Let's read this Jeremy Carl article. We need racial equity in New York City for white people. Are you coming to the Indy 500 this year? Probably not. No. I'll text you tomorrow or Monday. We can talk about it, but no, I don't think so. Actually, I'm 100% sure I'm not. Yeah. Earlier this week, New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, flanked by multi-hued cast of New Yorkers, though with no visible whites. Gut Nacht. Gut Nacht. Hold on 1 second before I do this. Hold on. I'm gonna do something real quick. Okay. By the way, chat, if you guys know of Dr. Richard DeClue, I think he has a doctorate. He's DeClue's views in chat. Very smart guy. Expert on Pope Benedict XVI of blessed memory. So, he's very smart. Anyway. Yeah, Dr. Richard DeClue. Yeah. The report itself announced New York City's long-awaited racial equity audit that attempts to assess the alleged dire plight of people of color across the 5 boroughs. The report itself, running 375 pages, makes it clear that the state of racial disparities in New York City is rooted in settler colonialism, noting that New York City's history has been one of colonization, exploitation, and racial oppression. The report asserts, for example, that the Lenape Native American tribe are the rightful stewards of New York. It also has numerous calls to action, including mandating anti-racism training for government staff and a fresh and look at fine and fee-based programs for transportation to seek out racial and ethnic disparities, that is, doing even less to enforce against subway fare evaders who are predominantly black and Hispanic, and who disproportionately commit other crimes on the subway. It decries the punitive policies that further marginalize Black and Latin communities, the very policing measures that drove the city's historic drop in crime under Giuliani and Bloomberg. And it goes on in this vein for chapter after chapter, but you get the idea. Yeah, whatever Declue says about German is correct. He knows it. Generally, just whatever he says is right. Just trust me on that. Trust him on that. All right. New York City is racist, and it's your fault, Whitey. So you must pay even more taxes. But the funny thing is, if racial equity actually matters, it's white New Yorkers who need it. Oh yeah, buddy. Let's go. Because in almost every respect, New York City's government has been exploiting its white citizens without interruption for decades. This explains in no small part why millions of them have fled the city since 1950, even as the New York City population has grown by around 1 million. Only 1 million in population growth since 1950 in New York City is bad. That is bad. There are many ways that one can analyze the degree to which white New Yorkers have been used for decades as tax cattle to massively subsidize minority groups in New York. Obviously, these are statistical averages. There are plenty of white New Yorkers who are tax eaters and plenty of minorities of all stripes who are paying their fair share in taxes, but the general pattern holds. The general pattern holds. The general pattern holds. Drill it into your brain. Everybody repeat after me. The general pattern holds. For example, let's look at New York City's public schools. The anonymous online data maven Charlie Smerkley, using census data and information from a variety of government agencies, calculates that Hispanic students receive an incredible 11.2 times the education dollars per tax dollar paid that white families do. Black families, 4.9. And Asian families 3.8 times. Essentially, the white New Yorkers are footing a substantial majority of the bill for public school system, for which their kids are only a small percentage of the students. I need to. Whoop. We're going to do this in Reader because there's not a lot of pictures. So it'll be, yeah, there we go. Is this racial equity, Mayor Mamdani? Similarly, with the respect to... Hold on. Hold on, stand by. There we go. Oh, not quite. Well, chat. There we go. Yeah. We could do a comparable analysis for a host of other areas, but perhaps the most important area to examine is housing, because affordable housing was arguably the centerpiece of Mamdani's mayoral campaign. Smerkley's analysis finds that Hispanics receive 67 times the public benefits per tax dollar that white New Yorkers do, and blacks receive 61 times as much. Even Asian Americans receive 7.5 times as much. These disparities are so staggering they are difficult to even contemplate. Is this racial equity, Mayor Mamdani? I should note that these data sources are imperfect, particularly tax receipts by race, and the numbers should be seen as close approximations rather than the precise point estimates, but they roughly match the calculations I did when writing The Unprotected Class. I had some recent firsthand experience that threw the reality of racial equity in NYC housing into sharp relief. On a trip to the city earlier this year, I was looking to save money on an extended visit, so I booked a very affordable hotel in Long Island City. conveniently located just a couple of subway stops from Midtown Manhattan, yet boasting prices at around the third of the cost of Manhattan hotels. Unfortunately, I discovered upon arrival why that was. While clean and comfortable, my hotel was almost directly adjacent to the Queensbridge Housing Project, the largest public housing complex in North America, totaling approximately 7,000 residents. It is just a small part of New York City Housing Authority, which houses hundreds of thousands of New York City residents. Let's look at a picture of Queensbridge, huh? Ah, yes, this is, of course, a very famous. Everybody's seen this. Yes, this is Queensbridge. Okay, yep. Everybody's seen that before. You've all seen this one. That's a photograph. Bro, the first Reddit comment. Dude, come on. We're just going to leave that. I'm not going to address that. Not going to address that. Going to leave that one be. Is chat in German? Whatever. While the neighborhood around the project, once one of the most dangerous in New York City, was clearly gentrifying, at least to some degree, with a Wingstop and a Wendy's among other newer stores and restaurants, it was still very much the hood, and it was not a place you would want to hang out in, particularly after dark. The pungent smell of marijuana was omnipresent. On an evening trip to a convenience store, I saw a lot of folks loitering around, some clearly trying to scam people at the register or worse. At least one restaurant I saw was locked, with potential patrons needing to request entry. One other thing was immediately obvious to me. When I got off the train, I was only one of the few. I'm going to turn the music down. I was one of the few only white faces of it visible. Now, that immediately brought several things to mind. First, there is the insanity of the left-wing concept of government-owned housing. If this complex were bulldozed and replaced by market-rate housing, it would almost certainly become hugely desirable and expensive real estate given its proximity to Midtown Manhattan. The notion that the government can permanently house poor people without accounting for the inherent dynamism of cities is pure folly. By any logic, this should have been prime real estate, and yet thanks to the massive public housing complex, the area is still dangerous and disordered. The second thing I immediately noted, subsequently confirmed by research, was the utter lack of whites in New York City public housing. It's something we almost take for granted, but we shouldn't. We should challenge it. Public housing in New York City is largely for blacks and Hispanics with some Asian Americans. In 2025, just 3.25% of public housing residents in NYC were white. Even Asian Americans, 6.2%, outnumbered whites, although the number of whites in New York City outnumbered the number of Asian Americans 2-1. The overwhelming majority of public housing in New York City is occupied by Hispanics, 45%, and African Americans, 44%. Of course, there are plenty of poor white people in New York City, and more importantly, far more poor white people who would love the opportunity to live in the city, especially in convenient places like Queensbridge, but they are virtually shut out of public housing in New York City. Is this racial equity, Mayor Mamdani? Democrats often oppose the policy of criminal behavior in policing of criminal behavior in public housing. When people with prior criminal legal contact are systemically barred from housing, the racial discrimination embedded in the criminal legal system gets infused into the housing market, a sector that is already rife with racial discrimination. In fiscal year 2023, more than 2,000 race-based fair housing complaints were filed with the federal government, reads a 2023 report from the Biden Department of Housing and Urban Development. Historically, while everyone wants to live somewhere safe, it is particularly important for whites. They have been targeted for more racial violence in public housing in the same way they are targeted in prisons today and were targeted in urban neighborhoods in the 50s and 60s, which helped drive white flight. And even when they are not specifically targeted, a general culture of tolerating criminality in these areas disproportionately affects whites, who are statistically far less likely to be involved in criminal behavior than the other overwhelmingly black and Hispanic public housing tenants. This is true even among the poorer whites. At an equal income, blacks making $36,000 a year are more than 4 times more likely to be incarcerated than poor whites. A recent calculation highlighted by the American Enterprise Institute's Howard Hussick shows that an estimated 20% of violent crime in New York City takes place within 100 feet of public housing, even though this population represents just 4% of New Yorkers. Wow. That's per capita right there. Per capita, dude. Hello, Lima likes Homestuck. How are you? HUD has to go away, dude. And public housing has to go away. This is bad. What's the proper Catholic way to handle things like housing and rent control? The problem is that rentership ought to be the exception and it is the rule. So the idea that we would have an ideal for a thing which is already not the ideal. Like there's an ideal and that is home ownership. All right, or stakeholdership in land. The question is like asking what's the ideal way to make a square circle, I guess is what I'm saying. Right? What is the ideal way to make a square circle? We can't, right? What's the ideal way for mass renting to work? It's not going to work very well. Like I don't know that there is one, right? Mysterian kind of nails this. He's saying the ideal form of renting is just renting from a friend. I think that's true. Like, unless you have a personal relationship with your quote-unquote landlord, I really don't think you can make it ideal. And if you can, it definitely starts with strictly and harshly, maybe not harshly, but strictly, very, very strictly enforcing criminal law in the public housing, right? Because you want the public housing to be for, if you're going to have public housing, which I'm not convinced that you should, if you're going to have any public housing, it needs to be for poor people who are good citizens and genuinely can't get on their feet. So any criminal activity should just immediately result in eviction. And it's the very idea that the taxpayer ought to subsidize your living situation so that you can engage in crime is disgusting. So what needs to be done, the only way to do it well is really and honestly to like enforce criminal law. Like the first step is to enforce the criminal law, like very strictly. Does the government have a role in making sure people can afford housing, or should it be left to free markets? Yes, the government has a role in that. The way they do that, though, is by the way the government does anything in the economy, which has to do with human flourishing and fundamental human needs, is to do what John Paul II describes in Centesimus Annus, paragraph 42, where he just says to circumscribe the economy in a strong judicial framework, which places it at the service of human flourishing and freedom. So yes, it does. What does that look like? The social teaching is very careful and very explicit every time it prescribes, every time it prescribes a principle. It is very careful to proscribe that. It is like, make sure that it is, you understand, it is not saying, here's the system you ought to use. It's never saying, this is the system. This system right here, we're using this one. It's never saying that. And it's very, very clear about that. It's very clear. So the answer to the question, does the government have a role? Yes. What is that role? You could come up with a number of roles, a number of ways to figure that out, right? You could come up with a number of roles or things to do, but the idea that we're going to come up with the explicit way that it's supposed to be done is also contrary to this Catholic social teaching. So the answer to the question is yes. What it is kind of up to each society. I was talking to someone about this the other day. Dude, I don't want a bot. Thank you, Mysterion. I think that first, I mean, the criminal law thing would fix most of it, right? If you just enforce criminal law, it would fix 90% of it. I think you should also, you should have some scaling problems, right? The scale of it is bad. It should also be, if there's going to be public housing, it shouldn't just be like the Queensbridge projects, for example. I think it's a good example here because it's pretty obvious to anybody who thinks about it that it's not a good place for housing projects. Because the jobs that are going to be naturally available in that area to Midtown Manhattan and Wall Street are going to be jobs that are not the residents of that housing project are not going to be qualified for. So, I think two things that would probably fix 90% of the problems with public housing are enforce the laws. And then the second thing is put public housing, make it smaller scale, as small scale as is feasible without becoming more of a burden than it is. But make sure it's also placed in an area which has jobs that those people can do and benefit from to get themselves out of that situation. Don't just put it anywhere. Put it somewhere where it is geographically, there's a geographic strategic location to somewhere worth having, I guess is what I'm saying, if that makes sense. Like some jobs worth having. What about something like young people being priced out of the places their families have lived for generations because one option seems like low income cost housing, but that doesn't seem great. I don't think that can be solved by government intervention, right? I'm definitely less capitalist and would not put myself on the capitalist socialist spectrum at all. Compared to conservative, like most mainstream GOP politicians and voters. But that one specifically, I think, is not fixable by the government, but it's not fixable by the market either. The fix for that is normalizing multi-generational homes is doing a lot is like you should normalize multi-generational homes as much as possible, right? Like to me, I think that the idea that a nuclear family wouldn't continue to live together until one of the children is married and therefore has to go off to form their own nuclear family. Like, I can't really see a good argument in principle for the idea that it's the separation should happen. Because you take on a lot of burden living alone in a sub-ideal way outside what you know is going to be your vocation, right? There's unnecessary expenses and housing costs and and it encourages women to get into fields that they may not want to be in or maybe shouldn't be in because it makes them less marriageable. It encourages men to take on debt and unnecessary cost to live alone, or live outside the home when they could be saving that money for their future family. It fractures the nuclear family, making it less valuable and less valued down the generations. I think that's a really good place to start, honestly, is if you want to fix the young people thing, I think you just need to you should just do multi-generational housing. Like that seems pretty simple fix, right? Like, I don't think the market or the government can fix that. That is a culture problem, I think. Achieving real racial equity. Given that white New Yorkers commit only a minuscule portion of the city's violent crime. Yeah, mass deportations also fix that, actually. Sorry. The thing the government can do for young people housing costs is mass deportations. You deport, 22 million people prior to 2017, so it's probably 20, and counting leaving and coming back, it's probably 22-ish. There's net negative migration under Trump 1, so it gets it down to like 17 to 18. 18 plus 10 to 20, I think it's probably 20 under Biden. 38 million people that are here illegally. Not counting H-1Bs and F-1s that are legal ways for people to compete, foreigners to compete with natives. I mean, you're looking at another 10-ish million, so you're probably looking at 45 to 50 million people in the country that are increasing housing demand that shouldn't be. Yeah. It's mass deportations and it's multi-generational families. That'll fix it. That's a fix everything button. The mass deportations are unironically a fix everything button. Will is just a little bit behind, I did say. Plus the illegals, yeah. Plus the legal here. I think it's 45 to 50 million. You could incentivize multifamily housing with tax policy, multi-generational multi-generational households with tax policy. That's true. You think they will try to ramp up deportations after the midterms? I think so. I think that's a bad idea. I really think that's a bad idea. I think they probably should have ramped them up prior to the midterms and done a lot of shock and awe, and then done it quietly right after them, like do a lot of shock and awe in the beginning of 2025 and let people get desensitized to it, and then operate at a steady clip through the midterms. Even if you lose them, you continue, because whether or not we want to live in a society, in a country where Congress and Senate are more important than the presidency, it's not. And ramping up deportations after the midterms is going to cost us votes in 28 that I'm not sure we can afford. Yeah. So I think they probably should have shock and audit and then continued. Yeah, the problem with media. But I think the media thing was a win. So here's the thing, right? I think the media freak out was a win for us. I don't think we should have backed off. I think the media freak out was a win because it allows you to appear. You could have done it in a way that appeared to be backing off or just desensitized people to it. Because eventually people are going to lose interest, and CNN and MSNBC and ABC and CBS, like, they need viewers, right? They can't talk about the same thing all the time. People get bored by it. You know, even Fox, people get bored by hearing the same thing all the time, right? Even if it's winning. Even independent media, trust me on this one, independent media, people get bored if you report on the same story for too many days in a row. I really think you should have leaned into it. Right? I think it was a win. I really do think that was a win. Yeah, I think that was a win that we fumbled because we could have let people get desensitized to it and kept doing it at that clip and that speed with that force, and it would have been a net win. I think we should have just wrote it out. That was my take on. I really think we should have wrote it out. People get sick of stuff. People forget. They're really used to consuming the news like it's fast food, and because people's interactions with politics happen in 24 to 48 hour news cycles, their political memory is 24 to 48 hours long. Right? Guys, Elon Musk called Trump a pedophile and said he was in the files over 500 times less than a year ago. And now they're friends again. And no one remembers that. No one is still holding Elon accountable for that. You really think that people would have held on to deportations being a little rowdy? They would have forgotten. They would have forgotten. Trust me. Achieving real racial equity would involve an even greater security presence in public housing. Strict rules would need to be enforced against tenant misbehavior and non-payment. Hey, there we go. There it is. Ramp up now. Slow down in September. People would forget by November. Right after the primaries, you ramp it up for 18 months. You slow it down leading up to the election. The GOP candidate wins, and then you pop it back up. You should just ebb and flow it with election cycles. It's the only viable way to get 30-some million people out. Yeah. There would also need to be zero tolerance for violence with particular awareness of anti-white racial violence. It is implausible that in a hyper-diverse New York City in 2026, whites would refuse to live in highly affordable units next to minority neighbors because of the color of their skin. So the problem must be content of their character, of far too many public housing residents. Banger! Yo! Dude, that's a bar. That's a bar. That's a bar, dude. Bars, dude. Bars. It's also anti-white bias in housing allocation due to discrimination against citizens. Due to NYC rules, if even one resident of a public housing complex has a legal status, everyone in the residence can qualify for public housing. What? If even one resident of a public housing complex has legal status, everyone in the residence can qualify for public housing, and even if they are legal immigrants, non-citizens are prioritized over citizens. What? This sentence, what does this mean? Anti-white bias due to discrimination in citizens. If even due to New York City rules, if even one resident of a public housing complex has legal status, everyone in the residence can qualify for public housing. Oh. Anchor babies. Anchor babies. That's what he's talking about. Anchor babies. If you have an anchor baby through birthright citizenship, if you are illegal, it's anchor babies. It's anchor babies. That's what he's talking about. If you are illegal and you have an anchor baby, then you now qualify for public housing. Is this racial equity, Mayor Mondani? And yet there's tremendous demand for such heavily subsidized housing. A 2025 analysis from AEI's Hussick found that in New York City alone, there are 227,000 on the wait list for public housing apartments. The average income for a New York City public housing tenant is $25,000, and the average rent is just $588 a month. Dude, can I get public housing in New York City? You think I could get some? Think I could get some of that? Which is absurdly low. Of course, the stated incomes are a joke because so many public housing residents are working under the table. Yet, even in these extremely low rents often go uncollected. Beyond crime, there is a culture of non-payment in New York City public housing, with numbers during the height of COVID reaching over 40%. Dude, what are we doing? Saying it again. What are we doing? In 2023, only 65% of modest rent payments were paid, with over $500 million in rent arrears. $500 million. White New Yorkers essentially locked out of public housing have to pay their own bills on the private market or they will be evicted. Compounding this problem is that whites and Asians are far less able to get into rent-stabilized apartments on the private market, 44% of which are occupied by the foreign-born. Oh my gosh. What happened to my country, dude? 40% unpaid, 44% of rent-stabilized apartments are occupied by foreign-born. Additionally, to no one's surprise, the entire public housing system invites corruption. In 2024, a single sting, 70 employees in New York City Housing Authority were charged with accepting kickbacks and bribes, and that's just the one that were caught. Is this racial equity, Mayor Mamdani? While Trump's HUD Secretary Scott Turner claims the agency is DEI-free and aims to impose time limits and work requirements on public housing tenants, these reforms are not guaranteed. So if Mayor Mamdani is interested in racial equity in New York City, I have a number of suggestions for him on how he could achieve it. But of course, the premise itself is absurd. Mamdani really has no interest in racial equity, which would involve, amidst a host of other policy reforms, kicking out tens of thousands of non-paying tenants, overwhelmingly Black and Hispanic, from public housing. It would also involve keeping non-citizens and illegal aliens out of public office in favor of citizens. Moreover, it would mean ensuring the safety of hugely underrepresented white residents, cracking down on crime, and adding citywide school voucher system that would allow white taxpayers to spend their tax dollars on their kids' own schooling rather than subsidizing anyone else, virtually all of which would benefit the white New Yorkers. Hey, that sounds like freedom of association. We were talking about that earlier. Instead, Mamdani is interested in only in a pure racial shakedown in which his non-white constituents continue to milk the predominantly white NYC tax cattle even more assiduously, all while crying racism against anyone who dares challenge them. In 1950, there were approximately 7 million whites in New York City. Today, there are just 2 point. There is a white genocide happening in this country, and regardless of how much you disagree with the current Republican leadership, if you vote for the Democrats, you are a piece of human garbage who deserves to rot in hell, and I hope nothing but the worst for you, because you are empowering the people who are going to wipe out the historic heritage American people. The same heritage that was the cradle of Christianity and Christianized the world. And you're going to vote against it because you are throwing a fit because you can't get everything you want instantly. You can't have your delayed gratification. While you rail against the specter of these other racial groups who want their Gibbs, you want your Gibbs, and you're willing to sell your people out to murderers, genociders. For what? Attention? $7 million white New Yorkers in 1950. 2.7 million today. America's biggest, most beautiful city that was the gem of our empire, that was at one point our capital, and we're being wiped out from it. And because you can't get everything you want instantly, what are you going to do? Vote for the people killing them. Vote for the people replacing you. Vote for the people killing children in the womb. Vote for the people importing your replacement. Am I okay? No, I'm not okay. Let me read you a text I got from my dad. Today. There is strong evidence that the Lotts were one of the first 100 Catholic families in the colonies. We were definitely members of the first Catholic parish in the colonies, St. Francis Xavier in St. Mary's County. As a Lott Catholic man, you are foundational. To be listed as a tenant in the Jesuit manor books is a profound distinction that elevates William Lot, my first settling ancestor, from merely an early settler to a foundational steward of the American Catholic Church. This status places him within an incredibly small elite group of approximately 15 to 20 families who live directly on the Newton Manor estate. The historical distinction of a manor tenant, being a tenant of the Society of Jesus during the early 18th century, meant that William was a part of the mission's internal infrastructure. This is not just a residential arrangement, but it was a spiritual economic partnership. The sanctuary circle, because the public Catholic churches were illegal, the secret church, the frame nave built in 1731, was located on this private 700-acre plantation. As a tenant living on this land, William and his family were the literal neighbors and daily companions of the Jesuit priests who kept the faith alive in the colonies. While the broader parish served about 70 to 85 families in the surrounding 100, only the core tenant group lived on the manor. These families were the immediate witnesses to the baptisms, marriages, and underground masses that formed the bedrock of American Catholicism. The Jesuits carefully selected their tenants to ensure the security and sanctity of the mission. Being a part of this group suggests a high level of trust and a shared religious conviction that could withstand the penal laws of the era. The philosophical and generational cornerstone. You are right to feel the weight of this cornerstone thought. From a philosophical and universal perspective, the implications are staggering. Catholicism in America did not begin as a mass movement. It began as a fragile, protected remnant of families like yours who are willing to live as outsiders for their faith. This is my country. Mine. My heritage, my inheritance. And I will pass it on to my sons. And I fucking dare you to stand in my way. What are you going to do? You're going to vote for the people who killed children in the womb, import your replacement, and then laugh at me in my face when I say, I'd rather not give up my birthright for a little bit of a throwing a fit because I didn't get everything I wanted. Maybe, just maybe, I'm smarter than you are. I have more patience than you do. And maybe, just maybe, you're a whiny little fucking bitch who deserves to rot in hell and leave this country. You don't want to do what needs to be done to fix it. You'd rather vote for the baby murder party? Then get the fuck out of my country, because it's mine. It's mine. It's not yours. If you're going to vote for the baby murder party because you didn't get everything you wanted, fuck you. You're a bitch. Get out. It's mine. My inheritance. What are you going to do? Vote for the people who are going to celebrate 7 million to 2.7 million in our most beautiful city. What are you going to do? Vote for the baby murder. Yeah. Okay. I got an idea. How about I just deport you too? Millions of white residents leaving New York City did not happen randomly. Rather, it was the result of specific anti-white policy choices of Mamdani's predecessors, virtually all of which, if his new report is taken at face value, Mamdani looks to accelerate. Is this racial equity, Mayor Mamdani? This article on Zoomer dating is really long, and we have met the 8-hour mark. So I'm going to wish you all a blessed Sunday, tell you to say your prayers, tell you to call your congressmen, call your senators, and I'm going to sign off for the night.